This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass!
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful!
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down. Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Welcome back, folks, to the September Spectacle part of the Brawl Stars Championship Series, powered, of course, by the Snapdragon Pro Series. Of course, yeah, with your three phases. Over here with Kenny and Reddy. What is up, folks? We are checking out the NA region, of course, to cap off what has been a great month of these show matches here in the September Spectacle, putting the very best of 5 versus 5 gameplay on display for you folks at home. Kenny, ready? We obviously started off in APAC. That was a pretty wild region. We've seen, I think we saw about 52 draws over in EMEA over the course of their knockout and Brawl Ball games. But now we're here to see how it all goes down in NA. Kenny, how you doing?
Doing well, partner. It's going to be fun to be back here for a little 5v5 action. It's been chaotic, it's been a little crazy, and now we're going to get to test it with our favorite region on the planet. A little NA action coming our way.
Of course, all of our World Finals teams have been locked in. That has been decided through, obviously, our BSC and the LCQ. And now we know they'll be playing in November in Helsinki at Superfest. So, check this out.
For the first time ever, we are bringing our 3 World Finals together for one big event to crown the next world champions.
He's diving in. He's looking for the safe.
Welcome to Superfest, where fans, pro players, and content creators come together for an epic World Finals event, where only the best will compete and legends are made. Join us starting November 1st in Helsinki, or watch online at event.supercell.com and be part of esports history. See you at Superfest.
All right, now, ready, set. We are looking at some crowdfunding as well for the Brawl Stars World Finals with the fans. Fang skin available now.
Yep, just like in previous years, a brand new skin. But here's the special thing about this one, is that by purchasing this skin, you contribute to the World Finals prize pool up to $1 million extra in prizing by purchasing the skin. Now, keep in mind, this is a limited skin. It's going to be around for a limited time and might return in next year's. But for now, it's the only way to get it, and it contributes to the world's prize pool.
So keep an eye on that one. It's in the store right now, available for you to pick up. And remember, your contributions will be directly going to the crowdfunding support for the Brawl Stars Championship Prize Pool, which is fantastic. But it's time to talk September Spectacle. This is the last show of our September Spectacle. So if you've already seen our other regions or some of them, you'll know how this works. If this is the first time you're joining us, welcome. Let's talk a little bit about how today is supposed to work. We're playing in a 5 versus 5 format, which obviously is new, and we'll be playing a 4-team double elimination bracket. That's right. Unlike normal BSC shows, teams will have a second chance to bounce back out of that lower bracket if things don't quite go their way in the uppers. Now, you will be voting in each series either for a mode or a modifier, which means you get to decide whether we go invariably to Brawl Balls, we always seem to do, or you get a chance to pick the modifier on one of the maps in that series. We, though, will be choosing the bounties. For each series, there will be a map for which there is a bounty. There are a couple to choose from, and we will be making those selections. So first of all, we get to choose between our modes. Let's introduce you to your options here, because we are looking at Gem Grab, Brawl Ball, and Knockout. And Kenny, like I mentioned, Brawl Ball very popular, but some of these other maps are a ton of fun to see as well.
I think Knockout is honestly pretty interesting for 5v5. It's just insane to see what happens when you take pro players that are in situations where every time you get a kill in 5v5, the other team gets powered up. So even when it's down to the last brawler, you kind of always have an outside chance of making a comeback. And yesterday, we saw some madness with some El Primo, some bigger tanks, even the healer strategies with Barry. I think the Knockout one's pretty chaotic, but obviously, Brawl Ball is already one of my favorite modes in 3v3, and it was no exception here for 5v5.
That's right. Those are your modes to choose from. Let's talk, ready, set, about modifiers here. We have 9 modifiers to choose from, and obviously we have a couple of favorites in here.
Yeah, we can sort of shepherd you towards the ones that we like the most, though we have discovered in the past over the course of the weekend that you guys in the audience are partial to voting for Angry Robo and Meteor Shower. But I want to direct you towards Graveyard Shift, maybe Top Dog, where we'll see a hot dog spawn on the field to heal up some of the brawlers who won't be able to heal normally. Then Graveyard Shift, another way to restrict healing, and also your entire team gets healed up when you deal damage to the enemy. Two really different modifiers that can shake up the brawlers that are selected here.
Yeah, absolutely. We saw Meteor Shower and Angry Robo picked a lot earlier on in this weekend, and they definitely gave us some very interesting results. And some of these modifiers, of course, you might be familiar with playing them in ranked and such, and other game types, but yeah, ton of fun in general. Let's though talk about bounties. So once per series, there will be a map that has a bounty. The casters will choose those, and it'll be, based on kind of how we're feeling. I think, for Gem Grab, Brawl Ball, and Knockout, all the bounties are tied to, it's related to doing well and winning the game. So it's nothing crazy like, hey, throw the first set, haha, for a bounty. Generally, teams want to try and earn these bounties in each of these different maps. In Brawl Ball, it's like, can you score first, right? That doesn't mean you're going to win. Or, over the course of a whole Brawl Ball set, we'll be tallying up, the most total goals. So we've done that in previous sets as well. It's given us some interesting results. So that's what we're going for with the bounties. That kind of sets you guys up for what we should expect. Now, remember, you can vote for all of these over at event.brawlstars.com. That's where you'll have a chance to weigh in on not only who you think is going to win each game, but again, what modes, what modifiers you want to see. Head over there, get signed in, and start earning yourself some star drops in the game. We should now probably start talking about who the heck we have playing for us here in North America in this September Spectacle. Like I said earlier on, it is a 4-team 5 versus 5 tournament with invites going out to your favorite faces in the NA region. Tribe Gaming, Luminosity, STMN, and Elevate. And you may be wondering, wait, many of these teams only have 3 or maybe 4 players. You're correct. They have obviously gone to find some other players to join their rosters, and some of them are pretty frightening. Tribe Gaming, for example, we've seen Corey just added back into the mix. I mean, he's the coach. They already had 4 players to work with. Luminosity, they bring in Tooney and Alec26, obviously alumni from the past. STMN add Toast and Lukey Bear to their roster. And Elevate, I think one Carlos just gets thrown into this team, Kenny. So all of these rosters, very powerful.
Yeah, and a lot of fun too. I mean, some old faces joining in, and obviously since it's an invitational with just these 4 teams, kind of cool to see them bring in some of the best pros, or maybe just friends of the program in general. Lukey Bear has been working closely with STMN for a while. Toast, a player that's been around. Alec, Tooney, some familiar faces, and love seeing Corey get back in the mix. Obviously, a previous pro player, moved on to being a coach, and now retiring and setting sail for what might be his final competing tournament ever with Tribe Gaming.
Now, here's our bracket, of course. This is how it's going to play out. So you will see that a team losing in the upper bracket can drop down to lowest. Many of you familiar with double elimination formats if you're esports fans. But this is how this will play out. We'll be covering each and every one of these best of 3 games. STMN versus Tribe game, of course. I mean, geez, it wouldn't be NA without having those teams play in the first game. Absolutely ridiculous. And then Elevate will take on Luminosity after. Now, we will get on to our predictions because we've made them. You also can make them as well over at event.brawlstars.com. But I want to talk about some expectations ready because it can be a little bit hard to evaluate these teams as they move to 5v5. It's more chaotic. It's a different game type. You feel like, Tribe and Elevate will be taking their respective games, but tell us a little bit about your thoughts on some of these teams.
Well, for Tribe in particular, they're already a 4-man squad. Now they're just bringing back in Corey, who has still in recent memory been playing with the squad. They also went to LCQ, which is notably better than STMN did during the season. They didn't make it to the postseason. So if we were going off of rankings, if we're going off of team synergy, it's got to be Tribe Gaming that's, you know, leaving. 5v5 scrims out of the question. Elevate also, you can't really argue with the first seed in the region. They're also a 4-man roster, picking up a player that they are quite familiar with and have played with a great deal in the past. Juan Carlos.
I mean, coach turned content creator Corey feels like that's a slam dunk, Kenny, to bring back into your team. Tribe basically are playing with just Tribe gamers here. You know what I mean? I think they're got to be feeling pretty good. Juan Carlos coming onto that Elevate roster. That seems pretty sick. Let's dive a little bit deeper into this STMN versus Tribe Gaming matchup. We did see Toast, I think, you know, earlier on here on that SSG roster. Comes into this team here alongside Bobby, Sands, and Zara, and also Zara like announcing that he's departing this team, you know, quite recently. So obviously a bit of a last hurrah for this STMN squad.
Last hurrah is a perfect way to put it. As Zara mentioned it as well, he's going to finish out, I believe, at least a few more tournaments with them, including this one, and just move about the year. But it's a family kind of environment here with STMN. It's something special, and honestly, the three of us, and I know a lot of the other casters too, have really enjoyed watching this squad flourish over the last few years. I know this is more of a for fun kind of tournament, right? There's bounties on the line. This isn't going to necessarily be as intense as the 3v3, but I'm excited to see these guys compete, enjoy it while it lasts, and obviously on the other end, all of these guys very familiar with each other, as Livy, Fade, Zulon, and Tyrant have been a unit here for a few months now. Bringing back Corey is a perfect fit, and also a lot of fun too. I mean, a lot of familiarity, and players like Zulon, Corey, Tyrant, they've been with each other for years now, and the fact that we get STMN and Tribe, just icing on the cake here for our show.
It always seems to be the case for us here, folks, to get these two teams that play against each other, and often in the BSC it's a elimination match. It's a single Elium game, so they, you know, at least now have a chance to be part of the tournament after having to get pitted up against one another. The community predictions was STMN winning the vote, but it was a very, very close one. I think 50-50 was what it ends up looking like. But there's so much fandom for both these squads out there, and as you know, Corey's been having a great year on the content creation side, having a good time. But yeah, I think I picked Tribe here as well. I think in the next one I picked Luminosity. Yeah, look, predictions. It's kind of up in the air here. I need folks to vote for your map mode. Now, ready, set. Before we let you step aside, I want you to pitch what people should be voting for here.
Yeah, well, I think in particular, we have not seen that much gem grab. Now, I know you guys love to see knockout. I know Brawl Ball is a fan favorite. Brawl Ball's still probably going to win it, but dare to think outside of the box, dare to be different and go for a bit of gem grab, because I don't think we've seen enough of it. Let me remind you that on some of these gem grab maps, the gem count actually goes to 20 instead of 10 to account for the fact that we are playing 5v5. Knockout is, of course, a lot of fun, but you get a lot of draws and the game's going to go on for a while. I want to see, you know, rubber hit the road. We'll get some gem grab in here.
Yeah. Looking at the event site, yeah, Brawl Ball wasn't really available for selection. It was gem grab on knockout. So we have we took it away. We took away the toys. You know what I mean? We'll be, of course, bringing that back in later on. But just to start this series, we're trying to avoid a double Brawl Ball set that could potentially go for quite some time. If you watched EMEA, it was an experience. So Knockout seems to have won, which means we're going to be heading over to Shuffle City on this one. And again, Knockout, like you mentioned, Kenny, when a team loses a play, they get a bit stronger. So it provides a pretty strong comeback mechanic. It almost always guarantees that we end up going to the wire. I am going to choose a bounty here, though. We have player with the first takedown or player to stay alive the longest. I think you chose this last time, Kenny. I'm going to choose the player that stays alive the longest will win the bounty for their team. What do you think?
I think it's a fun one. Obviously, if this is your first show joining us this weekend, 5v5 is just chaotic. Just embrace it, and especially in this game mode in particular, it's unique in the sense that there's no translation here. Brawl Ball, it's the same concept, right? Maybe it's left to right, but you're still just trying to go for a bucket. And Knockout, the mechanics are completely thrown out the window. You get powered up. It's kind of like a cube in the sense of showdown, but just a little bit different. You just become a little extra strong, a little extra bigger. I was seeing SA earlier. The boys finished that show up, and just seeing 2L Primos in a little tiny circle fighting each other. The L Brown skin, I think in particular, already has a big head. Seeing him as like a stage 4, there's something special. It's just fun.
Now, already we're going to see you step aside in a moment. I just want to give you a moment also to acknowledge that you have upgraded the headwear significantly. Here. We have brought in the proper 10-gallon hat. And now I feel like it's not just your bandana doing the heavy lifting in the outfit.
Thank you. Yes, there was a comment about this, and I've gone full cowboy. I was finally allowed to wear my typical everyday headwear on the broadcast thanks to a change in microphone.
All right, we'll catch up with you on the other side of this one. Ready, set, yeah. I mean, as a texter, I'm sure he took it to heart when that one random person had some choice words to share about his choice of headwear. Okay, so 50-50 voted home. STMN, though, I will tell you, they won this by a very narrow margin. They are the favorite, quote-unquote, by the community, but two very loved teams going to battle in the 5v5 game mode in a best of 3. Double elimination, though, so you can bounce back. And remember, the team whose individual lasts the longest will win themselves a $500 bonus. That's right, a bounty is on the line here in this knockout map, which is Shuffle City.
Winning's on the line, a little extra cheddar if you win the whole thing, of course, and these bounties along the way are really important. That's another dynamic that's so different from what our regular shows are for the BSC. And just looking at this map too, I mean, obviously we've gotten to interact with it a little bit this weekend. The launch pads, the indestructible walls, a random cactus in the middle. There hasn't been a ton of wall break, so these last second scenarios where you're getting a 3-star or 4-star brawler 1v1ing or 1v2ing at the end, it's been absolutely nuts to watch. We've seen a lot of throwers come in here. We've seen Barry and some other guys as well. We saw Tick for the squishy side. We've seen Mr. P. I think it just kind of depends. I think this one's a little more tanky of a map compared to maybe the sharpshooters that you all are used to seeing on Knockout.
Yeah, I mean, look at the structure of the map, right? We've seen a lot of the same brawlers here. So, like, you know, Mr. P starting to make his comeback on maps like this, because when he gets empowered, if he loses teammates, his porters also get much stronger, and they can virtually function as a whole extra teammate for Mr. P at some point, especially if he's in like in a 1 versus 2. Where, you know, he is already bigger than his opponents. He has more power-up cubes as a result of his teammates going down. So a lot of teams picking that up. We see Lukey, of course, bringing in the berry, seeing that on occasion. The healing so important. But yes, it is all about the El Primo. No team, though, who's gone for that Kit El Primo combo yet, though.
We saw that, and it was a lot of fun, too. Obviously, that's going to be a great one in the game as it stands. But now in this 5v5 scenario where it came down to the wire, where Kit and El Primo were the last two remaining brawlers, they're already going to be buffed up with HP, damage, all that jazz. So just the fact that they have a natural synergy goes a long way. Obviously, though, our boy Kenji had to be played, right? There's no other way around it. This guy is just a hoot to watch. It's unbelievable the amount of things that you can accomplish in a game.
Yeah, absolutely. Look, he has really great durability. His star power, right, like mitigating 90% of the first hit that he takes after a brief amount of time not taking damages is great, because obviously he is short range. He needs to close the gap a little bit. And then a gadget that refunds the health that he loses over a window, also very, very powerful in a pinch. Already Sans looking to try and trade with Fade somewhat. And STMN want to play around his berry healing as much as humanly possible. There are a lot of briefcases flying, excuse me.
Tribe already encroaching on this STMN side. Sometimes we've seen this map play out a little passively at the start, especially considering there's some longer range options, but as Livy's just getting up in the face, I believe he's already pushed that brawler to rank 30 as well, so he's experienced with it. They're already going to pick up a takedown, though. Little trade on either end. Mo goes down, who's been a popular selection this weekend, and the El Primo for the other end, I think, is a big pickup for STMN.
Nice gadget used there by Lukey to knock Livy back for a moment. Sans, though, got picked off, a little isolated off to the side. Tyrant tries to create a pick opportunity there with the walking cane, but doesn't quite connect it. There's still healing for Bobby, at least. Healthy as the El Primo is, there's a lot of poke to be taking here, and Toast being a nuisance on the Mr. P playing their right-hand side. Tribe got to be feeling good about this with a player advantage. They are not quite as individually strong as STMN's brawlers, but they are starting to take the map.
They've still got Kenji as well, so they're going to be able to combat the El Primo face-to-face if necessary, and the bigger Mr. P gets, the bigger the porters get in addition to it. Tribe pinning STMN against this back wall. There's nowhere to move. Fog moving in. Heals dished out, but it's not enough here. Bobby does not have the range to keep up with this, and is Livy just toying with him. A dive in from Bobby, though. This could be perfect timing. A takedown and more heals from Lukey. STMN just made this interesting.
Hypercharge head first comes out here, but that will be dealt with. Will, of course, leave a couple of those mines in its wake, but Toast gets picked off, getting close towards the edge of the map. That's not the brawler you want to be losing at this point. Those porters are so big. Here we go. It's about to get messy in the middle of the map. Bobby diving in 50k points of health, by the way. Just disgusting. But Tyrant will be able to avoid the El Primo and stay alive.
The numbers advantage held up just long enough, but you can see why these teams are picking El Primo. The diving mechanic also gets you out of that fog rather quickly, and upon hitting the enemy, especially if you're going for the fire as well with that star power choice, it does a little trickling damage. As Livy, though, running for the hills here early, left-hand side, Mo goes down once again. Mo's got to be a star player for these guys if they want a chance.
Tyrant obviously hasn't died yet, so right now is in the lead in terms of that bounty, but it applies to the entire set, not just a single game or round. So bear that in mind. Both teams losing players early. Both Mr. P's, though, are still standing, so this poke damage is going to come in thick and fast. Fade tries to use the Dimensional Daughter. I don't know, find an off angle, maybe. Has that super ready, flashing it constantly, threatening a dive.
Corey just holding the distance as well. A hypercharged super would certainly help the cause. Kenji getting plenty of value. The X factor coming in strong from that super.
Sans trying to do much the same. Push up, but it was Zulan get the Mr. P off the table here. Sans is healthy though. 3 power-ups for STMN right now, but as Livy runs into the Kenji, and this ain't good at all. It's Bobby in a 1 versus 3, looking like an absolute raid boss right now, and is able to punch it as Livy's lights out. Corey needs to back away, hopes to use the jump pad to escape from the El Primo. And you have 2 throwers against El Primo. This is ridiculous.
If style points were a bounty, Bobby would have just won that right there. The little dive in, the punches, and the jump away. That was pretty flashy stuff. He's got an El Primo hypercharge in the back pocket. Corey just popping this for value now. Diving away, throwing in a tick super as Bobby just jumps in. He has nowhere to go. Mind
taking so much
the
damage.
map and Tribe get a W alongside it.
God, it is hard to be the El Primo in that situation. Corey's head first also hit. So that's a big chunk of damage taken by Bobby. Then obviously it does leave that minefield, more damage taken by Bobby. And the whole time the Mr. P briefcases are being thrown in there to get some extra damage. I'm liking what I'm seeing here from Tribe. I think we all had them predicted, and now you can all see why.
Yeah, it was 50-50 though. 87,000 votes at home. The difference was 270. And honestly, if this was a regular monthly finals, it might be the exact same way, Uber. No matter if it's 5v5 or 3v3, these two dynasties of teams just always seem to find a way to make things interesting.
That is crazy. 80k votes, and it's only a difference of 270. Oh my God. Yes, well, these are both very loved organizations with very rabid fan bases. Speaking of rabid, there's Livy. Might want to get tested. He pushes up heavily on that right-hand side, but Sans is going to be a bit of a nuisance here. Pops the gadget, able to back away, shield off a lot of that damage, goes in with a super, but Livy is still alive here. Tribe, though, down a player. They did lose Tyrant early on. Previously, one of the longest-lived players in this game.
And that's got to be kept in mind for the bounty as well. That's going to go through the duration of the set. It's just left up to Fade and Mr. P here. And it's going to be a powerful Penguin on this top right-hand side. Going to be rather difficult, though. This is not a man that's going to do well into multiple numbers, but he gets the start that he needs. It's down to a 3v1.
I mean, each Porter is, more health than Bobby has. It's like 30,000 health on that Porter. So at some point, STMN is saying, well, we know that Zulan is going to get a couple kills here. Let's just try and beat him 2 versus 1, but hold on, it's a Mr. P off. Oh goodness, Zulan versus Toast. A lot of Porters on the field here. Not so easy for Mr. P to clear in general. So getting a taste of his own medicine now is Toast, who doesn't actually have a Porter generation available to him presently, whereas Zulan's is going to keep them coming. Maybe I would have put that in a safer spot, but he already had them being made elsewhere. Zulan wins it out. Hang on. That is like a 1 versus 4.
We've seen 1 versus 3, folks, but this is 1 versus 5 action. Sans getting in the mix here early, looking for value, going for the cuts, slices for a few, but as Livy holds his ground, now he's diving in, looking to get Toast here early, a pop of the gadget, a super, a beautiful dodge there from Sans, and as Livy knows that his death is inevitable.
Yeah, I mean, we can really see a few players now start to show us how to dodge that Kenji super pretty consistently. Zara tried to go all in there, but the damage from Zulan will be too much. Player advantage here for STMN. Trying to box all of Tribe in. He's close there, again, still dealing with Porter. Somehow in the current year, he still has that job. Lukey, of course, is up, so the healing available here for STMN. Mostly for Bobby, just to stave off all this poke damage he'll be taking.
Fade also has a hypercharge. And these El Primos staying alive this long makes a difference. Sans is also going to be a power player here. It's already an insane brawler in a 3v3 setting. In 5v5, there's so much focus, so much coverage that super can bring to the table. But Fade knows he has to address it here right now. Lukey diving in as well, dropping all the heals he can to provide a little extra coverage for his teammates.
Tribe, a player down now. losing Zulan earlier on. That pressure keeps coming in from Toast, but Tyrant is going to be able to dive on him. Having the grey difference is huge. The dimensional door for the repositioning, very powerful. Faye looking to try and fight Lukey, but he's standing on top of all of his healing. Eventually, though, he will fall. Tribe and STMN now down to 2 players each, but Sands is going to take a lot of gas damage here. He's been cut off at the top of the map and will have to fall. And now it's Bobby versus 2 for the map. Can he keep things alive here? Tyrant, okay, Tyrant. That is interesting. Dives on in there, allows Bobby to ruin him, and Corey's not in a good position here. He needs to get inside the middle of the map. The gas now is going to be a problem. It's all about who has more max health, and Corey wins it out. I'm not sure how that happened, but Bobby ate a bunch of damage on the way in. Corey is all smiles here after that first set.
He's having a good time, and rightfully so. Longest bounty as well. Big stuff coming in from the retired pro player and coach. The tick gameplay honestly saved him a few times. Obviously, we can't forget Zulan's unbelievable comeback there with a Mr. P of all brawlers. I was kind of with you. I really thought El Primo was going to be in a good spot along with Kenji there. It was 2 tanks going against 2 really squishy brawlers. Obviously, it's a little bit different when they're level 3 apiece and the HP gets bloated a little bit, but I really thought STMN were going to be able to come away with that last round.
Yeah, me too. I was a little bit surprised. Obviously, Zulan sort of dove in on Bobby there and found himself fairly isolated. And no surprise to see the El Primo is like the last one standing here, but yeah, this amount of damage, you know, from the tick hypercharge is pretty terrifying. Bobby has 40k health, but he doesn't. Okay, so he gets hit by the head first, as far as we can tell. I guess Corey, like above the gas because he used the jump pad, might have been a big difference maker. That's like an extra tick or 2 taken there by Bobby.
I think that was one thing, and then I think the gadget reducing a lot of the incoming damage probably kept him alive long enough. Obviously, the numbers are super inflated when they're in that form, but first bounty of the day, going to Tribe Gaming. If I had to guess which specific player it was, it might have been Corey throughout the duration of that match. There were a lot of in-games where I felt like the tick was putting up numbers. Yeah,
you're right. I think Corey, also Tyrant. I think the second round maybe didn't last quite so long, but we'll get confirmation on the play that actually earned Tribe that honor, but that was your modifier, of course. Or rather, excuse me, modifiers are up for vote in this next set. So the map, just so you know, is Gem Grab. No bounty for this one. It was Zulan, by the way, that stayed alive the longest on that Mr. P. That kind of makes sense, I guess, going 1v4 at the end of the round tends to do a lot. So you're voting for a modifier here at home. It will be a selection of these. We've got Super Bushy, Super Charge, Meteor Shower, Top Dog, and Unlimited Power. That is, of course, that bottom row. So head to event.brawlstars.com and get your votes in. And it looks like Supercharge is the winner here, which I'm very excited about. I think seeing those supers get built up much quicker makes for quite a fun gem grab.
That's where I put my vote, and I know on APAC it's not one that we really got to entertain as much, but we commented on this could be just adding a little bit of extra flair, right? Brawlers, supers charge faster. More supers, more action, no problema with me.
Yeah, absolutely. You obviously will still need to do some damage, but we're in 5 versus 5, and we're heading over to gem grab, so it's not as if you won't have opportunities to make those plays happen. It does mean that honestly, it's going to be pretty volatile. There are going to be a lot of these supers. Expect to see Kenjis flying through the air constantly. They are constantly going to be supering. And I think it's quite important for them because it gives you that window of invulnerability. But what a lot of people forget, I guess, about Kenji is that he returns to his initial location when he channeled the super, not the center of the X. So you know, he won't be there sort of once he goes in and dashes on you. You need to be mindful about keeping tabs on his previous location if you want to try and punish him after that.
That's a great point. It is treated kind of like a Grand Bomb. It was you who said it the other night when we were casting together. It's got that X. I mean, it's not going to be a T like Groms. It's really quick. It's hard to keep track of. But if you can have your eye on the prize, get a quick dodge, and then focus and remember where that Kenji initially was. Easier said than done. But when you've got 5 members of your team versus 3, it can be tricky to multitask. But if you can just focus that down, especially in that knockout setting like we just saw, or in Gym Grab here, you're going to have to make sure you play a little bit defensive here on Snowman Forest if you want a chance at it. There's some maps where there's 2 gym spawners. On this one, there is one focus. 5 brawlers will be competing for 10 gyms. This could be a lightning fast round or a grudge match and just a tick up and down of 2. I could see it really going either way.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, we see a huge difference in how this map plays, whether it's a singular gem well or multiple of them here. So each map in Gem Grab can give you a very different flavor Let's see how it plays out here. The Mortis picked up for Bobby alongside the Kenji. So you do have a lot of these highly mobile assassin-type brawlers coming in. The Tara from Luki seems pretty nice, especially on a modifier where you get lots of supers built up. That could be devastating if we see multiple gravities just thrown out.
Gotta think the modifier definitely influenced the selection here. Mortis's right now is actually insane considering the hypercharge. The amount of bats you can be flinging out would be really strong. Kenji a must-have for me here. We're not seeing as much Mo. I feel like it was a lot of mirror matchups with Mo the other day and throughout the weekend. Instead, though, teams mixing it up. The one that strikes my eye is going to be Tara for the STMN side. Tara's not necessarily in the strongest spot in the game right now, but if you can rotate in enough supers and charge them faster, that actually might be pretty lethal.
Yeah, absolutely. You know, again, the crowd control aspect of it. Also, like, depending on her star power, like that she can sort of spawn some helpers that might either heal or damage and sort of keep refreshing those is pretty annoying. You know, can add like the semblance of an extra brawler on the map, which is something that teams always find quite powerful. We have a Mo's here for Zulan still, so that is still something that is coveted, that all-in potential onto an enemy gem carrier. But here we go, straight into the middle of the map here. 2 gems spawning, of course, straight off the rip here, and the Kenji and Mortis battle being fought feverishly on the side of the map here. Bobby, yeah, able to win that one out. Takes down Tyrant.
Nicely done, and because of these easy supers, Bobby's already cycling ones in as Livy looking to stay alive here. Dashes in, going to avenge a teammate there, but Luki, meanwhile, in the middle, already has 5 gems alongside his teammate. Zulon, though, able to burrow his way through rather quickly, and Tribe have retaken control completely.
Yeah, those gems get completely dropped. Zars able to move in and pick some of them up. He also will be eliminated now, but Bobby is a problem. Hypercharge build up on this left-hand side. Tyrant misses the super. Bobby's looking dangerous right now. It's another Kenji super, but still can fight. And this is dirty stuff. STMN able to move up the map now. Getting tons of value, I think, out of those Tara supers over and over again. Zar, a lot of value to be found here. Toast carrying most of the gems right now, but Fade's able to get in and get out. Oh, the gems dropped. Tribe Gaming now, huge lead.
Huge lead, and in large factor due to the strong and fierce Fang super. STMN bringing a full house here, though. The pushback coming in from Tyrant. Hypercharge go.
Bobby.
Make it 2, make it 3. Bobby looking to cycle the bats. 9 gem on Kenji's head. Diving right. A complete takedown. It's enough to grab all the gems on the ground. Tribe defending and will hold on for dear life, but they need to initiate a new countdown.
They need some map control as well, so they have the safety to weather the countdown in general. Corey, they're going to pop that super. Again, we saw Fade try and go in there. Does get interrupted. Tyrant is in grave danger here, and all those gems get dropped deep in enemy territory. Bobby's going to go in here. This might be a little bit too risky. Yeah, the Mortis eventually gets brought down, but Zar's there to help out with that Tara super. Tyrant again picks up a couple of those gems. A lot of them, though, have headed onto STMN's side of the map now, though, as there's Livy and Sands are throwing down on the right. Bobby finds another super. Fade looking to go in. A great Fang super to close the gap. Another Tara super thrown down, but Fade's able to stave it off. And again, Tribe, as the smoke starts to clear, have that lead. Tyrant's holding onto a super. That will be so crucial here. Fade needs to hold onto the gems. They've got to get back, and Tribe just get away with it.
Woo! That was wild. To see the amount of supers was unreal from all these teams. Bobby stood out to me the most, especially in that early game. It was him and Kenji duking it out. And eventually it got to a point where he was cycling hypercharges, throwing bats straight up the middle. One thing to keep in mind too, normally you got to be a little more calculated with those supers. I feel like he was just lobbing up some shots, hoping that somebody would be near the gym spawner. And when there's 5 different brawlers on the maps, it's easier and easier to rotate that specific super in, or maybe a Fang kick, for example, especially a hypercharge one where you're diving through the wall. Felt like there was just so much going down there. It's hard to keep track of it all for these pro players.
Yeah, absolutely. It is extremely busy when you have Mortis diving in, 2 Kenjis using frequent supers. You don't really know, like, if you get hit by a Tara super, there's nothing you can do about it. You're just like, oh, okay, hopefully I survive this. Hopefully everyone else is looking elsewhere. Gale Force, obviously, very powerful super on this map. A lot of teams prioritizing, trying to get that brawler involved there. Was there a Mo? I saw it. I swear I saw it in Brawler Select, but I didn't really see them have a huge impact if that was the case.
Well, when there's 10 brawlers all let and loose, I feel like the Mo super doesn't necessarily stand out as much. You know, when you're seeing Tara lob up 50 million supers, Mortis just skate around the map, Fang diving through walls, it can get pretty chaotic. I think the Gale Force as well, when it's hypercharged, that got out of hand rather quickly too. That's a huge turnaround mechanic here, especially in a mode like Gym Grab where you kind of need those last second pickups. I think it can make a huge difference. To your point as well, I think it was, yeah, Zulon there at the top, going to be running the Mo. I just think when you got all these flashy supers, it's hard. It's Speaking of flashy super, Sands picking up a couple kills here early.
Yeah, that was beautiful. Fade trying to go in with a super of his own on the Fang there, but again, Fang pretty susceptible at getting damaged on his way in. Oh, the Gale is so good. As Livy, even with the gadget, almost able to get something done, but Bobby cycling supers one after another. That is massive. He's able to find like 3 eliminations there, and STMN finally looking good in this series. Kyron with a super available. Bobby, yep, risky stuff, gets stunned up, but he's happy to be the blunt object here to try and create these pick opportunities. Fade, though, building up a lot of supers himself is always scary, especially with that hypercharge. There's nowhere you can hide from the Fang.
Oh, it's already easier to charge up super. Now a max hypercharge to provide for all of the teammates. It's going to be a huge instrument to get STMN back in the middle here. A dive in at a couple Kenji trades now as his Libby goes for yet another super. This time not connecting as much. It will grant access to Tribe Gaming in the mid. Here comes Fade, the tank specialist, moving down the map. It's too easy for him. Zar pops a hypercharge, and it's still not enough. But here comes Bobby, looking to go on another tear here. Down goes one, down goes two. He's looking for a third. Kenji there to help him out as well, and STMN are sweeping away Tribe Gaming.
Fade tried to go in there with the super, but didn't really get the connection. Tried to go for a roundhouse kick for stun. Well, he wasn't quite close enough. Got blown up basically straight away. Bobby doing well, going on the offensive here, just as Tribe are coming hunting for those gems. Toast goes down, Lukey's the one carrying them all right now, and the Kenji can't quite get there. Fade dives in, Fade goes in with the super. That's huge, as Livy's able to get in and get away with these gems. 8 to his name. Sands caught out in the open, as Livy trying to run. Doesn't even get caught by that Gale super now, and Tribe have the advantage. Zulon able to scoop up the gems once more, but we have a reset on the countdown.
There are STMN brawlers lurking on the back lines, though. They have to be careful. Sands not able to grab this first one. Lukey does get one in the top left. Not enough for a reset, though. Tyrant with...
I can't get him.
Doing what he can to move up, but the spins and pins coming out for Tribe Gaming. 2-0 victory for the red roster.
They have been dominant over this whole series. And in a best of 3, that's all they need to advance here in this upper bracket. And they were behind for so much of that map, but finally Fade finds a massive Fang super. He's able to get in there, catch onto 2, maybe 3 players, and even get out with the lion's share of those gems. Lukey trying to give up ground, trying to get into the bottom right corner of the map. Couldn't get there. That's the risk here in 5 versus 5. You can't afford to give up map control even when you have a countdown started.
I think the supercharged modifier might get some more love after that performance. That was a ton of action. And honestly, we haven't seen Gym Grab as much this weekend. The fans at home have been really keen on the knockout and the brawl ball, which makes sense. They're fun modes. I think this shows why Gym Grab can be a lot of fun, though. It's a high pressure situation, especially on these maps where we see only 10 gyms being spawned. If you don't hold control long enough, the other team can kind of come back and work their way through.
Yeah, crazy stuff. I'm glad we got that modifier. I think it was one of the... It's like a casting hyperbolic time check, honestly. Like, it makes it about as difficult as possible to cover all of those abilities going on. My boy Bobby, man, the story is still the same. Homie cannot do more. Homie literally cannot do more. He's kicking his team. He's dragging his team, sorry, kicking and screaming into this game. The Mortis was clean. It was popping off. But again, you know, as soon as you run into a Gale super, that's it. Loss of control here in 5 versus 5 means that the follow-up damage is almost guaranteed to eliminate you very quickly. But STMN aren't eliminated yet. They're in the lower bracket. They have a chance to come back. We'll be back, of course, with our next upper semi after the break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
Well, welcome back, everybody. A very quick first series there sees Tribe advance over STMN. Now, ready, set, we all had made that prediction, so we're all going to be feeling pretty good. But how do you feel about watching that intense supercharged gameplay on Gem Grab? There's a lot to follow.
Look, I was sleeping on the supercharge, low-key. I expected it to be hype, but I didn't think it was going to be that insane, especially Mortis Kenji coming out here with chaining supers, especially Mortis on the hypercharge, kind of blew me away.
The sheer amount of like a life steal that you get back, and now the hypercharge, the bats travel to and from and to you rather, that's crazy. So much damage available to you there, but STMN will still have a chance to fight for things later on. They also missed out on the bounty, which Tribe were able to walk away with, and our next matchup is going to be Elevate versus Luminosity. Kenny, some household names still. I don't know if it's quite the clout battle of STMN versus Tribe, but we have some crazy individuals on these two teams here, and definitely plenty of them with storied pasts in NA Brawl Stars.
storied past, and if they're not clouded, they're at least making the world finals. Both of these teams, one with a direct shot and one escaping it through LCQ. RBM, Luffy, Azus, and Killer. A phenomenal and underrated team this year. Turn out to be on top of North America, and there's the man joining them this month. It's going to be Juan Carlos, also another one who got a bid to the world finals. This is going to be a really good team. Yeah, again, that's going to be Juan Carlos. Not to talk about the background too much, but he's got a sick arcade machine just kind of chilling back there. What a room setup.
Yeah, homie's doing it kind of big there. I'm not going to lie. Okay, bro. I see you. That's hella nice. Yeah, of course, Juan Carlos on that Pioneers squad, who, again, we will be seeing at World Finals here. And obviously, quality player in his own right. I think these two teams are going to be very exciting to watch. But Elevate, we've seen Elevate like do some crazy stuff throughout the BSC this year, including some monthly finals wins that were truly amazing. Luminosity Gaming, Apache, Charles, and Chino, with the additions, of course, of alumni Alec26 and Tooney returning to the team. Ready, set, you're familiar with this team, of course you are. Often dubbed as the mastermind, Alec26, I'm sure, is pleased to be back with the boys for some 5v5.
Yeah, Alec has been on a bunch of different teams in North America, but he's a very storied player with a lot of history in North America. And like I said, has been on a bunch of different teams. With Tooney most recently, he played in 2023 on a free agents roster. So he and Tooney are sort of a package deal. They didn't get to play together this year, but they have that kind of synergy. All of these guys have played together in a competitive setting at some point. So I think there's due to be some synergy and some teamwork there.
Now, our first map is Brawl Ball, for those that are wondering. And our modifiers are up for grabs on this particular set. That's right, event.brawlstars.com. Cast your vote and make your selection of the modifier that you want to see. Some of these are really interesting, especially for the purposes of Brawl Ball, right? I think we're looking at Angry Robo, Energy Drink, Fast Brawlers, and Graveyard Shift here. So Graveyard Shift is one I've been wanting to see for a while. Actually, no, so we do have the bottom row. So it is a Meteor Shower, Super Bushy, Supercharge, Top Dog, Unlimited Power. And that's what I'm telling you. Supercharge, again, could be pretty sick. Top Dog as well. Players actually having to move in the direction of picking up those hot dogs. I think, Reddy, you're kind of simping for this one. Have you seen it yet?
No, unfortunately. We need to get the Glizzy on screen ASAP. It's one of my favorite modifiers in the game. I was pretty impressed by what Supercharge was able to offer, so I definitely wouldn't fault you for choosing that one again, but Top Dog, like, we gotta see it. It's the last show of the weekend. Surely we'll get to see it at least once.
And these, of course, are the bounties already set. You'll be joining me for this cast. You have the option of choosing a bounty for this first set. What's it going to be? Remember, it's Brawl Ball now. We know it's going to be Supercharge was the winning modifier. So what'll it be bounty-wise?
I want to see the first team to score a goal, personally. I think that we've seen, especially when we talk EMEA, that show was an absolutely grueling one with the duration, that we saw a lot of passive gameplay. So let's get some aggression right out the door.
Okay. I like that one. First team to score a goal, it is then for Brawl Ball. I like that. Again, like to see some early action. You know, I don't think we're going to see too much corner of the ball and too much sort of slow play. And we've seen, you know, compositions, a lot of them featuring Mo, right, who can really do some pretty dirty stuff, because once he gets in his super, obviously his super is available to him again to cancel it, to get back out of Mo's machine. But for the purposes of Brawl Ball, it means that he can make a shot or super to the ball and then have a super shot available. Basically, you know, virtually gives him two supers. So you can do a lot with this. You can come out of nowhere and sort of score goals in a very unexpected manner. We've seen Bell picked up here. Kenny, of course, I'm sure you're expecting to see Gale here and plenty of other hijinks on this map before we say goodbye to you. What are your thoughts coming into Brawl Ball with this modifier?
I threw you a vote for Top Dog, Ready, for what it's worth. 10% of us out there had your back. I don't blame the folks at home if this ends up being Supercharge, of course. A lot of fun. Gale should be rampant. I call it Bell. That's one thing we learned rather quickly, is that bounce shot damage did pretty well. But Ready, best of luck to you in my prediction. Only 27% of the folks at home riding with us.
Yeah. I had Luminosity here, so I guess I'm one of the few. All right, Kenny, we'll catch up with you later on. We'll see how this prediction ends up playing out. A lot of LG fans out there, so I feel that anything can happen. I want to make that very clear. If you have made a prediction on a whim, haven't thought about it too much, don't worry. You're right at home here with us. We're very much of the same mind. We're into this very quickly. It's going to be RBM. Oh, okay, sorry. Wow. Elevate coming out of the gates very, very strong. Elevate are on the red side, for those wondering. LG on the blue side. So very quickly off the break, they have found a goal. And LG might be indicating that they're going to reset this. I'm not sure. They are pinning.
Yeah, curious what exactly happened over here. We see this early goal go to the opposing side over to Elevate. That one was lightning fast. Wonder what was going on there. If that were a good old-fashioned match, then, I mean, hats off to Elevate. They made that happen faster than we've seen anyone do it.
Oh, I think I know what happened. I've just been told, rather, they jumped into Brawl Ball without a modifier. So we need to run it back. I mean, it looked like there was a modifier, but that's just 5v5 for you. So we're going to try that once more. Oh, dude, that KCP jersey looking kind of clean. I like the gold on that, Juan Carlos. That's nice.
I like the Quick Trip logo that labels him as a QT.
Yeah, that is actually amazing. I don't think Quick Trip as a company you would have realized that sort of shorthand was such a thing in esports. Anyway, let's jump in, talk about our comps. We didn't get to look at this last time. So we do get a melody here from Alec.
Yeah, that's going to get that kind of aggression. We talk about, in particular, what like a brawler like Mo can do, where he has that super available after he supers in. So it's going to be the same idea for Melody, except she's able to do it again. I think also with the length of her super, she should be able to dribble the ball pretty effectively. But the challenge is really just getting that super from the outset. We'll see Luffy fall on the bottom side. Charles with the pull on an RBM gain some control. Hypercharge chained and a takedown on Juan Carlos. My God, Luminosity are running through them.
Yeah, Charles has so many of these supers to use. RBM gets caught up in it yet again. Tooney with super can't quite divest himself of the ball there, though. Doll's being opened up a little bit more. Yeah, another Tara super. But all of the action happening towards the top of the map here. Nice scale force there from Patchy. Alex start to move up. Chino also looking very, very healthy. Tries to run the ball in. Gets a lot of that damage. Doesn't quite connect the super, though. And will be handled. Killer now, nicely done. Creates a lot of space here with that hypercharge gale force. And LG now are defending.
We'll see Alec pop this speed to get Patchy in a position to try and defend. He has the hypercharge and the super. Here comes Charles also with the hyper and the super to take down RBM. A gale force on Patchy and the super out from Luffy, but it doesn't get him any value. Still going to be alive, but it's only so that Tooney can try and take him down. It's so tough to get a hand on this brawler when he's constantly invulnerable charging his super.
Charles having to use the super to try and stop the Kenshi there. That's just how powerful he is. Help from beyond here, actually pretty impactful. Nice little gadget used there by Charles, who's built up another super and is getting some extra healing, but this is looking dangerous now. Elevate towards the top of the map. Chino trying to slow them up, trying to stop them here. Super after super coming out of these Kenjis. But eventually Chino falls. Killer has a hypercharged super after a normal one, and that's so much space that has been made now. Charles has to stop this with a super. Comes in with a big gravity and catches everyone from Elevate. Now Luminosity take possession, start to move up the map.
Charles has this super still in the healing shade to keep him alive. A super in from RBM. Juan Carlos tried to get that dribble up the bottom side, but was denied by Alec and Patchy, who comes in with a hypercharge and a super. Huge denial from Luffy. But another super ready to clear everyone out. A wide open goal for Elevate to cash in the bounty.
Okay, well, clearly neither of these teams want to play slow. The bounty may be helping sweeten the deal a little bit as they have claimed it for scoring the first goal, but that was a full team wipe for Elevate. So many of those Gale supers coming out. Nothing you can do about it. Again, Killer comes from the perfect angle here. This one might be over awfully quick. Yep, they've got an open goal and Elevate slotted through to take this round.
It was so close to Luminosity actually having this one off the beginning of the match, because they had an open goal, but it was only because the enemy Kenji had used his super and was temporarily just not even on the map. But once they passed that ball in, his super ended, and he spawned right in position to intercept that ball and block the goal. Thank you for the celebration, Juan Carlos. Maybe that's his lucky stuffy in the background.
Maybe. Yeah, I mean, it helped them a huge amount rather on that first round of Brawl Ball. We're starting to see just what like the comp can do when you start to snowball, when you start to build those consecutive supers. Gale's, super, especially under hypercharge, covers just so much of the map. And Tara obviously still suffers from being relatively short range at the best of times. I do think like the hypercharge Tara super breaking up the map can be quite helpful. But obviously it does give you like an overtime-esque feel pretty quickly, because those whole patches of bushes just get annihilated when she hypercharge supers them.
Yeah, we also saw some moments like Tara did get a triple kill in there, and she had a super ready to chain, but she didn't have the mobility that some of these other like mobility assassins, tanks were able to get up the field. We'll see Kenji be one of those. Patchy's trying to take him down, but Luffy heals up all the health with a gadget for the takedown. Returns to from whence he supered for a little bit more value. He's now trying to escape from Alec. We'll see Chino's actually penetrated deep into enemy lines, but he could not eliminate Zeus to open up a possibility of a goal.
RBM farm super there, off a couple hits on Patchy, forced to back away now as Patchy throws the super out. There's a bit of a non-bow there as the gravity is thrown down in the space that was vacated because of that Gale force. Juan Carlos got deep, but needs another Gale super now. Killer's in trouble. Here come LG, 4 players now starting to posture outside of the goals. All thrown into neutral territory. They're not ready to commit just yet, and RBM's able to dodge the Tara super by diving in. There goes the Kenji super from Chino. Ball though, where is it? Bottom of the map. Luffy's able to clear it out here and give Elevate time to spawn back in.
Toonie with the pass up to Chino, who has a super, but does he have an open goal? Not quite. No takedown on RBM means that he's going to have to try and get some damage in here. Charles would love to have a super. Here it comes.
Oh my gosh.
Contact a single enemy because Patchy's pushing them all into the goal for a full team wipe to generate goal number 1 for Luminosity.
Okay, so I think we've realized now being able to get 3 Gale hypercharged supers back to back to back is enough to win you the game. Very easy to cycle through them with this particular modifier. Elevate trying to make a play. RBM, the GOAT! He's done it! That's why you bring Mo into Brawl Ball here, folks.
What a catastrophic lapse in defense also from Luminosity. That simply should not have happened. Here comes a Kenji super in. Massive Gale Force from Killer, but it seems like he auto-aimed it to the backside. No issue. Still gets the team.
Oh, it's over.
Wipe. A wide open goal on the bottom for Elevate to take this one game and the entire set.
Okay, that is crazy stuff. Get themselves within striking distance with that fantastic RBM goal off the Mo, and then come on in and finish the job. I like the modifier. I will say it's great at avoiding draws because it is so extremely broken. It's not even funny. Gale supers 1, 2, 3, all hypercharge, cover so much of the map, chaining stuns, doing a ton of damage. Absolutely, positively disgusting. And once you start to, snowball, get yourself in a position to hit enough players with those to go super after super, yeah, it feels like this is over. See what Patchy's able to do there, not actually connect onto too many people with it, but Killer was able to get a huge super built up there. That was that first goal, and that was right very, very late in that first round.
Kenji was making plays on both sides throughout the set. One of my favorite combinations that we saw was we had Charles on that Tara super in, and then here came Luminosity's Kenji to super on all the enemies, but it didn't chain together too well. It takes quite a bit of coordination to make that kind of thing happen. With that first goal going to Elevate, they are securing this bounty. They've also managed to take the set as well, which gets them closer to, I suppose you could call it a bounty, of winning the entire thing.
Yeah, that's a bounty. Obviously, $2,000 on the line for the team that wins the entire tournament here. And when you combine that, of course, with a couple of bounties that you've picked up along the way, that's a nice little extra bonus for you, especially outside of the fact that all these teams are walking away with a little bit of money, no matter what today. It's a show match. It's for fun. And it's great to see these 4 NA powerhouses coming together, adding some players, and leaving it all out there on the battlefield for us. So for our next set, folks, the mode is up for grabs. And guess what? We've let Brawl Ball back in here. That is a possible selection for you. Gem Grab, Brawl Ball, and Knockout. You vote for the mode that we are going to play. We won't have a modifier this time around, though, so you won't see quite such crazy gameplay as we did earlier on. But if you want to take us back to Brawl Ball, you have that option. Gem Grab and Knockout also on the table. We saw Knockout, I think, voted for in our first series, and that was pretty spicy. Gem Grab also, you never know what map you're going to get if you vote for that one. We might end up with a double gem well map, a 20 gem map. Who knows?
I think I in particular, look, I recommended it, but combined with the supercharge modifier, it was an absolute blast to watch because you saw control exchanging hands so frequently. You can get all the way to the enemy side to grab the gems, head back to yours, and then, oh, now suddenly the enemy's at your door. That sort of thing would happen only a couple times in Brawl Ball because, if the enemy gets to your side, then they score a goal, and you only got to score 2 goals to win. So we saw all kinds of mayhem in our first match of the day in Gem Grab. I wouldn't mind returning to that, but a lot of it does come down to modifier.
So we did get a Brawl Ball winning, but only by about 200 votes. So very close between Brawl Ball and Knockout. Definitely the tastes differing over in this region from what we've seen elsewhere. Also, the map choice is going to be Suspenders, which is a very interesting one. From what we've seen, it's allowed for a little more sharpshooter play, as those bushes can be kind of exploited to some degree. You know, both teams have like bushes on their defensive line that allow them to play a little bit more of a long range game. It's a fun map type. Most of the time, long range brawlers here are going to look to be very powerful.
Yeah, we also got to consider the idea of the dojo, okay? Because all the other regions that we've seen play this map are just that, they're other regions. And the North American region tends to breed some of this aggressive gameplay. It's what we saw in our first Brawl Ball map, so maybe we could see that happen once again. Perhaps we're gonna have to wait for these brawlers to be selected to find out for sure, but I wouldn't be shocked to see some tanky assassins in here once again, with Kenji being available, just as high mobility, fairly tanky brawler, especially with his gadget to heal up a bunch of health, and then becomes invulnerable during a super.
And here is the map, of course, Suspenders, with these long lines of bushes and a little bit of cover, but none of it is hard cover necessarily. So pretty scary to get caught out in the open on this kind of map. You are definitely at risk of being, you know, tapped by a Piper, for example. Homemade recipe, definitely pretty popular to bring in here. So let's see, we have bells for both sides at least. Okay, and that's ready for the sharpshooter. So the teams realize Gale is very powerful with or without modifiers. Juan Carlos still wants to bring the melody in here. The max, though, is going to be the choice for Charles.
Look, I think that's because Juan Carlos is a ladder warrior. Like, yes, he is, you know, played on the number 2 team to qualify for Worlds and made it straight out of the regular circuit, but he also is very aware of what brawlers are just good in general in the absence of bans. I think that Melody is going to be able to accomplish just that, and hey, we saw it work for them in set number 1. On Luminosity, though, once again, they're relying on some team play here. That's going to be their greatest strength, but it's also what they're going to have to depend on as a result of their composition of choice.
Oh, nicely done by Chino there, supering, so he can't be affected by the other Kenji super. Luffy actually ends up winning out that battle, though, so Elevate already looking strong yet again. But Zeus gets outranged somehow by that max pressure from Charles. Killer is scary. The matchup against Mo, definitely not one that Mo wants to get caught in a super for. But Luffy's gotten into the backline here. This is now kind of awkward. Zeus getting pressure. This could be a goal. Chino should just be able to walk it in, and virtually does.
Wow, through 3 enemies. Now, that is a big goal, but dude just threaded the needle right there between so many enemies. Came down to Elevate simply being overextended. They'll now have to push as a unit to get to the enemy side. Recall that getting a team wipe is really the way to go. RBM.
No way!
Super. Oh! What a rocket from midfield to equalize the score here.
That is ridiculous, and that's Mo doing his thing yet again. RBM once more completely trolling Luminosity with that goal. Patchy with super, waits for Luffy to pop out of that Kenji super and annihilates him. Gale Force is pretty scary here. Killer, though, also starting to posture aggressively. Has that super, flashing it, opts to take a shot. And Alex just scoops up the ball here on the goal line.
It was getting pretty slow there towards the end, but it looked like it would have crossed the goal line had Alec not been there. With 2 members pinched in the bottom left, it looks actually quite optimistic for Elevate to score this goal here. RBM, nope, intercepted by Tooney, but Charles cannot push this immediately. Waited for an opening, then decided to pass the ball to the top side, where there were no members of Elevate waiting. Luminosity are absolutely on the back foot. It's going to be very difficult for them to defend from this position.
And Chino's in trouble here. He's marked up by the bell, so was never going to win that 1 versus 1. But Luffy has 3-0. I think, in that Kenji head-to-head. Been very, very tough to beat. Luminosity hopes to corner the ball, and that is going to buy them enough time for a respawn here. Killer might elect to just ignore Chino coming in, though. Here's a Gale Force defensively. Use the Luminosity, might have a chance to come forward. Use the max super and get out. But Juan Carlos is so mobile. Picks up the ball yet again. Super shot is available. Alec gets caught up, though, in the mess of players, and Juan Carlos has recovered. Now down to 13 seconds of regulation time.
RBM needed this super. He's going to get a kill on Patchy, but doesn't have another one to spare to put this ball in. 5 seconds remain, and Luminosity are going to keep this one from going in. The Luffy is still alive. He's slash and dash and doing tons of damage with the super, but he hasn't managed to hold on to control. Now we have a much more wide open arena. It'll be more favorable to some of these long-range brawlers from Luminosity, and perhaps to something that's high mobility like Juan Carlos on this Melody.
Hypercharge super here for Killer. Gale Force comes in, opens up a lot of room on the map, but Charles is highly mobile. Killer marked up, looking a little bit scared here, but again can blow through with the super. Patchy against the world. Was hoping to get the job done there, but they couldn't. Still gets the ball away. Chino marked up. Has to respect this now. Luffy wants to go in. Can he thread the needle? Can he slot it? No. Mo Super is going to force him to drop the ball. Tooney going to fall though to Luffy as he dives on in now, and Zeus is looking a little bit low himself. RBM again to Juan Carlos, but he's stunned up. And Luminosity going to try here to get the ball back on their side of the field. Killer now under pressure. Alec goes in with that Mo Super, knocked back though by that Gale Force, and we might be looking at a draw here if this timer runs down.
Only 2 seconds to get it to either side of the field, and it's simply not going to happen. But it nearly was one at so many different points. We saw the Melody dashing in. We saw Ken G blocked at the goal. We saw Gale denying all of this. But I think most importantly, Mo had a couple of opportunities on both sides to get that ball in. One was intercepted by Luminosity, and the other one, I think we saw Alec pushed away by the enemy Gale. He wasn't able to line that up. An entire squad of enemies forming a line to block him from getting the goal anyway. This game mode can get pretty stalematey. It was one of our predictions headed into this, was that we were going to see a bit more control play just based on the geography of this map, and so far it's been correct.
Yeah, both teams obviously, finding opportunities to go aggressive here, but I think once we got into overtime, it became very, very difficult to justify taking any undue risks. RBM able to find 2 there. That looked awfully easy for him. That Mo Super, huge amounts of damage once that drill starts getting to go. Killer is looking backwards here. I think someone's trying to wrap around Elevate. Luffy, in the meanwhile, wants to advance. Map getting blown up very quickly. Patchy uses that little twister. Killer with the Gale Force to knock him back here. Try and keep Elevate in possession of the ball. As LG scoop it up in their half of the map, and now they're going to come forward. Charles shoots it into the top corner. Base shift to use to try and win the fight out against the Melody, but that is a big ask here, and 3 players for Luminosity have already fallen.
Bit of a curious move there from Charles to put that one in the top corner. Tooney barely saves this goal. We'll see Elevate now have to reposition as there's a strong push forming on the bottom side. We'll see a trade go down. Charles is forced to turn back. He also has a hypercharge, so once he gets the super, he'll be able to give hypercharge and supercharge to every member of his team. He does just that. Here comes the hypercharge from Tooney to continue propelling this to the enemy side. Luffy, he's left completely alone on this bottom side. Chino also has a super available, but he has no support. It wouldn't really be worth it to go for this goal.
Yeah, Chino trying to close the gap at the very least here. Able to do so with the super. Gets Zeus. There's only 2,000 HP that Bell was sitting at for the most part. Juan Carlos had the mobility of the super, but really didn't have the gadget shield available to win that fight out. Here comes Chino pushing from the bottom. Charles might have an opening here. No, just blown to smithereens before he has the chance to try and score. And now Elevate can get aggressive again. The respawns, of course, coming back. RBM passed the ball to himself. RBM, nope, can't quite thread the needle, but I like the idea. Chino's able to pick it up.
Chino also looking for a kill on Killer. Heals up with the use of a gadget. Here comes a hypercharge and super from Killer to keep things back. He's now fighting a 1v4, and it goes just about as you'd expect. We're down to 25 seconds before all of these walls break down, and there's still been no goals unless Juan Carlos doesn't even think.
He got it.
It's wide, it's open, it's undefended. 15 seconds remain for Luminosity to respond as Elevate have secured a 1-goal advantage.
That Melody mobility is crazy. You can cross the field with just one super use with all 3 charges of that movement. Juan Carlos here. Again, the man of the moment after scoring that last ball. Nice little trick shot. Gets the ball clear, and that means Elevate are going to take away that round.
Done in the same fashion as in those first couple of wins in set number 1. Recall that it was a tie to start off set number 2. Though we saw Elevate nearly allow that to happen again. They got that goal with just 15 seconds remaining on the clock. And what did it come down to? Well, actually, the same thing that has allowed them to score several goals so far. A simply undefended goal and asymmetrical defense from Luminosity. And this is quite critical, but I don't think we've seen Elevate fall victim to that kind of thing. Usually, when a ball gets scored on them, with the exception of one ankle-breaking shot that was mind-blowing from Luminosity, it was because they got team wiped, not because they made any kind of mistake in terms of positioning.
Yeah, it feels like you're not scoring against Elevate unless you just flatten them. And that is, of course, very, very difficult to do. Juan Carlos here pops that shield with only 2 music notes. Not quite durable enough here to handle the onslaught of Patchy, who uses that super there. Luffy, though, more than happy, though, to gadget up and recover some of that health he previously had lost. Wants to close on Charles here, but God, Max can be hard to catch at the best of times. Juan Carlos goes ahead to make some space here, but RBM's not really able to move up to capitalize on it. No, couldn't find an angle. Tooney was ready for the double super play.
Now with RBM down, he's going to be respawning in a moment. Looks like Luminosity were not totally in a hurry to get to the enemy side. Really just wanted that super from Charles to get sped up. Look at Luffy keeping everyone occupied on the bottom side with the super in. Has a gadget, but banks it off of this obstacle. We'll see Charles win that interaction. Chino is still alive. We'll get the kill on Luffy. This has been a defended push now by Luminosity, but they are still past the line of scrimmage. They have not made it to enemy territory just yet.
Luffy's looking very clean on this Kenji, though. He's getting away with a lot more than you would expect him to. Nice shot there for Zeus, marked up, though. That's something to bear in mind. Luffy bait ate every shot there from that Gale, getting a little bit too close, and so Patchy has that hypercharge available. Twister doesn't save his life there. Now the super comes out from Luffy as he tries to deal with Alec, who is threatening now. A lot of damage on that Mo. Juan Carlos, a little bit of durability goes a long way. Pumps that gadget. Eventually will be brought down by Chino, and this is LG able to come forward, but another mark on Tooney will make him question maybe whether he wants to be the tip of this spear.
Well, bottom side, Luminosity are going to try and get a charge started. They have the hypercharge max, super in.
Right, super.
Pushback from Patchy.
Another
an open goal combined with the Gale Force to secure goal number 1 here for Luminosity.
Yeah, that's dirty. Very, very powerful. It's like we said, Elevate really need to be basically wiped out for you to score against them. But now, Elevate can get back into the game. They do need to pull something out of their ear, though. Mo Super's up, so they can make that kind of play. I think RBM might have been attempting to do so towards the top of the screen. There it is, though. That's the Gale Force they were looking for. And off the timing they needed, no less. They've evened up this round.
We're going to see this one go to overtime unless either team can score in the next 10 seconds. Doesn't look like either really has the mobility to do it. Alec 26 wouldn't really mind an opening. We'll see Luffy start this push off with a kill, then in with the super. Charles forced to use that phase shifter to get away. All of the obstacles are down. This looks like an unstoppable elevate push. Here it comes.
No
Down
way!
the bottom side. Killer threads it through for the game win.
That is heartbreaking for Luminosity. They look like they were very much in the fight there for so much of at least that second round, and they lose to a goal just being stuck into the bottom corner. Juan Carlos pleased as punch right now as you would be. You take the bounty, you also take the series, you set a matchup up with Tribe Gaming in that upper final. Whilst of course Luminosity now will also need to fight their way through lowers against that STMN team. We get a lot of Brawl Ball this series. Ready, set? It was good. I honestly, seeing the modifier play definitely gave it that level of volatility. Maybe too busted. Like, I feel like once Gale got rolling, he was completely unstoppable. And then we saw it tone down just a little bit where Luminosity were able to show us a bit more of what they were capable of.
I think we saw some of the teamwork come out here with the max gameplay, and we did see actually some pretty good moments here from Chino. However, Kenji, he's very strong right now. He's always going to be the playmaker, but you're going to put one of your most prolific players on that brawler for a good reason. Chino has, I think, like the second most MVP votes in Brawl Stars like this year, or perhaps in history. So he is the power player for the roster. We saw some good moments from him. I think by and large, though, from Elevate, we saw simply greater team play. And then in terms of the Gale in particular, we just saw the hypercharge Gale super create more value for Elevate.
Yeah, absolutely. I also think like watching Luffy on a Kenji was pretty impressive. It feels like every time he ended up fighting Chino, he just found these small edges, right? He just seemed to have an advantage each time. I think he wins like the first 3 of those 1 versus 1s, and all of a sudden is able to open up that bottom side of the map in a big way. So this means Elevate get to advance. Thanks everyone so far for helping us choose these maps and modifiers over at event.brawlstars.com. Your votes have been counted and they've been having a direct impact on our gameplay so far. And in the coming games now, we'll see a clash of titans in that upper bracket between Tribe and Elevate here for that spot in the winners final. And then of course, it's STMN and LG fighting for survival in the lowers. And like you saw there, those will also be games that you can have an impact on. We're going to go to a break. When we come back, we're going to be headed down to that lower bracket. See what's happening down there.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
我が家世界の片隅にある安息の地何人たりとも触れることのできない全てが揃った楽園だった 台所食材憩いの場情熱技巧お客様そして何よりも家族がいた戦いには戻らぬと誓っていた。だがあの者たちは許せん。スターパークは今知ることになる。寿司の真髄を。
This is the time. The time when dreams come true and legends are born.
Oh my word!
This is the place.
Some seriously spicy stuff. An absolute masterclass.
The place where teams from across the globe come to battle it out for their shot at glory.
Oh, you're kidding!
And a piece of up to $2 million in prizing.
No pressure, guys. No pressure.
This is the feeling.
It's beautiful.
The once-in-a-lifetime feeling of lifting the trophy at the Brawl Stars World Finals.
Here comes the push. Here's the damage. This is now the crunch time.
This is the game.
Immediately taken down.
Still not going to fall. He refuses to die.
The game you love. This is the Brawl Stars Championship. Let's get ready to brawl.
Well, folks, our September Spectacle is a double elimination tournament, which means that if you lose in that upper bracket, you still have a chance for survival. And, of course, an additional chance to get yourself a bounty, a cool $500 added to your total for the tournament. Welcome back, of course. This is powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series, as it has been all over the course of the year. We're here to have some fun, though, this time, as all of our players are locked in for Worlds, and so we've got to see them strut their stuff in 5v5 thus far. We're going to be looking at STMN and Luminosity here, who, well, struggled in their first games. I feel like LG had some chances there against Elevate Ready, but Kenny, that Tribe team looked so dominant in that first match.
Tribe went walk through as well. I think STMN definitely have a chance. It's a fantastic roster of players, and it's 5v5 after all. It's a little volatile. We're kind of just playing an advanced guessing game, if you will, here. But STMN and Luminosity, it's never not going to be exciting, fellas. Just so much history between these two rosters back in the NA West days, and even this year, obviously some serious levels of competition. So for a lower semifinals where backs are against the wall, where one life is all you got left in this entire tournament, I'm excited to see what these two teams can do.
Ready, I think like you and Kenny both had predicted Elevate to be the winners in that second game. I think I'm the only LG truther out there. We got very different predictions over the course of the day. You're feeling LG to beat STMN and then Elevate to still be the stronger team.
And look, if we were just going off of power rankings like circuit points this season, then that would be the correct ordering to go. But also just based off of what I've seen as of late, this is what I feel the power ranking is. I think also Luminosity, in terms of the players that they've picked up players with good synergy. When I look at like Stamina, they have picked up good players, but they've also picked up friends. If I look at like Toast in particular, the guy hasn't played comp in several months. He's taken a big step away from Brawl Stars ever since the team disbanded.
Homie has the inside knowledge. That's all I'm trying to say. Again,
for the power of friendship.
That's okay, sure. All right, well, let's jump into this game. STMN versus Luminosity. I'm going to step aside. Kenny and Reddy, you guys have the call here. So take us into our first elimination game of the day.
Ready? Typically, I feel like we're pretty similar on predictions as a desk. I mean, this weekend you verged a little bit from us, but this is one of the first times ever for a full round. We are just the opposite of each other. I went STMN and I went Tribe, so a little bit different in both ways. Look, it is a little bit of a guessing game, but there's no guessing needed for how good these players are. Bobby, Sands, Czar, Toast, and my main man that is fantastic at Dynamite. The highlights are unbelievable. Lukey Bear. Fun team right here, and yes, I'm going with the power of friendship. I'll double down on it. LG are obviously a phenomenal team. They are the ones going to the World Finals, but I don't know. I just go with the gut feeling here.
Well, also, there is, some stuff at stake here for STMN besides, the glory of winning, the entertainment of it all, the bounty to win. Czar, this is going to be like his last dance with STMN. He's announced that he's departing the roster. So this will be his last chance to win something with STMN. For Luminosity, they still got the World Finals ahead of them, so they should be feeling pretty good about that. I was impressed by their performance earlier, and I think Tooney and Alec are a good couple of players to pick up. Now, when I talked about, though, players that have been playing recently, you look at Stamina, they got Toast on the roster like that as a friend who hasn't played the game as much. I think something pretty similar could be said by Alec26, who's not been as present in Brawl Stars competitive as of late, but his history behind him, he's a very skilled player mechanically. So I think when the draft is a little bit more obvious, especially when we see the same brawlers over and over and over again, that he should really be able to show what makes him a good player.
No doubt at all. A lot of talent between these two teams. And for you all at home at event.brawlstars.com, you guys will be voting for which mode the teams will end up playing. It's between Gym Grab and Knockout. We've had a lot of Knockout this weekend. And I'll be honest with you, Ready, I might be leaning Gym Grab considering how exciting that set between STMN and Tribe was earlier. I think especially in these double spawner ones is exciting, but even the single spawner one, just the traditional 5v5 with a mix of what 3v3 looks like, it was kind of fun. I think that's where I'm throwing my vote, but the people at home, I feel like there's two right answers here.
I am Gym Grab, full steam ahead. Looks like we're going to be going to Knockout, though. And honestly, I do like Knockout quite a lot. We've only seen it once today, so wouldn't hurt to see it once again. Even if we're just flip-flopping between Brawl Ball and Knockout, they're both so much fun to watch. Knockout also gives you really your money's worth, because you're getting basically an entire best of 3 in just one game, because these brawlers can power up, and these games go on for quite a while. It takes a while for the poison to close in as well. Though on the prediction, let's talk about this. On the vote, it's literally a difference of 114 votes. That is so close.
That is unbelievably close. I mean, between thousands and thousands of you all out there casting decisions, we've had several votes now in North America where it's come down to a slim margin. People at home, this could be another exciting one. It seems like we're predicting a close one here. STMN versus Luminosity going to happen shortly. Knockout receiving a lot of the vote there as well. So I imagine these two teams will be taking off there. Little Alec, little Czar getting prepped and ready. Love seeing a little laughter coming out of these guys too. Ultimately, we've gotten the competitive stage out of the way for the regular season. We're just here to have a little more fun. Throw the bounties in the mix a little bit too. Good to see these guys still being friends at the end of the day.
In particular too, because often when we see him on the cams, he's looking very, very locked in, super serious and focused. So I think it's nice to see that the spirit of the competition is reaching all corners, even the people who are most often super serious on cam. In terms of Knockout, we're going to be heading to Sizzling Chambers. Note that block of indestructibles in the middle and also the little moat of water surrounding it. We've seen some pesky mosquitoes float around here. I'm talking Angelo has got to be a pick in everyone's minds, as well as Mr. P being utilized here, especially with all the walls around, with the sort of, we could call them corridors on this map, being not that long, a bit more favorable to a brawler that's lacking in range like Mr. P. And let's not forget how great he can be in the late game.
The selections are in. The Animal Kingdom battle will continue. Mosquito versus Penguin on the other end. We've got Tick in the mix. And El Primo's been a popular selection for Knockout in general, I'm sure, due to the health points. And we've seen towards these in-game scenarios, the twist with Knockout in 5v5 is the extra additional HP and power you will get for every takedown that your teammates have received. So as your teammates fall, you get powered up. And these pro players have been able to make some pretty incredible plays as standalone brawlers.
So note the differences between the two compositions here. We see a Mo on one side, we see an El Primo on the other. When we look at stamina, they're not running the El Primo this time. I think Bobby really suffered quite a bit on that brawler, so he's not going to be going that this time. Luminosity, though, we have yet to see them perform in knockout, so it's all going to get started here. We'll see Sans starting off super aggro. I have to wonder why he has that super. Chino with a super as well, and a takedown on the Bobby, but it's traded across the way for an Angelo.
El Primo still strong at the top. A takedown into Kenji is massive for this unit, especially towards those in-games. Like I said, you want to avoid those tanky brawlers at all costs, especially ones that can multitask pretty well. Patchy diving in, Kenji, the X Factor connecting, and he's going for a second as well. There's another one as Patchy moves down the map, approaching Toast, a dive in, a pickup as well, and it's down to a 2v2 situation. Those porters are getting rather pesky.
This is going to be a tough late game, I think, for both teams. Toonie also on this tick. I don't think should be that great late game. Patchy absolutely should, though. Here comes a super in from Sans. He got one slice off there. He needs to keep damaging Patchy if he wants to keep him low enough so that he's actually possible to take down. Look at Zar over here also. Has that super available. They'll be able to combine onto one single opponent. The earlier they take down Primo, the better. We'll see some gadgets coming out. Patchy will fall. Sans barely stays alive. Toonie comes out with the last hurrah, but no kill.
Sans with only 172 HP, and he's quickly re-healing here. A connection, and Toonie is a standalone thrower, is rendered pretty useless in that situation. Really difficult one to overcome there. Gonna have to watch and see how El Primo does this time. And losing Bobby early meant they lost that kind of long-range factor as well. So we'll see which stand out here. Looks like a Kenji versus Kenji battle on the left, an early tick head connecting. The more these guys can charge up those supers, the better for the long run.
I think what we saw from Stamina is they actually found a really nice order to kill those enemies in. They got Primo second to last, which was very impactful for them. We'll see Mo fall early for STMN, which puts Luminosity at a man advantage. They also have this porter station down on the back right. Excellent dash away from Sans to avoid the damage from Patchy, who's at risk of falling now. But they're not really too intent on pursuing because they really would like to get rid of this Kenji sooner than later.
El Primo stuffed in a corner right now. Sans marching his way forward. Bobby, the long-range sharpshooter. In 5v5 and 3v3, it doesn't matter. That man seems to find a way with the arrow and the long-range tag. Patchy running for his life, though, just trying to heal up, and Lukey gets a super onto him. It's going to be a nice advantage here for STMN.
Lukey's keeping them back with this tick, but look at Bobby, totally isolated on the other side. Thankfully, he's able to make it past his porter. Chino can't get the kill on the guy, and he's forced to retreat towards the top right. Note that Luminosity do have some defensive capabilities, particularly with Toonie holding onto this hypercharge and super. That'll soon be the case for Lukey as well. He's gotten rid of their porter station, so it's a lot of the pushing potential for Luminosity now lost as the poison forces everyone into this final fight.
This Poison's gonna start forcing a fight. Sans taking it to the other end. Low HP for LG. Here comes a dive in from Gino. Connecting with Toast, only his 48 does go down. 2v2 situation. Fog closing in, and Bobby has room to work with in the mid. Finds a tag onto Charles. Gino holding on for dear life, but Lukey will survive and claim the first game win for the blue side.
I think Chino might have thought that he was going to be able to survive that damage from the poison, but no, it is proportional to your health. If it had been another tick of damage, then, well, the tick for the home team would have been Lukey. We would have actually seen him fall and then get a draw. I think that's what Chino was hoping for. But here's another pesky thing about that endgame, is with the Angelo for the opposing side lost earlier on, with Luminosity losing theirs, they weren't really able to do anything in that mid area. Chino couldn't get the range to deal with an Angelo who's hovering over the water on the opposing side unless he were to walk into the poison, which is obviously not the approach that he's going to take. That lent game number 1 to STMN. Luminosity have not gotten around yet. I have to wonder how they plan on executing here.
This seems like an old call from Sans. A 1v1 situation with Kenji. He was looking for Toonie, but the reinforcements came in rather quickly. A perfect tag with that super, though. Double supers in the air as well, and fish are certainly being fried. Sans popping a gadget just to try and hold on. Another double tag. Heals, but not quite enough on the other end. Zar claiming one on Patchy here, so this will give STMN the slight nudge.
Luminosity are just down by 1 man. They do still have their Kenji, which is a big plus. We'll see the super and perfectly placed by Chino. And, however, Alec 26 will fall. Luminosity don't have a bad couple of brawlers for the end game, but they don't really have much to deal with this Angelo. It's just going to be Mr. P. Bobby can continue to hover around this mid area, and Chino will only be able to do anything versus Czar.
Czar taking the fight right to him, burrowing his way underground, going in. Chino actually going to go for a little bit of a tag there onto Bobby. They claim a kill as well. The long-range sharpshooter, Bobby pierces one through. Nice job there. This is where things get rather impossible, though, right? Chino without a super can't get onto the water. This is one of the perks of Angelo. He's got a super. He can just play a little ring around the rosies, and I think he has this for free, right? I mean, the dash can't get there. He's got a long-range kind of second shot, but even that, if Bobby's just on the other side of the walls, it's going to come down to HP. Thankfully for Chino, though, he does have about 10k up on him.
Chino just needs to avoid some snipes around the corner, but the thing is, he's going to be forced into the poison earlier on than Bobby is. Since he can hover around, Chino's going to go for the damage, but Bobby, look at him, safe and sound, easy takedown, disrespectful, but hey, you can't fault the guy for playing the strategy with Angelo. It's specifically why he is selected here, is because he can hover over this water, and Chino didn't even get a single scrap of damage on him.
Credit to Bobby for staying alive and more importantly getting a pivotal pickup there. Here comes some more sushi slinging. It's going to be Sans getting this one. Mr. P. Porter's getting stronger by the minute. They take down a power player in Kenji. Lukey with a gadget alongside the assistance of Bobby, who once again frags out. Now he's got a matchup onto Tick. Low HP. The poison brings him down, and Alec trying to do the same on the other end. 4 versus 2. This is going to take a lot from LG in the tank to come back here.
Charles's Porters are going to be doing quite a bit. They have more health than really anyone on the STMN roster at the moment. Should be getting their first takedown before too long, given that they can 2-shot everyone on this roster. Alec might even be able to 1-shot a few people, especially with his super down. Might have to waste it on that Tick super. Nope, it's immediately destroyed by Alec's super. Here comes a Porter down as well on the right side. Alec has no way to escape, and he's sniped by Bobby. It's going to be Charles versus the world, 1v3. Now, he does have the power of his fallen comrades on his side in the form of 30,000 health to work with, but he's able to shrug off all of this damage without really any issue. The only thing is he now has no super to work with.
He 2-shotted one Mr. P, though. We could see a second comeback of the day for this brawler. Lukey just charging in. It's going to be Bobby versus Charles to end it all. A little thumbs up out of him, too. Love that the big man's having a little fun with it.
We saw this victory for Angelo and APAC, and it might be possible for him to do it once again. He's going to have to get through Charles. Doesn't look like he had any util. Bobby was all the way forced in that top left corner. We'll see the first round of this entire set go to Luminosity. And they did it in, well, a fashion where, yes, it was a hard counter. Wasn't really much that Angelo could do, especially when he didn't have any jumps. But the thing is, Bobby did have jumps. Maybe he's running a different gadget. Maybe he decided it wasn't worth it, and they just go for the next round.
Patchy with an early frag. Zard slipping away. Bobby needs to stay up here. A lot of utility committed in these opening 2 rounds. And once again, Sans versus Chino. A battle between 2 Kenjis. Fruit slicers going down on both ends as Tooney tries to assist here. Sans with some great dodging. Lukey covering his back as well. And Charles and Alec forcing them away while Patchy goes to town on the other end. Zard gets the victory this time, though.
So far, it's still tied on the count of brawlers across the way. Doesn't seem like Luminosity are going to be able to push this mid anytime soon, though. With Bobby dominating this water, Sans in a strong position. Luminosity are all forced as a group into one area. Oh no, they're rounded up for a big super in from Sans. Still, no kill. Tooney's low, but they aren't able to pursue. But Luminosity are about to have the poison at their backs, forcing them through these 2 lanes to get to mid, lest they choke on this poison.
Luminosity could turn the entire set around. Sans has gotten Alec. He's got 2 more stuffed by the spawn. It's Bobby now picking one up as well. 3v2, now 4v2 situation. Chino diving in, has a super, needs to tag Lukey, misses the shot. Sans falls anyways, though. Czar picks up one on the other end. 3v1 situation. The new big bad brawler in the game is powered up, though. Lots of health points to go around. He's overwhelmed, but he's going to get a little bit of healing. Not quite enough, though. STMN take care of business and win our opening set.
Oh, thank you, little Care Bear from Czar. Appreciate the the little kiss. 2 bears in the frame, by the way. I guess Bruce is just a second-rate bear there in the background. No, we gotta see the cams. Man's love bombing us right now. I don't even know what's going on anymore. I guess we get to see more of Czar's room. Fun stuff. That was set number 1 headed to STMN. And we actually didn't see that much coming out of Luminosity. We did see 1 round victory for them, which is, you know, worth more than nothing. But in 2 rounds in that second game, we saw it come down to Kenji versus Angelo in the end game, and Kenji's simply not going to be able to win that. Angelo is going to get that interaction every single time. We saw this Angelo survive to the last brawler every single round for stamina as well. That's the way that you need to do it on this map.
A lot of fun here. I appreciate these 2 teams being rather aggressive for our show matches for the day, and Kenji a huge contributor to that. The Mr. P Porters can really get out of hand there towards those in-games too. I was kind of taking an eye out for the health category, and it felt like a lot of these brawlers had almost as much HP as a 3 or a 4-star Mr. P. So I think that brawler adds a little bit of chaos into the mix. Obviously the Care Bear attacking us a little bit extra as well. But now we move on to set 2. STMN with a 1-0 lead. This is where you all chime in at home. We've got some modifiers for you all. Take a look at that top row. Energy drink, fast brawlers, angry robo, and graveyard shift. I'm gonna make just a little PSA. I'm just gonna try and get a little graveyard shift movement here. I don't think we've seen it a ton. It promotes aggression. I don't know about you, Reddy, but I'd love to see a little change up here. Maybe get that one going for the people at home.
I will actually lock in graveyard shift as well. I will walk with you here. We need to see some graveyard shift action. If you thought the supercharged one was entertaining, where you see mayhem all over the place with the supers, imagine if all the brawlers were constantly healing all of the time. That's what we see in graveyard shift, because when you attack and you deal damage to an enemy, it heals your whole squad to keep them alive and healthy. So these interactions can drag on for quite some time. Note that also sources of healing are reduced on your team, so dealing damage to the enemy side is in every single case going to be your primary way of healing. So fingers crossed. We want to see graveyard shift.
Well, it was an admin effort. I think a good plea, and it was actually a very close vote, but at the end of the day, it is going to be energy drink. So we're going to get a little more mayhem. I think that's a fun one too. It was a tight vote. Appreciate the people at home participating, but this is where I get to come in. Casters get to pick 1 bounty. Earlier, we had a bounty on knockout as well. It was the player to stay alive the longest. I think that one's pretty entertaining, honestly. Rather than just looking out for that first takedown, I want to see some consistency for the whole set. Which player is going to take the helm and earn his team 500 smackaroos through this bounty? So that's what I'm going to lock in once again. Player to stay alive the longest is what we're going to have to keep our eyes out for throughout the entire duration of this set.
Yeah, pull out your stopwatch and I guess multiply it by 10 because we got a lot of players to keep track of here. It shouldn't be too hard because oftentimes it does narrow down to just 1 brawler in the end. This energy drink is going to be huge though. We haven't gotten to see this one in play yet. To really get granular with it, I will describe exactly what it does. So when you pick up an energy drink that spawns randomly around the map, it doubles your damage. It increases your movement speed by 200 units. What does that mean? Well, normal movement speed's around 700. So maybe that should help paint a picture for how fast it makes you. So extra speed, double damage, and it lasts for 10 seconds. They even stack as well. So once your enemy picks up an energy drink, you need to stay away.
Beautiful breakdown there. And honestly, if the players at home were listening, I hope they just picked up the winning strategies from that excellent explanation. We do have water in the middle of Crispy Crypt. This is a lot like the map last time. I think it plays out a little bit differently though. Angelo or an Eve, for example, those brawlers that can travel over water, it's going to do great for those situations, but you don't have as many openings. Instead of rather just being a square, there's a lot of projectiles kind of blocking you between those cactuses, the indestructible wall. Still, Angelo selected for both ends though. Tick going to be a mirror matchup. We're going to see Mo once again coming in for the side of STMN, a little Mr. P madness, and of course have to have a representative have El Primo in knockout. It's something that we've seen a lot this weekend.
This is the exact same draft that we saw in set number 1, so I'm guessing that STMN and Luminosity both decided before this set, yeah, any knockout map, this is the composition that we are going to run. Though we actually do see Stamina still adjusting over what they played in their first match of the day, so we'll have to keep that in mind. Yes, El Primo, and we'll see Patchy also as the resident Primo player from Luminosity. I think one thing that we did see Patchy do, a mistake that he made that maybe he'll intend to correct on in this next matchup is he was supering onto a Mo that had a super. So Mo's able to roll away, patchy, you know, low health. He's left high and dry for all these long-range brawlers to deal with. I think the aggression of the brawler is certainly the way that it needs to be played, but into a brawler with an escape, which, I mean, the Stamina have 3 of those, it needs to be used with a bit more caution.
It's definitely a passive-aggressive kind of style, right? Picking your spots. And in 5v5 too, it's easy to overdo it, get a little gung-ho. It's not just 3v3. There's a lot going down on the map. So if you think you have an isolated matchup on an enemy, I feel like a lot of these times we've seen teammates quickly rush to assist the enemy side. It's a really tough one to get takedowns on. Of course, the big twist is these guys are going to get powered up throughout our entire set. Bounty on the live here as well. Longest alive for the entire set. So keep an eye on it. It's not just the first round. It's going to be throughout the entire set. And $500 will be awarded to the main man and their team that can pull that off.
Well, if we're just going by what we saw in the last set, I would say that Bobby has a pretty good fighting chance since he survived till the end of the round pretty reliably. The only time that he actually got diffed was by Charles on this Mr. P, who had a very winning matchup. I think one other thing that Luminosity that could like try and correct on over the last one is seeing if they can establish that mid control. We saw it reliably go to Stamina in the last set. Luminosity were often forced out. Maybe it's because Primo isn't able to generate the same kind of pressure that a Mo can, but look at the mid here now. So the Indestructibles are now forming a sort of structure around mid, which is still populated by this water. We'll see the early control go to Stamina, and Luminosity have to fall back.
Charles is going to be at long range, can't take advantage of that midsection like Bobby would here. On the right-hand end, Sands facing down Chino once again. Alec with an early pickup, though. That's going to be a big one. Lukey with an excellent response alongside Bobby, who's been fragging out throughout these 2 knockout sets. It's going to be a 3 versus 3 scenario early on.
Sands let himself tank that super from Toonie and go down early. I have to wonder why. It does allow Chana to be powered up, but check this out. Bobby is alive with 4. There's a 1 shot onto Charles, and now Bobby basically gets to sit at mid without any issues. The only thing that can really do anything against him is Toonie, but Toonie's super isn't even going to impact him. Now, Chino can use a super, but Bobby's working with 30,000 health right now. It's going to be quite difficult. Thankfully, Chino is able to pick up an energy drink. Same could go for Toonie. They might actually like to let it sit there. Bobby's on low health, but see, look at this. The tick super can't impact him.
But he was surrounded. Chino with just enough leg room to get a swipe through. Kind of an unfortunate one there for Bobby, too, that the energy drink just happened to spawn on the other side. But I think for the longevity of survival, that Angelo call-out's pretty good, right? Bobby once again establishing control here early. Chino on the right-hand side, dashing forward, and he's a powered-up person as well. Tick supers flying, bombs galore, porters hitting the ground. This one is starting off with chaos early.
Charles trying to occupy mid. Czar goes for the super in, but cannot contact Charles. What he has done at least is shove him off of this mid area where he had that super to get some poison onto enemies. Would have been able to one-shot a few brawlers on the enemy team, particularly Bobby, who now is able to take this energy drink, but they're actually going to guard it for the end of the game, see if they can get the value and simply hold on to this territory to keep it safe.
That's really smart. Love that a meta is deforming in this setting. Sands getting another pickup for his teammates as well. Quick response on the other end, though. Big man Bobby has gone down. Sands swiping away. Falls just short. They're going to need as many power-ups as possible in this top left-hand side, surrounded by tick mines. It's exactly where one's going to drop. Lukey going ahead and trying to cover it up, but it's not going to be successful. Chino able to claim that. Better for them to have it than save it and lose it to STMN.
Yeah, because he picked it up and didn't do anything with it. I think he's more intent on keeping it away from the enemy until it spawns in a better position. Charles jumps away, really read that super in from Czar. We see the takedown on the bottom side. Chino responds with one of his own. Another followed up on a Lukey, and it's toast versus the world. These 30,000 health porters are looking gruesome. Alec 26 is still trying to fight back. Toonie gets eliminated, and it's a Mr. P 1v1 across the way, but Alec has more health.
More health, doesn't have the porter, and that might change the entire game right there. Toast with a major clutch up, and STMN 1 round away from approaching match point.
Gosh, the Toast Porter is MVP for this entire round. That was a difference maker. Check this out. Sands with the double damage. Looks for the super in. It's catastrophic. That's 2 kills for STMN. Luminosity still behind. They only have 2 members left. Patchy is on his last legs. We'll see Charles also trying to make an impact, but he can't get away from Czar in time. Ends up falling. Luminosity down to just 2 members. Now 1.
See if the big man can make a comeback here. Chino, the 4-star recruit with 37,000 HP and climbing due to a gear choice. There's going to be a power up on the other end as well, and that is certainly not going to help his case. Bobby is rushing right towards it.
We already know how this one's going to go in the late game, but Chino still has to win the rest of this versus the other 2 members. Here comes an energy drink in. Chino opts to go for it, ends up suiciding onto the hypercharged Tick Super to send STMN to match point.
Czar and the fellas are now 1 away from advancing in the lower bracket. This is a win or go home scenario. It's just like the monthly qualifiers. You get 2 lives here, but unfortunately, one of these 2 teams has to go. 2 Titans in the region, long-time foes, and obviously in a little bit of a friendlier environment, this 5v5 has been nothing short of entertaining. But STMN definitely want to extend here. They're going for bounties, and for every match that you play, that's just another bounty to add on. Obviously, going for that first place prize is a big deal. It's fun in games, but there's still a lot on the line.
Look, Bobby has been alive for quite a while. I think Toast also has been alive for quite a while on that Mr. P winning a round. Looks like Toast had it back in that last game. So now the time to beat, we have word. The time to beat is 1 minute and 47 seconds to stay alive. We'll see if Luminosity are able to exceed that in this one, but it's more likely than not that they're actually going to have to win the game and also prevent that match victory for Stamina in order to earn the bounty.
Gonna have to worry about a lot here, especially when Kenji falls. That is an early pickup for Luminosity, a very valuable one. We know how strong that brawler is. Patchy flanking, Toast focusing him down. Lukey there to assist with the tick damage as well. Czar low HP, burrows away just in the nick of time, and a leap of faith from Bobby, but they're all going to be in this corner. And as Czar falls, this is going to get very difficult here for STMN to climb their way out of.
I don't know what Luminosity did in between these games, but they managed to take mid control so confidently. We'll see Charles all powered up, looking for a one-shot onto Bobby, who's on his last legs. It's an easy pickup for Chino. We'll see Bobby jump away. Super in from Chino. Still no kill. One little tap from Charles is enough to send him packing. Toast is completely surrounded. He's only working with 9,000 health. And those are some really deadly suitcases. But we'll still see Luminosity snap it up in the end. This is what we needed to see from Luminosity this entire time.
Early deployment of the Mr. P Porters is going to help out. Little slice and dice here for Sands as well. An early takedown would be huge, and it's on to Alec as well. Charles follows through. It's going to be a 4v3 situation with Charles diving straight into a wall. Patchy now diving underground. Gets the tag. Lukey can't get the gadget off in time to provide enough value for a kill, and all of a sudden things are evened out.
This is scary. Bobby's going to pick this up for a one-shot, it looks like, but only when he needs it. No, Czar's going to pick it up instead. Extra speed and bonus damage coming in, but he doesn't get any way of avoiding damage. Ends up getting taken down. A victim of his own aggression. Patchy follows up with a kill too, and Toast is the last member alive on the side of Stamina. Luminosity need to surround his porter to take it down, but Toast still has another plane. 30,000 health on the back right. Seemingly no chance of Luminosity eliminating this one. They're going to have to go right to the source and take down Toast.
He was a star in game number 1, 1:47 alive on the clock, and now he's putting in work once again. He's grabbed the first kill. It's a 1v3 situation, hard to do in 3v3, let alone 5v5. He's a powered up teammate. He's got porters along the way, and now he's got an energy drink that he is guarding and at his disposal whenever he wants.
It's not really going to be possible to play control around this for LG. What on earth has this porter been eating? It only took 3 shots to reduce Tooney to just 2 shot. We'll see another porter coming out before too long. LG are trying to get some health together before the end game. Charles is going to be able to hover over this water, but he's forced to fight along this horizontal line that Toast will still be able to fire down, trying to avoid whatever damage he can. Toast is alive and healthy. Charles now gets powered up, but Toast gets to survive in the poison due to having more health. It's a round victory for Stamina, just 1 round from taking it all.
Toast not only getting his team closer to a bounty, but closer to a tournament win in the lower bracket. Their first of the day. Lukey, hypercharged super going down. Chino trying to avoid this. It's going to tag him. He shields it from Alec, though, but the remaining porters that spawned out of that got him real good. He's going to be forced to take a breather here. Going to regain his footing. And LG still have a great stance here. Sands doing his best to ward away the enemy side, but he's gonna have to go away here too. Patchy knows that he smells blood. He goes for the kill, grabs it, and now a 5v4 advantage for LG.
Bobby does have the mid control, though. That's going to be big. Chino goes in for the energy drink, immediately denied by that super from Lukey. Got to be careful about the positioning of these energy drinks because they don't help you stay alive. Down goes Tooney by the hands of Czar. And we'll see this one equalize on the Brawler account. Luminosity are missing a tick, which is a big disadvantage. They don't have anything to deal with this enemy thrower.
Gonna be a big battle here at the end. Zone still not a major factor yet, but Bobby closing in certainly is. A dive in. Czar not going to be able to get the kill this time. Charles holds his ground and the sharpshooter makes a big time connection. LG desperately need to catch this victory. It's to keep their tournament lives alive, but Bobby on the other end has been a problem. Patchy working his way down, low HP. Lukey just needs one little chip shot. Bobby trying to get the other end, makes the tag. That's a connection. 3v3. Chino getting aggressive here as well as Toast. The main man's been forced into a corner. Chino grabs one. Bobby responds. 2v2 situation.
Oh, no.
Chino tries to dive away. Charles, the last man standing. LG holding on to their final lives here. 24,000 HP is all he got. It's a one-shot, though, because of the 4-star. He's moving in, passively healing.
No.
This is going to be down to the wire, but Lukey survives. A hero's effort there from Luminosity. But at the end of the day, it's the gold and green who will survive.
Nothing that could be done in the end. What a team effort from STMN to secure it. And just like that, Toast, by being the longest to stay alive, has also earned them the bounty. That's $500 in the pocket. And yeah, we couldn't have done it without the power of friendship. Thank you, Care Bears, for the assistance on the side of Czar, who is going to get a bit closer to the possibility of getting his last victory with this squad.
I tried to warn you about the power of friendship, Reddy. I tried to persuade the people at home. Another 50-50 vote, this time leaning towards STMN. And the bounty alongside it, going because of Toast. Not doing it once, doing it twice. A minute 47 survival. That is an incredible effort in a long time for a knockout game.
And it's also a remarkable level of consistency, clearly not intentional. However, look at the survivability of the guy who was consistently making it to the end and having those porters in the final seconds. Look at what it was able to do against Charles. Toast also, with the assist of this porter, had enough health to simply wait this one out, survive till the end, get the team closer to a bounty. This one really stole my attention. We saw Charles get this final little victory in mid, but he didn't have the healing to get over to Lukey. Lukey was also able to fire into mid. He didn't need line of sight. That's why it was such a bad deal for their tick to fall early on, because now you had really nothing to deal with it.
Shout out to Toast for claiming a bounty for his teammates. A minute 47, not once but twice. Also, Lukey was right there with him, had a round where he made it a minute and 45 seconds. So it was real close, but it was STMN the whole way through. Unfortunately for Luminosity, this is the end of the road, and I hate to see an X on the scorecard there. They're not going to get to leave with a bounty.
What a shame. Well, they do get some cash money for just showing up, and they put on a great show for us, so we can't fault them for that at all. But we are going to have to wave goodbye to Luminosity for now, and we'll see Stamina advance on in that lower bracket.
Tip of a hat to LG for joining us. We'll be seeing them at the World Finals as well, so if you're a fan of them, don't fear. You'll get more action from them later on, and especially if you're interested in more action, we've got plenty more on the way. Upper bracket match coming up next. We'll see you all after this short break.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
我が家世界の片隅にある安息の地何人たりとも触れることのできない全てが揃った楽園だった台所食材憩いの場情熱技巧お客様 そして何よりも家族がいた。戦いには戻らぬと誓っていた。だがあの者たちは許せん。スターパークは今知ることになる。寿司の真髄を。
Welcome back. Welcome back, folks, to North America's September Spectacle, part of course of the Brawl Stars Championship, powered by the Snapdragon Pro Series. Welcome back. We are looking in just a moment at our upper finals. Our two undefeated teams now on a collision course with one another. Tribe Gaming overcame STMN in that first semi-final, and Elevate handled Luminosity pretty well, coming out of that second semi into this last game. And as we've just seen, STMN have been able to stay alive in that lower bracket, and they'll obviously get a chance to take on the loser of this game for a shot at redemption. STMN was the call for us coming out of that game, and so far Kenny has been squeaky clean in predictions. How's that feel, big fella?
It feels good. I mean, you and I already got the pin from just the other day's show alone, so not too much pressure here. Just kind of going with the gut, but the gut's been good to me this week, and I'm enjoying it. I wish you would do this all year.
And the gut has you taking Tribe over Elevate in this upper final as well. That's bold, I would say. Elevator looked very good.
Yeah, I mean, again, it's 5v5. It's a little bit of a coin toss. I went with the power of friendship last time. I'll just double down on it. What the heck? We'll go Tribe Gaming.
I mean, they've looked good. Corey coming to that team has definitely made them have a great impact. But LG Truthers out there are down in the dumps. That they have been eliminated from this tournament and unable to take a bounty as well. But that's fine. And we'll be taking consolation prize money with them. Let's turn our attention now to this next series. As Tribe Gaming and Elevator, teams who've locked horns a lot through the BSC in general. And don't worry about it. Tribe may have a pixelated team logo, but they are sharp as it comes when they actually get into the game. As Livy, Fade, Zulan, Corey, and Tyrant. And I would say their win against STMN Ready Set was probably the most convincing game we've seen so far.
Yeah, we've seen several 2-0s today, but when we see Tribe Gaming take down STMN, a team that is historically, given quite a bit of trouble, then that's when we start to say, oh, okay, they're bringing that level of gameplay to the Brawl today. They also have a really solid squad on their side. Every single one of these members has, been a Tribe Gaming teammate over the course of the year. The only adjustment that they needed to make for their roster to make it 5 men strong was to bring Corey back, and he's not even a distant memory.
No, I mean, he's very much been a part of the scene this year as well, coming off being a coach now, a content creator. Here is your Elevate roster, though. We've seen a lot of Juan Carlos and the rest of this team today. Obviously, he gets brought in from that Pioneers team and looks pretty darn good. A lot of very sneaky goals scored as Mo on Brawl Ball with that ability to throw the double super in. Code? Nears. Okay. I'm cool with that. No worries. I mean, I won't complain about this because I'm pretty sure there was a code Ready Set inside the Luminosity Gaming facility.
There might have been.
i.e. Ready Set's apartment. All right, so this first map, in this series, Kenny, we do have a modifier up for vote. It is Cold Pond Quarry. So Gem Grab is going to be the map. Modifier, though, again, is up to you to decide at home. And I honestly, I was quite glad that we got to see a couple of different ones. Energy drink, I think I've shown last time. We got Super Bushy, Super Charge, Meteor Shower, Top Dog, and Unlimited Power. What are you looking for, Kenny?
Supercharge is pretty fun. I wouldn't mind it. I mean, I'll throw out a recommendation at Top Dog just from my boy Ready Set. He's been pretty passionate about it this weekend. I don't think we've seen it yet, so that's where I'm going to throw my vote. I'll be with you on this one, Ready.
Thank you very much. Yes, please put the hot dog in. Now, folks, I already know that you're not voting for the hot dog, but there are really entertaining modifiers besides Meteor Shower, as we have discovered over the course of the day. I wouldn't mind to see something new, but that's my suggestion. You know, Top Dog, maybe think about it.
We got Supercharge again from our voting, so that's something we've seen already on Brawl Ball in the past. Pretty crazy stuff. I don't know if we've actually seen it on a gem grab map yet, but this means that I think these gems are going to change hands a lot. A lot. I mean, teams are going to come off spawn here, build their supers very quickly and be able to chain them together. It does mean that there is that snowball potential, though, is that if you can, for example, if you're playing Gale, which you probably will be, can chain some of those hypercharged supers together, you can probably get in and get out without, you know, any spawners being able to chase you down. But it's interesting. I'm curious to sort of put this to the test a little bit and see which team is going to be able to craft a composition to maliciously exploit this modifier to the very best of their ability. Remember, this is a best of 3. Winner gets themselves into the grand final to obviously play for that extra $2,000 of prize money here. And again, I mean, Tribe has been stable this year in the BSC with some great performances, but you know, this Elevate team sort of have just been incredible in the games that they have shown us here, really sort of dominating the top of the region. We're going to be saying goodbye to Ready Set very quickly, but what do you think before we let you go, Edward, about this little vote here? Tribe still gets the lion's share.
I'm actually surprised that Elevate got this many votes, to be honest, considering what we saw them voted for earlier in their first matchup of the night. So this is surprising. I think people were impressed by seeing what Elevate had to offer earlier today.
And there you have it. Elevate not quite winning out in terms of the voting here, but it's been pretty close over the course of the day. Almost all of these orgs very much loved. I think STMN Luminosity was like locked at 50-50 with 114 votes difference after 26,000 of you made your vote. So that is crazy. It's nice to see that there's a lot of depth in this region, not just in the ability of the teams, but also the fandom behind them. It's time to talk draft here, Kenny. We have a Lou on the map.
And we have Eve. What's going on here? Something's cooking for both of these teams. The Supercharge, we saw Mortis pop off earlier. I think this is a wise decision. Just the amount of bats that you can cycle, his hypercharge is very strong. So especially when there's 5 targets on the map, we saw instances where I believe it was Bobby earlier, just kind of cycling super after super and just throwing down baps at the middle of the map, just hoping he'd connect to somebody, especially when there was only one spawn point on that map for gyms. It's kind of clustered in one central area, so we kind of knows where everybody's going to be. I'm sure that would change if there were 2 gym mine spawns. It takes a little bit more of a concentrated effort to land those supers, but I think if supers are being charged more quickly, what's better than freezing an opponent and rendering them from moving entirely?
Yeah, I mean, being able to lock them down instantly, and also with Supercharge now, being able to cycle into, you know, consecutive supers and cover so much of the map during that hypercharge is very, very good. But Elevate, if they get a gem lead, and maybe even if they get a countdown, they are never truly safe. Because Fade once more is on the Fang, being able to use that hypercharge to ignore walls to dive on in and to potentially stun up a whole bunch of people. Elevate don't want to group up at all if they can help it. There's a lot of like all-in potential. And I guess on the Eve topic, there are going to be a lot of hatchlings across the map. There's just going to be a lot of them. I'm not really sure what to make of that. First time we've seen Eve picked here in 5 versus 5 and on a supercharged modifier, no less. My eyes are glued to the screen to see how they make use of this.
Well, we've got this huge body of water in the middle, and we've maybe seen something like Angelo show up here, but I guess Corey, for the supercharge mode specifically, might have wanted to go for the extra spawners to go down the map. That could have been part of the influence here. Something is certainly special about this draft. RBM starting out strong, and the fact that you can throw down ice rings all the time, I don't think you have to necessarily focus on what would traditionally be something like a hot zone area, just throwing it on one spot every time. If you can cycle them fast enough, cover the whole map.
As Livy is going nuts on this Kenji. I mean, I just saw him 1v1 killer earlier on, which is, you know, pretty hard to do. He is absolutely dominating right now. Tyrant there can't quite cycle into another hypercharged super, but builds it pretty quickly. Fade forced back, but has 5 gen to his name, and he uses his super just for the escape potential. Zulan and Corey get bowled over here, but as Livy still holding 7 gems himself. Looks like some of them got dropped there. I think, yeah, eventually one of the players from Tribe did fall, but they're scooped back up in their spawn. They're so far ahead.
I don't think RBM needs to be cautious about when to use that super. However, Fade is going to catch him off guard. A quick dive in, and 15 gyms now reside with Tribe Gaming. Killer doing his best to try and defend on the other end, as Livy has to be careful. He has 10 gyms on the left-hand side, 9 for Fade. A pushback, and now Tyrant left all alone to be the mechanical wizard he is, and he makes magic happen. A pushback on the Luffy, a stun, and all the gym carriers for Tribe have joined together.
The stun basically guarantees it there as well. Gale's still so powerful, even up against someone as mobile as Kenji. Nothing Elevate could do about that one. They're going to get another stun, and Tyrant should be able to build a super with one more shot. Luffy now has to try and go in, but he has run out of time, and Tribe Gaming get it done with the Eve, no less. I don't know if I was really blown away by what the Eve could do on the map, but the fact that Corey can be a nuisance and have map controlled in mid, it seems pretty good.
I mean, even after retirement, I feel like he's still coaching over here. Look at him, tallying the fingers. Look at this, he's coaching. He's coaching, he's giving bullet points on what to do into this next game. Some people just never change, Uber.
Yeah, no, that is true. I'm okay with that, though. I appreciate the consistency. A lot of fighting going on, between Mortis and Kenji on this map. And I remember, like, when Kenji got announced, people obviously immediately drew comparisons to the Mortis. And I'm like, okay, who wins? Who's the better, like, high mobility, high skill expression, assassin type brawler? Jury's out, and I don't think that, this modifier / map type is really a great way to examine it, but it's still fun to see the matchup play out here. Okay, Zulan. He and Fade handle Killer pretty effectively there.
Little dive in from his Livy there too. An ice rink on this left-hand in. Keep in mind, it is 20 gyms since there are 2 spawners, so that just adds a little bit of extra flair. A beautiful stun coming in from Tyrant as well. He's going to be dueling a Tyrant, Gale also fighting on the other side. Another Kenji Gale combo. So there's a lot going down. Some mirror matchups, of course, since there's no draft setting. And it's pretty even so far.
RBM, though, with that hypercharge available now. Where does he find a good opportunity to make use of it? Whoa, he gets stunned up straight away, so can't get close enough quite yet. Killer is a nuisance, but he's going to be brought down. Fade will be stunned instantly, but is able to walk out of the second ice rink. Juan Carlos in trouble, being forced back. Super or not, still under great threat. Killer able to build that hypercharge and get a lot of health back from the bats. Now looking in Tyrant's direction here. Killer's still healthy enough to punish here, and the gems are dropped. Can Killer get out? Looks pretty tough. Luffy, though, might be able to escape here. Super's in on Corey's direction, forces a jump out of him. And a lot of health on him. Is Livy really trying to stop this Kenji in his tracks? But it's so hard to keep track of in general. And somehow, I don't know how he's done this. Luffy's walking away with the gems. He's at the top of your screen. He just walked away, got away with absolute murder.
He's able to take everything. That super not only used for aggression, but also used to dodge attacks. A little freeze in the middle of the map just to ensure the victory here. Elevate, little struggle on that opening game, but game 2, that was clearly going their favor.
Absolutely. But a great start, though, for Elevate this time around. They don't let the Eve get into the middle of the map. There's some early loose supers here. You can see it can be sometimes a little bit questionable because, their loose super, it does have a freezing effect, but it's not instant. Like, you really need the hypercharge, and that's why Lou was so popular sort of during those early hypercharge days, is that once you get that ability, you're doing great. The super on its own is something that can be just walked out of, especially with these very high mobility comps. And you can see on both sides of the map, Elevate have a Mortis and a Kenji respectively, just looking to try and dive.
And is Livy going to dive in here early? On the other end, Luffy doing the exact same. Fade going for a little kick, a dive in as well. Can't quite get there though. Juan Carlos, a great brawler option for just shutting down tanks, and that's exactly what we saw there.
Who knows better how to deal with tanks than someone who plays them frequently? Killer wants to move up here. Okay, so some zone control being used here by RBM. That ice ring thrown down to make it hard for Tribe Gaming to push into it. And there it is, a hypercharge. Fade stun instantly. So mid is denied entirely away from Tribe Gaming here. This allows Elevate to build up that gem lead. Luffy goes in, dash up as Juan Carlos gets a freeze with that Gale Force. And Killer tries to play inside the safe zone here of that super, but, well, he doesn't actually get as much health back as we thought he might from that Mortar super.
Love seeing how there's no caution thrown at the wind, no passivity, just keep cycling those supers, especially with the modifier. It's so easy to get those. Killer using a big one right there, initiates a counter countdown for his teammates, and now diving away to the other side. This entire screen is covered in red. They can let Luffy let loose. It's so easy to charge up that super. Just 1 to 2 tags is enough. Tyrant finally gets the kill that's necessary. RBM fully on defense as well, and Elevate really turning this one around here. They're going to end up claiming this first set.
That was impressive. I really do think the Mortis and Kenji combo, playing on both side lanes, if we can even call them that on this map, is really tough. Quite often, the Mortis or Kenji is pulling 2 players from the side of Tribe Gaming in their direction. It's asking for so much. And yeah, we saw the Eve. Well, she was in the game, but I do think that, like, you know, Corey doesn't have like that super high mobility outside, of course, of the gadget that lets you jump and you can work around that watery area. But it seems very easy to avoid the hatchlings or sort of blow them up very quickly. And when you have a Lu that's putting those supers so far forward, at all times, Elevate have 65% of the map under their control. And that obviously, that includes both of the gem wells.
Lu and Gale were certainly the standouts for me. I think just having so much opportunity to push back or make connections, the zone control that comes alongside both of them, whether that's for offense or defense. I mean, we saw instances where hypercharges were being dropped just to drop hypercharges when you only need a few snow cones to make a tag there to get your super. It changes the ballgame entirely. You don't have to be passive with that anymore. Just let them loose. And I feel like as that set developed, that's exactly what we saw at RBM, and it was a huge game changer for him.
Yeah, it's a great point. It's one of the tougher parts about, you know, playing Lu and developing those supers is that you have decent range on your shots, but they're not like super fast. You're not really guaranteed to hit them, and they're also not like extremely high damage. So in the past, it was, you know, you had to play a little bit carefully. Outside of that, like, you don't necessarily have a gadget for mobility's sake. Sometimes you just use, you know, the gadget to get extra freeze progress on an opponent and try and sort of stop them. But this modifier, I think, really helps. More supers means Lu can have more impact. More supers also means more hypercharges. I think we saw that from a large number of brawlers here. I don't think we saw a shock and awe like multi-team freeze, but I mean, Lu was able to be used defensively by Elevate because they just backed up, gave ground on the map, and they were often the ones starting those cooldowns. So we are heading into our next mode here. You can vote for mode this time. That's right. Gem Grab, Brawl Ball, and Knockout are all up for selection at event.brawlstars.com. Make your selection, and then I'm going to make a bounty choice. We're going to have a bounty in this particular game mode. Coming out of Gem Grab, if you just joined us. We've already seen that one just now. We've got a lot of options: Brawl Ball, Gem Grab, Knockout. I'm expecting to see Brawl Ball here, and I'm okay with it. I quite liked what we saw from Elevate on this map. That means that I will choose a Brawl Ball related bounty. I think I will wait for the results to come through here, but it looks like Brawl Ball is going to be the map type selected here. Yeah, but I mean, winning with 60% of the votes, so you all have made your preference clear. So bounty time, I'm going to choose most goals. The team that has the most goals over the end of the set will be taking away the bounty. So obviously, winning is a great way to have the most goals, fam.
And I mean, obviously, it's going to contribute to winning the set directly as well. So it isn't just some crazy scheme. It isn't just some side quest. This is going to be $500 extra if you commit to this entire set, if you're doing your best consistently. We saw this get a little hectic yesterday and throughout the weekend because these teams really want it. I mean, it is, at the end of the day, a invitational. It's a little more for fun, but it's been awesome to see just the kind of shenanigans, the crazy plays. I mean, we saw multiple assists coming in through an entire stretch of a map. Normally in 3v3, you don't really get that opportunity, but when you have 5 brawlers on the map, we've seen top left corner all the way down to top right corner in a matter of seconds. I mean, it could take you about 5 seconds to get that ball across the map. Comebacks are a great way to make this a little more entertaining.
Absolutely. We're definitely going to see the Mo play here. Out of nowhere, you can score a number of goals, and that's what Elevate were doing very effectively. They have like these little set plays that allow them to score, whether it's Melody that comes in, obviously being able to have multiple dash charges to cover the map. That's amazing defensively, right? Because the ball gets passed farther in 5 versus 5 Brawl Ball, and the map is genuinely quite large, sometimes you can just get caught out of position and you don't even need to be eliminated to be a non-factor when it comes to defending. You just are on the wrong side of the map and you see the ball get away from you. We're going to be heading over to Great Waves here, so of course that means that we have some pretty heavily bushed areas on this map. In the past, we saw Tara brought in and her hypercharge was able to clear much of this space out. But I don't know if we'll expect to see that run back. I think that was an LG pick that looked okay if you could really get it rolling and cycle supers, but otherwise it was a little underwhelming given that Tara's effective range it's just short.
I think for Brawl Ball as well, you just have to have that mobility factor. We haven't seen it as much as when we initially started the weekend, but brawlers like Mo obviously still continue to show up. One of the most popular, if not the most popular this weekend. Kenji's going to show up because Kenji, Melody, one of those brawlers that we've seen throughout the weekend, selected on certain maps to get in the mix, to get across the map quickly. Obviously, you get that 1 super for 3 kind of value, so love seeing that. And we've talked about it too. Bell coming in on these longer range Brawl Ball maps just as a way to deal with multiple enemies at once. Kenji for both ends, Mo for both ends, and we still get that Tara. I am a little bit surprised at that.
Yeah, absolutely. I like it a lot. Fade and Tyrant, I think, are swapping their brawlers here, which is not a huge deal, but can happen. It does still mean we're going to have the Gale and we're going to have the Tara. I'm fine with it. I just, I do think that like having the help from beyond, or at least the, the healing shade that comes out of the super is kind of helpful, especially in that sustain allows you to cross the map a little bit easier, because we don't normally see healing brawlers on this map. But for Tara, who needs to get close to kind of build those supers and do that damage, she's going to take a little bit of poke damage back in response. 2 Mo's, 2 Kenjis, 2 Bells, and 2 Gales on the maps. It's quite surprising how quickly all of our regions have really coalesced on the best composition for 5v5 Brawl Ball.
We've had an entire meta for him in just the span of 1 weekend. Nest Eggs going down early. Competition for the mid as Livy tries to encroach on the enemy side. Fade there to back him up, but a Twister will shut that down. Now this ball being moved up to the top right-hand side. Luffy just off the mark from grabbing that ball. Bounce right off, but he's diving forward, trying to rely on the HP. Not quite enough. A super shot back. It's going to fall right into Juan Carlos's hands, though. He's looking for an angle and doesn't quite have it. Tribe going to dump this ball and hold on here.
Like that idea. Try and go for an easy score there, but Tribe have the mobility and they're able to catch that before it snuck into the top corner of the goal. Zeus down. Luffy here trying to push up now, but he and his Livy have been trading blow for blow over the whole series. That super's great. Both hits off the slash catching onto the enemy. Kenji, the Tyrant, definitely a nuisance here when it comes to these gravities. Stopping Elevate in their tracks time and time again. Corey does get caught out by that hypercharge Bell mark. There's no avoiding that, so they're going to be taking amped damage for the rest of their life here. Big damage coming out there from that Kenji slash. Corey does eventually fall. Luffy wants to move up here now. Oh, get towards Fade, but the ball gets past him. And Elevate take an early lead.
Early lead, and keep in mind we've got a bounty on the line for this as well. Most goals throughout the whole set, so Tribe need to respond. Hypercharge now charged for Corey. A stun on the bottom inside. Fade responding with one of his own. Zeus barely survives. It's going to cost a teammate his life as well. Luffy getting a healing gadget. Zulon takes care of business though. It's a lone Corey up top. He's not going to be able to do enough damage quickly here. They rely on this Fade respawn. Tyrant with the hypercharge won't be forced to use it yet, and Tribe Gaming will once again regain control of the ball.
Okay, nothing I think you can really do about that. If you're Zeus getting caught in the hypercharge super, no cycling though for the Tari here. Beautiful. Luffy absolutely deadly with that super. Again, hitting both slashes is a ridiculous amount of damage. Not easy to do. Fade should be in a position to shoot here, but what a save from Zeus. Able to pick the ball up, pass it over to Juan Carlos, who should look to clear it out. As Livy though winning out the Kenji duel means that Elevate have to slow it up.
Elevate facing a lot of pressure right now, but
here we go.
Has an opportunity to break away. Not going to be able to use his super shot. In addition, needs to charge up his regular shot as well. I'm looking at Killer here too with 12 seconds on the clock. They're already up 1-0. Somehow Tribe are going to have to find this ball and get it all the way to the other end. A little zoning control with the Twister here, and with no supers on the ground outside of Zulon, they just can't cover enough ground in time. It's going to be match point for Elevate.
Got to be frustrating there, I think, for Tribe. That goal was not scored by any particularly complicated mechanism by Elevate. They just super shot it towards the top of the map, and there wasn't anybody there for Tribe. You've got to be careful. Sometimes it's not going to be like a Mo super double shot dribble across the map, 1-2 buckle my shoe. Sometimes it's just, okay, I don't think they're standing in the right position here to stop us from shooting the goal. It could be very easy to be caught by surprise by how far the ball travels from a singular pass in this game type. But again, a lot of the same things we've been expecting. I did think that Tyra looked kind of fine, and there were times where they were really able to, again, take possession away from Elevate. Obviously, getting caught in that gravity means you lose the ball. It can just be a little bit hard to hit. But Tara doesn't have that ability to, her hypercharge obviously means she destroys terrain with it, which is kind of a niche effect. It does mean that every super is basically as impactful in many ways, compared to that hypercharge.
There's just so much to keep track of, too. I felt like Tribe Gaming honestly played a pretty even set with Elevate. The only difference maker was they kind of slid a ball in randomly. There's so many comms that you have to make, and especially when there's brawlers like Mo on the ground, they can get out of eyesight at any given moment. 8 HP, the saving grace here for Tribe early. That could have been catastrophic.
Absolutely. Tyrant trying to get ahead here and is definitely in a great position to hit hard, but Killer's also happy to play closer range. That melody damage is real, especially when the music notes get spinning. RBM, oh, that would have been absolutely spectacular from RBM, but the Snowmen blocked that shot on goal. That was a big gambit made for Elevate, but they'd have time to return to these defensive positions.
If you don't have a lot of playing time on this map, Spike the Snowman can cause a little bit of a wrench in the plans. Fade with a pushback. That hypercharge is lethal. Little double takedown, and that was a big one there for Juan Carlos, who was marked up. Fade down to 99. RBM makes one good tag, and this ball is going to be stuck in the mid.
Yeah, Juan Carlos can't do much there. They were marked the whole time. RBM goes in without the ball. So I guess the plan was to try and dive in and get that elimination, but that's definitely not how the plan went. Killer wants to build Super here for that extra mobility to try and cut Livy off, but everyone from Elevate is back in the game now. And they get rid of the Kenji. Zeus, though, towards the top of the map, I think, falls to Fade, and there's another hypercharge mark coming in here from Corey that connects onto Juan Carlos. RBM has to back away. No Super available for the Mo either. Luffy's Kenji, though, has been a force to be reckoned with so far, but that mark makes it a little questionable here, especially trying to win a 1v1. That is never going to happen. This is dangerous now. Fade in position to push up, hoping to build a Super in time. Killer needs to clear the ball, but he can't pick it up. Kenji Super claims Killer now, and RPM trying to get the ball away from goal.
Tribe are committing, and I think they have to. This is the closest they've been to a goal the whole time. The bounce off the wall, the Snowman does it again, though. Insane defense here. Killer looking for a breakaway as well. The 1-for-3 value out of the Super. Super pass down to the left-hand end as Livy looking to disrupt things. A missed pass as Livy there to intercept, and now he's got an opportunity to slice and dice RBM. It's a burrowing underground. Still not enough as the shot clock begins.
Okay, down to 10 seconds now left in the round. Zeus not able to do much more than to slow Tribe up. We're going to be getting into overtime one way or another by the looks of things. Luffy gets caught inside the gravity, but is able to Super to get out of it and at least turn it into a 1-for-1 trade. Tyrant does fall there. Now it's a little bit scary for Gale. Doesn't really have the range. Gets marked up here. Killer falls to Zula. RBM tries to go in here. Ball gets passed back to him. And Luffy is now clear with a Super. Tries to send it to RBM. He doesn't have enough time, though, to line up a shot. Tribe Gaming now start to come back across the map. Juan Carlos going to be regretting missing that shot. It's an easy kill for Livy. Here's that Super coming out from the Tara, but the area is cleared as Livy tries to come on in, but Luffy is there. Stomps his opposite number. Kenji on Kenji. Violence. And Azus at the top of the map wants to try and pass the ball back to the mid, but the recipient had already got taken down.
20 on the clock. Super pass down to the right-hand side. Tyrant needs one desperately to move forward. Just off the mark, though. They can't quite grab the pass. Fade there to...
This has got to be it.
Corner, though. Looking for the back of the net. They got to grab this ball as Livy walking forward. Options on both ends. Puts it in the bottom right-hand side, though. And Tribe Gaming survive a little longer.
Nicely done. They're already down 1-0 right now. So staying alive in Brawl Ball is pretty darn important, and there were big opportunities for both teams. One singular opportunity, both that were blocked by the Snowmen on either side of the goal. Sometimes it's hard to get far enough across the map to clear those in advance, and sometimes you're at the mercy of them blocking a shot. I like the trick shot attempt there from Tribe as they make their way up from the bottom of the map, but I definitely get a sense that Kenny, towards the end of the game mode, Tribe started to get a bit more comfortable.
They need to get comfortable too. Elevate obviously with a huge advantage here. Bounty on the line. They still have multiple lives here. Keep in mind, this is the upper bracket we're still working with, so an extra credit available for both of these teams here. But nonetheless, you want to do it the easier way to get a guaranteed grand final, right? Bounties also add a little bit into the mix, but that was a much better showing, I would say, from Tribe Gaming. They had a very good one to start off the day against STMN, but Elevate kind of ran away with it towards games 2 and 3 of our opening set. Game number 1, they get a quick goal off of Mo. This time, though, Tribe Gaming kind of hold their ground and make this a much more even match.
Running it back here on Brawl Ball we are, as Livy Super doesn't hit anyone, but he's still able to slash at RBM after Zulan got in there with the damage. Some more elimination now. Zeus has been struggling against Fade at times in the top part of the map. Killer, though, with extreme mobility, trying to get the ball to Luffy there. Tara Super, though, is going to shut down that little set play.
That was a must-make for Tyrant there. If that was a miss, could have been another incidental goal, and Elevate would have taken an early lead. Corey going to fall on a mine, but better to get slowed down here and healed alongside the assistance of a Tara Shade than if that had been Elevate teammates right in front of his face. Elevate trying to slowly work this ball as well. A pass over to Gale, looking for this top left-hand side. Corey trying to get as many shots as possible. Goes for a bounce shot for fun, but had no real chance of going in. Corey with a stellar defense so far.
Yeah, and Corey just firing the shots. Zeus just hoping to tank them and hope to survive to get close enough to the goals to make that shot. Could have been a game breaker, that's for sure. Killer with the gadget, very healthy looking now, but not in a position to receive that ball. Will be pinned to the corner as Eslivy takes down the Melody. Luffy gets in there now. Super thrown in the direction of Fade. Decent damage. Tyron also looking a little bit haggard, returning to the rest of their team. As Livy with the gadget. So much health regained. Zeus of the Super not able to connect it there as Livy starting to run roughshot over Elevate now. Ball moving across the map. RBM has built that Super up, but Luffy's gotten into the back line. One more shot on Fade will remove the Gale, and RBM might have an open field. He goes ahead. Killer now tries to set the pass up, but gives it over to Eslivy instead, who does use his Super in order to try and move the ball. All of a sudden, Elevate collapse.
And now Tribe have an opportunity to rush this right-hand side on the bottom. It's Juan Carlos respawning. That Tara hypercharge connecting, breaking down every single wall here, and Killer forced to sprint back to save his teammates. Luffy diving the ball forward, trying to make a big dash. RBM doing the same. Fade with a defensive mechanism. Will hold on to it here. He's going to need it as Elevator going to have another attempt.
Zeus tries to pave the way, throws that Super after getting rid of the ball. Pops the hypercharge here, hoping to build a Super to back it up. That would be the moment here. Getting rid of Eslivy might allow for this. Fade is dodging those shots though. So no Super off that hypercharge from Elevate's Gale. 10 seconds left of regulation now. Zulan goes deep, takes a bunch of damage, but Luffy now is caught in the mix. Goes in for that Super, gets rid of Zulan, but the mark means it's an easy pickup for Corey. Here comes Zeus yet again. No Super shot available. Actually throws his Gale Force out to try and get the Kenji off him. RBM tries to take a shot here, but unsuccessful.
Battle for the mid once again. These overtime situations have been nothing but crazy. Killer getting in on all the action now as Livy looking for the ball, slicing, dicing his way through, and good damage. Make a connection here, a pivotal one on the Fade. He's got a hypercharge in his back pocket though. That's to guarantee themselves either a goal or a stop on the other end.
Zeus can't get through here, caught out by that Gale hypercharge. As Livy does get picked up, but here comes Zulan, bottom side of the map. Doesn't want to go for the push forward though. Tribe are the kind of team who will play slow when they have to. Zeus does hit the Super, but no wall stun. 15 seconds left. The spawner's kick coming in thick and fast. Juan Carlos has a Super shot, but as Livy clears the ball away, and that might have been the best chance for Elevate, being denied. Zeus, no chance. Faye gonna knock him back here. We might be heading to yet another draw here, as neither team can score.
Woo! It was close too. That Twister had to be a huge time saver, and they finally clawed their way. Skip it on over to Bell. Bell without enough time on that clock. Can't quite punch it through the net. These two teams coming alive here. It's a mirror matchup for the most part too. There's a couple of key differences. Obviously the Tara being one of them, and I think that Super breaking down so many walls actually could really help them out, especially if it's on the goal side of Elevate, opening up this map as much as possible. Just it's a little more coverage, it's a few more angles that Tribe might get an opportunity for the longevity of that game. And obviously when overtime collapses and all these walls go down, makes it really difficult to play defense.
Let's do it again. Once more over to Brawl Ball. Try to find a victory here. The Tribe again, they're taking a more defensive stance by the looks of things over the last couple of games, and it has served them well. Luffy clears out some of those shades. Looking to try and get to Corey. He does at least bring the bell down. Those nest eggs here are definitely a factor in the early game. Zulan, though, has already gotten through. That's a goal. Straight off the first push here for Tribe.
Mo, a sneaky goal scorer. He gets that extra Super even when he's in that form too, because regularly he can deploy himself from being in the drill. Instead, he's going to use it to get a Super shot off. Beautifully played, and now RBM might have the same opportunity. Killer dribbling, connects with RBM. He goes down just in the nick of time. Zeus has a Super available. The respawn bubble there, pass over to Luffy. Luffy with the dive, slots it through! Luffy with the equalizer.
How does he even get that? There are so many brawlers standing in his way. Quick as you like, Elevate have evened up the game. These two teams now are starting to go much more aggressive. Pushing up, looking for these opportunities. Elevate, though, paved the way with a bunch of unanswered eliminations in the middle of the map. That's what got them there. This time, though, they're not quite as successful off the rip. But the ball is slowly making its way back to parity, so many more opportunities here for Elevate. This would obviously close out the whole series where they to find a goal here. Zulan very low, but survives that Super. Well, he survived this one. Whiffy pulls up a little bit short. X does not mark the spot in this case. And there's Killer. Gets some damage in. Corey's in trouble. Killer! Going for the goal, and he clears the obstruction. So the ball gets over the line. And Elevate get the job done. Hard-fought series for them, and Brawl Ball definitely went the distance. But they're looking to advance.
They've won it through the upper bracket, so they're not going to have to stress out the lower side. It's going to take one more match for Tribe Gaming if they want a shot at the grand final. Some IRL spinning going down as he hears the ka-ching come through. Most goals, of course, awarded to that side as they won the set in addition to that. So a win and a bounty. That's a double whammy here for the side of Elevate.
Absolutely. They've got to be happy with that. Again, generally, the bounty wants you to try and win the game. You know, they generally follow. Not in every case, though. You know, like, for example, first goal. It doesn't mean you're going to win the whole series here, but this was great. Some really back and forth stuff here. Again, both compositions really quite similar. I do think the Tara from Tribe was an interesting adjustment, but you can just see why Killer wants to bring Melody in instead. She has that mobility, very, very hard to catch. Can also hit you from some pretty unexpected angles. This is how that last goal went. I want you to keep an eye on Killer there in the middle of the map. Able to shield up, eat that Corey damage, dash in, dash with the ball yet again, and clear the way. Maybe a sigh of relief there as well for the Elevate crew, as we'd had a couple draws prior to that on that map.
That was a barn burner of a set, to say the least, and it's also going to earn them that bounty. Now they've got $1,000 stored up. They're going to be taking the lead in that category. Obviously, Tribe will have another shot at it alongside STMN as we get to our next match shortly. But Elevate really came to play here. I think Brawl Ball, it takes so much more coordination with ball control as well. That's one thing that's been really cool to see, is just how much passing goes down. I feel like in the 3v3 setting, when the map's maybe a little bit smaller, you're not necessarily as forced or thinking about that. But instead, it's like, hey, I have to be thinking ahead, pass over here, pass over there. There's a lot more assists going down rather than just one-man shows.
And our Tribe gets sent down to that lower bracket to once again take on that STMN team who've been able to survive so far. A bit of a rematch of the NAL Classico, because we wouldn't have it any other way coming at you in the lower final. Winner will return for a chance to take the whole thing against Elevate in the finals and go far. We will be back very shortly.
The Snapdragon Pro Series Brawl Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
For the first time ever, we are bringing our 3 world finals together for one big event to crown the next world champions.
He's diving in, he's looking for the save, and saving the
Welcome to Superfest, where fans, pro players, and content creators come together for an epic world finals event, where only the best will compete and legends are made. Join us starting November 1st in Helsinki, or watch online at event.supercell.com and be part of esports history. See you at Superfest.
That's right, gang. Superfest is going to be absolutely bonkers. Can't wait to head out there, and hopefully we can see as many of you there as possible, November 1st to 3rd. For now, though, we still need to decide things here in our last September spectacle for the year. It is North America, and as usual, they are delivering in the best way possible. It's Tribe Gaming and STMN, because we just need for the narrative to run this one back again. Last time these two teams played ready, it was in that first game of the whole tournament where Tribe looked to be comfortably the better team.
And I would expect that to remain true, though I was actually quite impressed by what STMN did versus Luminosity. It was a pretty confident 2-0. Even a knockout, they only really dropped like one round. They were very prudent. Toast in particular, I think impressed me. Didn't expect him to be performing so well, especially after such a long break from the game.
Here are your predictions so far. So Elevate fans, rejoice. Elevate predictors, rejoice even more. It's actually evened up the prediction total now between us. So 3 apiece here, and we are all kind of on the same page when it comes to this lower final. Kenny, you are Tribe, ride or die. This time, though, it has sabotaged you in that upper final. Thoughts, feelings, emotions?
It did. The power of friendship only gets me so far, I suppose. Honestly, we saw Tribe win this 2-0 earlier, so I don't know. Has anything changed in the past? I don't know. Just logic to me is we're done with the power of friendship. They won this earlier. They probably win it again. I don't know. Maybe.
I think that is fair. We definitely all sort of feel like Tribe are the better team in the 5v5, but STMN now have had a chance to find their feet. They got to go down to that lower bracket, get some decent practice up against Luminosity, so they may be bouncing back. Maybe they'll come at us with something new. God forbid they mix up some of their comps here. You never know. This is Tribe, of course. We just saw them as Livy, Fade, Zulan, Corey, and Tyrant. Not able to topple that nasty looking Elevate roster, but going now down up against STMN. Ready, set, they've got to be feeling pretty good. They've vanquished these foes before. They've got a pretty stacked team with Corey back in the mix, and they want another go at Elevate in the finals.
No doubt. I think, though, it is quite challenging to locate your mistakes when you seemingly didn't make any mistakes. You already defeated Stamina, so you haven't had any time to think, to ruminate over what you could have done better. Stamina have had that chance. I've gotten to watch Tribe Gaming play just now. Now, it is going to come down to a little bit of randomness. Well, actually, the viewer vote which game mode we are going to end up playing, but I think Tribe Gaming have not gotten the chance to watch like Stamina have.
You might be right. They've been busy gaming. They've been in the mix, in the lobby, throwing down with their opponents. STMN have always felt like they've had some real main character energy over this NA year, and it's been a heartbreaking one for them, of course, as they came up short. They were not able to sort of qualify for Worlds, and now we hear that a couple of these players are looking to go their separate ways. I mean, first it was OG that left this roster end of last year. He had a crack at sort of finding his fortune over in Europe. Zara has also announced recently that he will be departing. It is a 51 to 49% vote between these two teams. I won't reveal it to you guys quite yet, but again, no surprises to see everyone voting with their mice, I guess, as they're clicking. Let's talk about our mode picks here, because you can vote again over at event.brawlstars.com. That's the pin right down there, by the way, that little Ninja BSC Cup pin. I'm kind of vibing with that one. That's what you can get yourself if you can get to 1,000 tokens on the event side. Gem grab and knockout are your options, folks. Choose wisely. I got a feeling we'll be heading over to knockout yet again, as we've seen a little bit of gem grab right now. Yeah, knockout. It's going to be thrown down yet again. That means, Ready, you are the bounty master. You're the one that can decide here now that we have knockout. So you can choose between the team that gets, or the player rather, that gets the first takedown, or the player to stay alive the longest. I think last time we saw stay alive the longest.
Yeah, and I do like to switch things up. I will say that staying alive the longest is one thing that we can track over the entire set, but first takedown, I think, is going to lead to some very different gameplay, and that's really the spice that we want to sprinkle on it. So I'm going to go with first takedown for this bounty.
Okay, I like that one. That means that there's definitely some big incentive at both these teams to get aggressive early on in the rounds. And remember, if your team loses a player, you will get progressively stronger. We never see clean 5-0 finishes, even sort of 4-0 finishes on these knockout matches. It almost always goes down to the wire, because the amount of power up you get when a teammate goes down is extreme. It is significant. And that gives you a huge way to come back in this game type. But knockout doesn't normally have a comeback mechanic. In fact, I would say, I don't know, Kenny, percentage-wise, I would say losing the first player, I would say the vast majority of the time that means you're going to lose the round in regular 3v3 knockout.
For sure. Obviously, it plays a way bigger factor, but they kind of curved that with powering up teammates as yours fall. It's really interesting to see play out. We've seen a few instances of Toast even clutching up earlier big time, surviving multiple games. A minute 47 is an impressive feat. Has a really long time to stay present on the map. Mr. P's shown up a lot. We've seen El Primo show up. Obviously, Kenji's going to be a factor, so we'll be curious to kind of see what these guys do and see if they bring anything new into the mix.
All right, we're going to say goodbye to Kenny and let him get ready for the grand finals while myself and Ready Set take you in. 51 to 49% as the votes. It's a difference of 306. So Tribe with 14,304 votes. STMN with 13,988. STMN squad, what's going on? You guys got to step up a little bit here. Sizzling Chambers, though, Ready, will be the map for knockout.
This is going to be a fun one. So we'll get a sort of view of what the geography of this map looks like a heads up one. This is the same one that we've seen a few times before where Angelo is a huge problem. There are a couple maps like that, but with the Indestructibles in the middle, you gotta be bringing this guy to the battle. Now, when we look at STMN, they managed to take this one quite confidently over Luminosity in instances where, look, they just have Bobby surviving till the very end, and he gets a last laugh because Kenji, in particular, isn't able to touch him over that water. We'll see Kenji is selected by Tribe Gaming. Not too many major differences between the two squads, but when we look at Tribe Gaming, they do have that gray that was successful for them before. They're running the gray and the Kenji for some mobility, and also because Tyrant's just a good gray.
Absolutely. We've seen that dimensional door used not only to set up like these eliminations, but also to get people out to safety if they're starting to get pressured too heavily. I think you kind of covered everything. Excuse me, Mr. P, very, very good. Porter's getting empowered, even better. And yeah, you almost have to take an Angelo here so you can actually contest that watery part of the map, because once you're there, once you have that map control, once one of the Angelos goes down, it feels like you have a huge advantage.
We're getting right into it. Comes down. Who gets the first kill will win the bounty. Czar's going very aggressive. Drop down to half health. Looks like Stamina in a bid to win this bounty. Have decided to play quite defensively. We'll see Sans go in for the first dash.
Lukey?
Usually would. Lukey down to just 120 health, but still stays alive.
Wants that bounty. Approaching now, pretty close on that right-hand side. Sans goes in with the super. Zulan goes down to 700. So close. Sans still a long way from the action, and Zulan's going to win the bounty for Tribe Gaming. Sans falls. Now that 5 versus 4 is STMN. Get a bit of a power boost as a consolation.
Thankfully, as a result of them pushing in aggressively, they have gotten the mid control, and they have Bobby in position where he needs to be. That's a big tap on Zulon, dropping him down to 380 health, but still no kills coming in from STMN just yet. They got to get one here because fighting a 3v5 is going to be a bad bit of business for them. Czar's thinking about going in aggressive. There's the kill, but it's only a trade.
Ends up being a 1-for-1. That does mean that STMN obviously have that extra bit of stat boost. As Livy comes forward here, Lukey pops that last hurrah, also hypercharge as Livy does suffer from the head first that comes in, and now we're evened up. Zulan and Corey versus Bobby and Toast. Having a Mr. P alive so late in the game seems pretty darn good, but Toast almost suffers there. The head first, the Zulan comes in. Bobby low. Corey should tick, but no, Bobby finds a hit before Corey can survive.
You got to keep your Angelo alive till the very bitter end. That is the win condition in so many cases, because with the water placed at the middle and also the indestructible, Corey can't really fire on those indestructibles. The mines simply go around it. So a nice bid there for STMN to keep their Angelo alive till the very end. Generate a kill as a result. You're also doing massive amounts of damage. Here comes Sans with a big play and a kill on the Fade to start things off in their favor.
Yeah, getting into that head first, though, was really difficult for Kenji. Eventually, Sans has to take the hit and go down 200. Now kind of stuck on this bottom part of the map. This is a nightmare for the observers, but I'm enjoying it thoroughly. There's a constant threat of Kenji here for both sides. Both are using them in very aggressive positions. Can STMN make use of the fact, though, that Sans is holding the attention of 3 Tribe Gaming players at once? Even as Livy backing up here, I think they really just want this Kenji. Here's the super. Sans able to avoid most of that scrutiny until eventually he pops out of that invulnerability and is taken down. Now or even.
This did help them corner Tribe Gaming just a little bit, but still didn't actually really get them any sort of advantage. They do have positioning of Bobby around mid, who's locked in this 1v1 against the enemy Angelo. That's Zulon, by the way, on the top left. Bobby gets tapped. He's forced to jump out. Didn't want to die to those mines from Corey's tick. STMN have now forfeited mid control. They're all back in the right corner. This is very, very bad.
Pyron is struggling to build up supers here. He's just not able to hit shots with where STMN are playing from, but they're going to go in. Czar dives in. Toast also going to fall. Tribe still with 4 players left, but that means that Bobby is pretty healthy. Bobby now stuck in what was a 1 versus 3. Cannot outlast, and Tribe even it up on this round.
Definitely prudent by Bobby not to use the hypercharge for that final interaction. It would have given him a boost and a little bit of damage resistance, some more damage also, but probably wouldn't have gotten them the whole distance. Can be tempting to press that button in a tight situation though. Now, mid control off of round number 3. Seems to be going to Tribe for the moment, but they're not intent on getting Zulon towards mid just yet. Instead, he's opting to fight a matchup where he really has an advantage on the left side. Now, though, he is moving over to the right side, but only to get an extra angle on Czar for a potential pinch.
Sans lurking pretty close to Livy there. Baits out the dash from the enemy Kenji. There's a bit with super, but Sans is shielded up here, so Sans does pretty well to start with, able to avoid, again, that damage coming in from the Mr. P with yet another super, but eventually Fade brings him down. So, player advantage now for Tribe Gaming. They want to push up on this. Already, STMN are down to 3 players only. They, of course, benefit from a stat boost, but they've lost so much of this map control here, and they're still getting pummeled in that choke. Luki's in trouble. STMN, what has happened? They're down to 2.
Well, they do have at least a Mr. P super on the left side. We'll see Fade try and deal with it. But this is a 2v5, is almost unwinnable for STMN at the moment. Though thankfully, Bobby will be able to one-shot some of these enemies, especially if he pops that hypercharge. Should be able to one-shot Zealand in particular, which might be his next target, given that Zealand's going to be so strong. If he survives long enough to occupy the middle area, there it is, the one-shot on Zealand. STMN are still alive, and Toast also has a super to throw down.
Those porters, though. Fade is going to be able to refresh the spawner. Toast's always getting pressured a little bit. It's time to go now. I think hypercharge being popped there for Corey. Toast goes low, takes a lot of those grenades. 45 HP in a dream. Bobby now standing inside his super. That healing is going to go a long ways. Corey's trying to avoid the arrows coming in, and he does so long enough. Tribe Gaming get that first round here. And they've got to be feeling good to come out of knockout after losing, again, that first game narrowly.
I think Tribe simply did a better job of target prioritization this time. Now, there is of course the case that Bobby did survive on Angelo till the very end, but keeping Corey alive on this tick was paramount. They had Zulon also staying alive for quite some time, and it really looked like things might actually going the way of Stamina once we saw Zulon get one shot on that Angelo by Bobby on the right side of the map. But still, with Corey surviving till the end, he had more HP than Bobby. Him just having the health denied that possible clutch up scenario for Bobby.
Yeah, and Bobby was also healing with that hypercharge Angelo super, but because he was taking damage from the tick, and that's pretty unavoidable when the gas is so close to you and you have to avoid it, he wasn't able to outlast. So, Tribe done well here. They locked the first game of knockout down, but still, STMN have a chance to fight back and make a proper fight out of this set.
There's some pretty early damage on the right side. Sans almost fell as Livy's going to trade, but he gets Bobby early on, which is actually so crucial. We'll see. Excuse me, that was Bobby getting a takedown on Tribe Gaming. But the case still remains that
there it is.
3v4 with Tribe Gaming in the lead.
Yeah, I mean, you really just were seeing the future there. Bobby does eventually get removed by Tyrant. Might even have been a play off the dimensional door. So it's an Angelo advantage now for Tribe. Zulan's able to move into the middle part of the map and make great use of his ability to walk on water. Head first here for Luki. Pretty darn healthy because Luki is powered up twice. Takes a lot of shots from Tribe to remove it. Zulan definitely needs to start putting some pressure down, but this Angelo damage probably feels like a bit more of a tickle when Toast is close to 12k HP.
Has to. It's going to take 3 fully charged shots from Zulon to eliminate him. And placing those shots is also going to be a tough thing, with Zulon able to clip these corners so effectively. Look at Sans encroaching on enemy territory on the left side. Trying to fight this 1v3. He has a lot of health to work with. The gaps are going to be his ticket to staying alive. There's 1 kill, but it's still only a trade. It leaves Tribe Gaming in the lead.
That is a big head first, though. Zulan can't do a thing about it. Now Tyrant looking at Toast here. Some spawners coming through. Tyrant wants to dive with the dimensional door, but actually stands in the gas for too long. Oh, buddy. It's going to be a tick face-off here for survival. And there's still a porter on the field, which is frustrating for Corey. Luki has the better position. Can walk up in front of Corey, who's, just taking far too much gas damage. So, it'll be STMN take the first round.
You're not going to beat Luki in the 1v1 on a thrower, but Corey is a bit of a great thrower player in his own regards, so I guess the superior throw for now has to go to Luki. We'll see an aggressive push in from Zara on the right side. Down goes Fade. Early takedown of the Mr. P is excellent, given how much value he gets in the late game. But we almost saw Fade fall to that porter. Luki taken down by Zulon. Also a key target for Tribe Gaming to eliminate in the earlier part of this game.
Sans here. Sees as Livy come forward. As Livy kind of baits the dash out of Sans as well. And now he's getting bigger because Zar is off the map. STMN again are down to just 3. Tough to come back from these disadvantages, but if you have the right brawler with a lot of health at the end of the game, you can get things done. Sans gadget keeps him healthy, but he's not quite doing back enough damage. Able to avoid that super from Ez Livy, though. Sans is so tough to kill. Right, this means Bobby and Corey now getting pretty big. Tribe down to 3, so they get their second power up. But they still have to deal with a Mr. P and an Angelo in the late game. Can Tyrant manufacture a pick opportunity? Because between them, there's 30,000 points of health.
Well, Tyrant is going to have to get a super first, which is going to be challenging into these brawlers. Toast thankfully doesn't have a super at the moment, so, well, he's gotten it now. Only took one shot for him to get it. We'll place it behind this obstacle on the right side, where it's actually quite accessible for Tribe Gaming to eliminate, but they need to still prioritize who they are shooting at and who they are suppressing around these obstacles. Here comes his Livy in for an aggressive play. Toast has so much health that he's going to have to chew through. Here comes the super in. Not a single shot contacts his Livy. Meanwhile, Bobby has taken down Zulon on the left side, and another one on a Tyrant. We've seen this one before. We already know how this one's going to go.
As Livy can't do anything about this. Bobby can just play through the middle part of the map, and he actually ends up finishing him off. So we are even now on knockout. Having the Angelo alive at the end of the round to basically be unkillable. Because Kenji, outside of that super use, can't really reach you past that body of water.
Kenji is a must pick. First of all, he's super strong right now. And second of all, he's very beefy in a mode where dying is your, one-way ticket to failure. So he's able to aggressively push some of these sharpshooters where they're weak in close range. But in the end game, he basically has no value at all. Now, that depends on who you're facing, but if you're going into like a Mr. P, if you're into maybe Zulon on this Angelo who's able to hover over the water, Corey who can hit over walls, they're just going to outlast you in the poison and let the rest of their kit do the work on you.
All right, Sans grouped up here with the Mo. We have not seen any Mo survive till late in the round so far. Mookie has to use that last hurrah. Does not want to be going down so early. Can really have a lot of impact, I think, over the course of the game if he can stay alive longer. Obviously, those shield gadgets on so many of these brawlers just because of how poke-oriented this map is. Zar goes in. That's risky business as Livy punishes.
That was a tough one. Also, Fade almost should have died there. Thankfully, though, Sans is here to get some final destination type kill on the right side. As Livy still alive, only by a hair. We'll see Tribe all gather in this bottom right. We're going to have to deal with the head first here from Tick on the top right. Tyrant is able to dispatch it. Look at how this is a 4v4 now, but the position all belongs to Stamina. They've crowded Tribe Gaming all into their own spawn.
Corey looks like the target of that super there for Sans, who hopes not to have overextended. Another super ends up claiming the tick as Livy, though, getting the power up, comes out of his super and deals with the Kenji. Bobby wants to play close here inside his super. That's too much for his Livy to deal with, and Bobby jumps away. STMN, the plan of keeping the Angelo alive till late in the round, paying off.
This isn't looking great for Tribe Gaming. Tyrant is an incredibly skilled player mechanically, but fighting this 1v3 is going to be nigh impossible, especially when he has to go through a porter on the bottom right. He's going to be dealing a lot of damage with the shots, but he actually hasn't connected a single one. That's terrible for Tribe Gaming. They were in a winning position to start off this set. Now STMN are just one round away from taking the whole thing back.
That'll be huge after getting a little trolled in the first game of this entire tournament. They've been able to fight their way through the lower bracket, and they've gotten their rematch here. Dar has the super away there, a little too close to Livy. Nobody wants to be the first casualty on this map. Luki has the hypercharger, as does Bobby, so it's going to be virtually impossible to kill that Angelo right now. STMN don't want to... STMN would love to keep Bobby around to be that last brawler benefiting and going up to that 20+ K health threshold. A bit more passive here in general. Sans finally wants to get aggressive.
The priorities here are to keep Angelo, Tick, and Mr. P alive. They're the ones that are going to have the most value in the late game. Then have Sans get the kills earlier on. We will see him get quite a bit of damage in here, but no kill just yet. Another cycled super. No kill on the Fade just yet. Sans is still alive thanks to some healing, but the poison ticking damage from Zulon is enough to shut him down and equalize. This is a 4v4.
STMN probably happy enough to lose their Kenji. They don't want him to be the last one standing up against like a Mr. P or a Angelo, for example. So use him early to try and get an elimination, and then hope that you end the game with a thrower or someone who has a gadget that allows them to mitigate the damage that comes in from the gas. Porters, though, are definitely a factor here. Starting to be a nuisance for Zar. He slowly looks to make his way up on the right-hand side. Here's the dive, though, going in on towards Fade. Good damage. Zulan, though, just gets a massive buff when he loses a teammate. And Bobby goes for the hyper now. Looking for Corey. Would love to catch him with this super, but Corey pops that last hurrah. He goes down. It's just Zulan now against the Mr. P and Angelo. Feels almost impossible, but Zulan is big, he's bad, and he's ready to do business. Nice jump by Bobby. Gets him out of the gas for long enough, and STMN take the first set.
What a spectacular finish. That one looked so dominant for Zulon towards the end. Just had to hit that last shot on the Bobby, but Bobby had other plans. Rushed up, got his little shot off, jumped into the air. If it had gone one more tick of damage, then we would have seen a draw. These are some really tight finishes here in 5v5 Knockout.
Yeah, I mean, because, again, surviving in the gas is all about how many ticks of it you take. It's got nothing to do with how much health you have, because like you said, it's proportional to your maximum health. So if you can use a gadget that gives you an invulnerability window, you save it. You save that one charge of it just to make sure that you take one less tick in general. This is the final moments, I think, earlier on here. Bobby did not have the jump there. That might have been a difference maker for him in that case. We ended up seeing a tick head-to-head where Corey just sort of huffed the gas a bit here in that corner. Luki obviously pretty dangerous when it comes to those throwers. And yeah, this is how it all goes down. Zulon makes it pretty close. Both Angelos have those hypercharges out, so you can't afford to get close to them at all. And the healing is extreme. Bobby was behind by so much in terms of health, but that little jump up there keeps him safe. However, Tribe were able to get a second bounty for themselves in that series, so it's not all doom and gloom. And it is a best of 3 ready, so still a chance to come back. Still a chance to return for a rematch against Elevate.
Yeah, I think it's certainly in the cards for Tribe Gaming. We all predicted that Tribe Gaming would end up taking this one. Now, a single set victory for Stamina is not really out of the question, but I was expecting Tribe Gaming to continue the dominance. However, we could think of some good reasons why STMN might actually have a slight advantage here, given that they've gotten to take a break and actually look at the way that Tribe are playing while they had a resting period.
Modifiers up for vote here. The map is going to be Freezing Ripple's Brawl Ball, folks. So keep that in mind when you choose between Energy Drink, Fast Brawlers, Angry Robo, and Graveyard Shift. A lot of good picks here. We're just not really seeing Graveyard Shift at all here again, which is fine. Energy Drink, I think, has become more popular now again because you get that speed and damage boost for that window. It makes a big difference on a map where mobility is absolutely king. Fast Brawlers as well would be fun. Obviously, you sort of have like that higher move speed by default. Doesn't mean you can dodge stuff a little bit more, but it does appear that Energy Drink has been selected as the modifier for Brawl Ball here. So keep an eye out for those pickups and look for your favorite players to snap them up and make use of the advantages it gives them.
If it had been Graveyard Shift, we may have seen some more control-based gameplay, but now that it's Energy Drink and we know that for sure, I think we can expect to see the same sort of super aggressive, tanky brawlers, you know, get up in your face, and also have supers on lock to get some goals scored. We're talking about the Mo, the Melody, maybe a little Daryl here and there. You know, it comes down to the map, whether some of those are really viable. Daryl doesn't have that great of range, but having mobility on your side is absolute king here. Now that Energy Drink is in play, that's extra mobility with the bonus to speed, and it gives you 10 solid seconds of double damage.
That is huge. That is that really matters, I think, here, especially when we're already dealing with very high damage brawlers as it is. That means like that Kenji super all of a sudden means instant death if you get caught in the middle of it, taking both those slashes. Freezing Ripples, though, of course, they have these concentric circles of bush that surround the map. Definitely opportunities for ambushes, or at least to stay safe from this constant spam that you expect to see in 5v5 in general. But again, the location of these energy drinks will maybe sort of promote movement in that direction. You don't just get these buffs by default. You do need to go and take advantage of them. And if you have map control, there's a good chance that means you can get more of those power-ups for your team.
I think something that we've seen with energy drinks when we looked at Knockout in particular, which is the last place that we saw it, is that teams like to actually play control around the drink and wait for a good opening to actually leverage that speed and double damage. Now that we're headed to Brawl Ball, though, every brawler is so much more mobile, not just on a brawler basis, but also the objective. That ball shifts around the field so much. And we watch this kind of like the tide on a beach, going like ebbing and flowing back and forth across the arena. So I don't think players are going to be too apt to save the energy drinks this time. Once they see that opportunity, something is going to have to shift. It's going to have to click, and they're going to have to immediately go grab it and go aggro.
So, for those just joining us, STMN have actually taken away the first set in this series. They were the better team on Knockout. They've had plenty of practice having to fight their way through the lower bracket, though, that is for sure. But this is a big game. This is a best-of-3 series. So, an STMN win here on Brawl Ball sets them up for a grand final matchup against Elevate, a team that no one's really been able to put to the sword so far. A team who threatens to take away that extra $2,000 prize money for winning out the entire tournament. let's talk brawlers here. And we're looking for anything out of the ordinary. And I would say that B is someone we've seen less of, but that Rattled Hive gadget has definitely looked pretty good on occasion.
We have seen some pretty big plays from it, particularly in APAC earlier this weekend. However, when I look at the enemy side, I don't think B is going to be too great into things that are able to get in close range versus her. She doesn't really have much in that regard. Maybe she can throw down a gadget like a totem to block something, but when we're talking about brawlers with piercing damage, that's not going to change a thing. So she's going to try and keep control at long range. We'll see the exact same story for Gale, which has been mirrored across the way by STMN. The one thing that really sticks out to me from Tribe Gaming, though, is that we see them going for this Sandy, which is going to be able to stun some of these tanks, but even if he's running +1, he can only do that 4 times a game.
Yeah, that is true. Limited charges of that gadget. Zah! With the super shot. STMN, oh my goodness, they come off the starter's mark with an absolute vengeance.
Tribe Gaming didn't even have time to get in position. They should have been in position right off the bat, though. That's a shocking blunder from Tribe. Thankfully, they are able to start running this one back. Corey's thinking about grabbing this energy drink, but opts against it. They could leave it open for STMN to go for it if they make it across the field. Zar is denied from going aggro. We'll see kills coming out from Tribe Gaming. Open
Dangerous
for a goal, but no ball can make it to Tyrant in time to score a goal.
Yeah, Luki did ball to clear the ball, going in with that Mo super, basically taking the ball out of the hands of Tribe and then sending it further down the map. Zulan can't do much from here. He's just going to get poked down. Fade also trying to advance here on this Sandy of all things. Doesn't really seem to do the job in a neutral game, but as Livy is dangerous, looking scary. A successful defense so far, though, for STMN. Unless as Livy had something to say about it, but he pulls up short himself.
This ball's being pushed up the top side. Fade is incredibly aware. Toast gets 3-shot by Fade. Surely he was aware of the Sandy's position. We'll see Zar now assume that upper position. Hypercharge popped by Tyrant. He's trying to clear out this zone. We will see Toast immune to that. The ball banked around the backside. Someone's got to pick it up. Tyrant has that super as Livy's going to go for it. Trying
Walk it in.
Sands dodging and baiting out all the shots for goal number 2.
And that's that health pool of Kenji going a long way as Livy with 8,500 health. With a shield gadget as it is, and then of course with some damage mitigation to boot, means that you can brazenly just walk up with that ball and score. Now we're even here with 42 seconds left. Luki goes in, gets Corey, definitely the most fragile component of this Tribe composition.
It's going to pass this one down to Zulan. He sees an opening.
Goal.
Super available.
Surely.
Cannot grab it in time. Ends up using the super to return to his normal form. He was just short of grabbing that ball as Livy on the right side. Pretty pinched over here. Luki's going to get that tank down on the top side. Mutually exchanged Gale supers. Provides a stalemate. We got 15 seconds till all the walls break down, and maybe we'll see this B actually start to get some big value. Everyone's just waiting for that particular moment. We'll see that Sandstorm lift on the side of Tribe Gaming. Their positions revealed, and a very forward one as well.
Okay. We are even here now at the start of overtime as Livy marked up here. Super attempted there by Sands, able to find as Livy and goes for yet another one. It's Fade to drop now. Sands wants to move up across the bottom of the map, but Zulan's poke is going to keep him honest at least. Hypercharge is there for Tyrant, just needs the super to match with it. And across the map, he is able to outrange the Hypercharge super from Toast, so doesn't get marked up by the Bell for free. There are some nest eggs on the map here. Somehow they've not been traversed, but Toast now can use some body blocking here to move up. Bobby with the super. Obviously, with the help of the Hypercharge, it's an STMN goal, and it's a first round win here for that STMN squad on Brawl Ball.
Match point for STMN. Just one game to win it all. Tribe can start to bring this back. They actually did get a game victory in our first set of this series, but it wasn't enough to pull it all the way back. Now, I do think that this one would have been a much different story if Tribe Gaming hadn't allowed that pretty much free goal for Zar off the beginning of the last game. We saw Zar get his Melody super very early on, only needed 4 shots to do it. Super forward and found a hole in the enemy defense. Didn't even need to get a takedown. They simply hadn't arranged effectively their linemen in the right setup. So if that hadn't happened, this one would have been a Tribe Gaming win. Now they are feeling the pressure, though. Look at the expression on Corey's face. They are one game from losing this one and allowing Stamina to beat them out in the lower bracket.
Yeah, they probably thought they were chilling. They knew Elevate would be a tough opponent, of course, but they probably thought they could get through STMN again. Bobby now needs to be careful. There's Rattled Hive, hits him 4 times, so full damage taken from that. Corey wants to move up. One more shot, yeah, we'll be able to claim the Galen. Okay, we're just doing that, okay? We're just walking it in, apparently. Early goal for Tribe.
That was a good one for Livy as well. He passed that towards an obstacle that was destructible and then hit a shot immediately after. Takes quite a bit of finesse to do it. Zar finds the opening again. Oh, what a catastrophe. As soon as Tribe Gaming started off strong, the wounds have been reopened by Zar with that free goal once again.
Yeah, that's going to put you on tilt if you're Tribe. As Livy realizes he's trying to take a close fight up against the Melody. Not advisable. Zar is looking dangerous. Zar, with the music notes around him, finds a third kill. Tyrant here is able to survive and get the ball in a more aggressive position. No chance of turning this into a goal-scoring opportunity, but at least stops the set from being ended prematurely. Sands comes forward here. Fade and Zulan both take a hit from that super, but Sands eventually is felled.
Livy's taken down by Bobby. It looked like Tribe actually might have enough to get to the enemy goal. For now, though, it's still just a fight for mid-control. STMN looking quite strong over here with their 4-man arrangement. And Lukey has a super available. Sands going in for the aggro play. Denied by Corey. Possibly, he's only on one hit. Heals up a little bit with that gadget. And look at this, Bobby has that hypercharge. Toast, though, bricks the pass to the top. But still, doesn't seem to even matter. Fade's gonna get the stun.
Lukey!
Trying to get in. No! What a cascade of events. If Toast had gotten that pass to the top, it would have been a goal for Stamina.
Should have been a goal, should have been the set over. STMN might be kicking themselves for that one. But they still are up 1-0 here on Brawl Ball. It's far from over though. Lukey goes in, paves the way. Toast sets the ball up. Yeah, an awkward self-pass there from Toast. Means that the transfer of possession comes just far too late for STMN to turn it into a goal. As Livy, yeah, well, not much Bell can do about that one, really. Kenji descends. Power crept as heck. Nothing that the Bell could have done. Nice hypercharge super there from Tyrant. That's going to clear the way. We are even now heading out of regulation. It's getting dicey here. Lukey down, but Zara's looks so good on this Melody. Is able to put the ball up the wing before Fade takes him down.
Sandy super down. No one on Tribe is visible. Doesn't matter. Sands still picks up the kill. He's going for 2. Looking for something on Tyrant or is Livy. They're alive for now. But as Livy is running out of utility, Sands taken down by his Livy's counter super. We have 5 men on Tribe versus 3 on Stamina, but they're soon to be joined by some comrades from the bottom lane. Toast now going for the energy drink. No, actually Zar's going to go for it. He gets the bonus speed. He's got to be just one shot from a super. Has it now, but the ball is in Sands' possession. Only temporarily. Zar also taken down in his bid to get aggressive. Toast.
Wow.
Trying to keep people away, but Tribe Gaming continue their unrelenting assault.
Yeah, they're in a position now to score this one. Zulan doesn't have a super shot. Fade doesn't have any stun gadgets left, apparently. Sands has to dodge away from Livy, letting him get through. There was almost an opening created there. STMN, without much map control to speak of. Great stun there from Tyrant with that super. Zar can't get past Livy now. 5 seconds left. There's an opening here, but Zulan can't get the ball. Charges through, but Sands sends it out to the wing, and we're going to be running this one back.
Stalemate, everyone. And both goals scored during that game were on pretty open goals. We saw an early goal with Kenji on the side of Tribe Gaming over to Stamina's goal. And then Zar seized an opportunity. Once he found that opening in the enemy's defensive line, he dashed forward with a Melody to super it in. But every single push was denied by either party here towards the end of the game. It looked like Tribe was starting to pick up momentum though, but that's kind of what we expect. They have Corey on the B here. He's really going to dominate once this map opens up.
Sands gets the better of Fade early. Doesn't want to take the fight against Livy. Always feels like a bit of a stalemate sometimes for Kenji's. But good damage on Corey and Tyrant. Sands was hoping for a little bit more. I think Bobby wasn't really trying to score there so much as just move the ball away and allow himself to keep building supers. But Livy has made a solo run up the side of the map here. Sands wants to win this one out. Bobby needs to respect that Kenji super. They are trading blows feverishly here. Bobby goes very low. Toast also has seen better days. This is ugly for Sands as Livy has done a lot of heavy lifting down here.
But he's got to get this ball away from Bobby because Bobby can simply super him away if he even thinks about getting close to this goal. We'll see the ball now get transferred up towards the top side. Bobby's going to have to kind of obey the positioning there. We see he is taken down by Tyrant, however, but Zar tries to find the opening, denied at the gates by Fade with a energy drink active. We'll see Lukey push in, but it's on to no one. He tried to anticipate the position of a member of Tribe Gaming and came up empty-handed.
Livy is just so scary on this brawler. Oh, he thought he might have had an opening there if he just held possession a little bit longer. STMN a bit on the back foot here. Tyrant, nice super, clears back. Sands has to step forward, maybe make use of that invulnerability off spawn, but it expires, and then he takes a face full of damage. So STMN hanging on, but I would say hanging on. They don't look to be the dominant team. Map control rests with Tribe. They're hitting very, very hard, constantly chaining these kills together. Zar goes in on the melody, but really doesn't have enough time to get those music notes spread around and the damage done. And Toast is a little bit low. No chance to heal because he's been busy firing. Here's an opening now as Livy comes forward. The trees block the shot somehow, and STMN able to hold on.
Tribe Gaming have brought the fight to the enemy side, but they don't have a way of scoring a goal. Sands denies as Livy once again for his third suicide goal attempt in a row. He's been consistently trying to get this one across the line and dying in the process. Now STMN, though, are bringing this to Tribe Gaming side. They have to get through mid first. We'll see the ball now change position over to the left side. Big aggressive plays in from Sands and from Lukey as Livy denies for now, but they got to get this ball away from midfield. Zar tried to pick it up, but he came just a little short with that super. Now Tyrant starting something on the bottom side. Has the super to push back Sands. It's going to get used now, but he cannot follow up. He's on too low of health.
Okay, now the regulation passes without a score. Into overtime once more. Zulan, Tyrant a little bit low. Good poke damage here from STMN at least to maybe set something up. Bobby and Zar have to move out, muted inside that sandstorm. Zar low. Surely this is Tribe now with a strong position. They've been the better team, but basically this entire game just haven't been able to quite convert on that position. Sands passes back to Bobby, clears the ball. Zar steps forward, able to find that elimination on Corey. Another sandstorm, but STMN still want to push up. It's going to be Zar trying to take as much map control as possible as Livy eats a nest egg, but is still able to survive despite being slowed and finds the kill. Now ball returned back to STMN's side of the map.
Tyrant might have the win condition. 2 hypercharged supers in a row towards an open top side. And Tribe Gaming keep this series going after a draw in game 1 and a win for Tribe in game 2. We're still going to be at match point.
Yeah, we are still hanging on as Tribe Gaming. And Brawl Ball is definitely going to go the distance here. We've had, what, 2 draws, I think? Yeah, end of overtimes with no goals or no sort of winning team. And of course, both teams have been able to take a round in this set. So get comfortable. Going to see more of the same compositions, more of the same brawlers here. And hoping that one of these teams can get through. We can find ourselves a victor. For STMN fans, it could all go north here. It could all go well if they're able to find a win and not have to play another set in this series, because Tribe look like sleeping giants slowly waking from their slumber.
Well, Tribe are really waking up towards the end of these games. Once the walls break down, that's where Corey is able to actually get some value out here. I think another thing that lent itself to success for both sides was seeing the Gale execute when he had a hypercharge. You're getting about 2 hypercharges on a Gale per game in this setting, and you had to make the most of those opportunities. Did Zar have an open goal?
Yeah.
Has to fade?
Pass to fade. Not sure what to make of that one. That would have been huge for STMN. Okay, well, can't be thinking about it right now. Nice job by Sands, though. Deals with his Livy. Sands wants to move up, make use of this cover, but I don't know if you really want to be fighting a Sandy. That's scary. He does use the gadget. The best kill opportunities, the best score opportunities, rather, seem to come when the Genjis still have those gadgets available to them. I don't know what Genji is. Never heard of him. Here comes gets in there. Zulan down to 16 points of health. And again, okay, mutual knock back here from both Gales. Corey low, does bounce the shot over towards Zulan. That's pretty dangerous too. Keeps the Mo low, stops them from regenerating, rather. And now we have a sandstorm in the middle of the map. Zulan ultimately falls.
We'll see this one pass to the top left side where Fade tries to recover it. Corey now pushing this up mid, but he's got to be mindful of the position of this energy drink. Does he want to use it? Well, now he's going to have...
They score!
He's marked Fade! Oh, unbelievable. Lukey seizes an opportunity in this open position with the ball completely unguarded.
Now STMN just had to play defense, and they will have the set and series locked down. Sands goes in, not a defensive player at the best of times, that's fine, I respect it. Gadget used there, but Zulan's damage combined with Eslivy's was too much for him. Corey, though, is down elsewhere. The field is open. Tyrant's able to move up, though, but a little bit of damage there from Bobby. Stops him in his tracks. Still, the mobility's not going to be there. And still, we have an even game. Tribe staying alive.
30 seconds to OT unless Stamina picks up the pace. and Bobby can certainly do that. He has the hypercharge and the super. Decides to use it just on Zulon. He's trying to catch up to the guy, but he has fallen back, and that's all the value he's going to get out of this super powerful hypercharge Gale super. And now Tribe have taken advantage of the teammates that he left behind, cornering them in the back right. They just have to get in range first, as Livy's positioning himself over towards this ball, but he's got to be careful around Toast, who's still powered up by the energy drink. Pass to the bottom. Tyrant takes advantage of the open goal towards the bottom, and Tribe keep it going.
Well, you let them get into the game, you run the risk of being knocked out of it entirely. And Tribe have done exactly that. They get themselves a set back. Hard fought, might I add. Set won by Tribe to even things up in this series and take us all the way to a decider. We're going all the way to gem grab here, and STMN holding on for dear life. But I've got to say, I think in the second half of that set, the second half of Brawl Ball, it felt like Tribe looked a bit more comfortable. They'd really started to have STMN mostly fighting in their side of the map, outside of the random, snuck goal here and there. I felt like Tribe were in control.
I think another thing, and I've mentioned this a few times, is just the value that they were getting with the hypercharged Gale supers. I think we saw the mentality change hands in the middle of this set, where earlier on, I saw Tyrant on this Gale going for like a hypercharged super onto maybe one enemy, and obviously the idea is, well, I'm going to go for someone else, but this map is so large that you're not really going to reach them. Look at how Stamina started this off. Bobby got 2 of those supers change in a row with a hypercharge. But towards the end, we saw him just not getting that kind of value. He's using it on like one brawler towards the bottom, like Zulon on this Mo was the only one he was really able to catch.
You see here, these are the final moments, of course, where Toast wants to try and pick up that energy drink here, and Fight gets straight up the middle. You see them just out damaging in general. Very impressive stuff by Tribe Gaming. Stay alive in the series after Knockout did not quite go their way. So Gem Grab poses a very interesting proposition here. Is it going to be STMN that are able to flip the script on this Tribe team and have to do it in 3 sets? They have a shot at Elevate, which I feel like feels pretty scary for STMN after how their tournament has gone so far. Or do we get that rematch in that upper final? This is their best of 3. This game that we're in right now is an elimination game. So it's do or die here for both these teams. And, I think that some of the crew and Tribe are wiping their brow, realizing they got away pretty lucky as they were looking the weaker team early on Brawl Ball, at risk of losing the series 2-0.
They get to take a deep breath now, since they're like not on the ropes at the moment. They get to shift to a new mode as well. So where Stamina were playing so well in Brawl Ball and Knockout as well, Tribe get to shift the tides, try their luck at a completely different setting. Now, Tribe historically, where they have succeeded, has been in these control-based scenarios. That is what Gem Grab typically is, but what we've seen in 5v5 is there's a lot more dive mentality from these players, especially with no bans. Now Kenji is going to be around every single game. He's an extremely aggressive brawler. You have to have some way of dealing with him in close range. That's why we see the stuff like Gale. That's why we see the tank busters come out from time to time. So I would expect Tribe Gaming will still have to play a little bit out of their comfort zone in terms of what brawlers they like to play, and opt for this tanky, aggressive stuff and not really get the chance at control.
Again, we've seen teams like on Gem Grab especially try and play like the Mortis Kenji side lanes, just shove down. I think we saw Elevate try Lu for that like map control, as you mentioned. I think Tribe were the ones that tried to play Eve here as well on Gem Grab, just to, at least on a map with like that water in the middle to try and, make use of that. But this is a single gem well map, Arctic extraction here. So having strong side lanes is very important, but it's again those 2v2 side lanes we're looking at, less so than the 1v1s we would see in normal 3 versus 3 Brawl. Keep that one in mind.
I expect to see also some lanes turn out with like 2v1s, just because the map is so large that you can't really effectively lane switch. So if your teammate is stuck in a 1v2, then they're just gonna have to suck it up and deal with it, because I'm on the opposite side of the map, and hey buddy, I'm fighting a 2v1 that I'm supposed to be winning. As we head over here to Arctic Extraction, note the gem count that we're going to be trying to get to. We saw some 20 gem maps in here, maybe a return to normalcy. Let's talk about some of the brawlers here as well. We see STMN opt to go for a B and 8-bit strategy. Now they do have a couple of aggressive brawlers in here, but Gale is going to be here to establish the consistency. We also see Tribe Gaming going for something creative, but not as locked in one area as we see from Stamina.
I I love the Maiko here. That's such an interesting pick from Corey. Sans getting jumped on multiple times. Oh man, that is filthy stuff. He's able to find 2 eliminations with that super, get 2 gems for his trouble. And now STMN really looking to try and lock down the middle of the map. Damage booster, but Livy is running amongst them here. But my goodness, the Kenjis are feasting today.
I'm also quite surprised by the fact that Tribe Gaming are running a Charlie here, but I think it's because they expect to be playing into some tanks. These are blind picks, by the way. And look at that, Fade already has the hypercharge and the super ready to go. With Charlie, you're able to make your enemy drop all of their gems when you put them in the cocoon. Look at also the gem carrier from Tribe Gaming. I think they expect to be able to fight this 4v5, which is not nearly as bad as a 2v3, and simply have Corey be the gem carrier and hop away from anyone that gets close.
Yeah, Corey not really trying to fight so much here, but again, once the countdown begins, if he has the lion's share of the gems, he can just use that super and be untargetable for the duration of it. So that's really annoying for STMN to try and get the gems off this Maiko. And you can see Corey not doing anything, not hopping around, keeping a full sort of stash of ability charges. Zulan also backing away. He can also run off with that super if he needs to. He's going to do that right here. And Corey in midair. Okay. Locks it up. Look at that cheeky look on that guy's face. Locks it up for Tribe. They've been cooking this comp in the drafts for a bit.
Well, you know, you got to prep set 1 and 2 so that you can end it off fast. It's a good thing that this went to set 3 so they got to show this inventive strategy. Yeah, Corey with a smirk on his face because he was the one hopping around on the Miko, making some damage, making a little splash in the earlier part of the game, but towards the end, hey man, once you're holding 6 gems on this assassin type brawler, then you're not going for kills anymore. You are simply hopping away. It's a good thing that Zulan was in there to grab the additional 4 gems that they needed to start this countdown and bring them closer to victory. Tribe Gaming are just 1 game away from heading up to face Elevate for a second time and shutting down STMN for a second time.
This is the ultimate cheese from Tribe. Their comp cares so much about who has the gems and also wresting them from your opponents if they get a lead. Right? We talked about how the Charlie Cocoon makes the opponent drop all their gems, even though they're not eliminated, which is, you know, really, really powerful. Also, just giving yourself here that brawler advantage for a window. Corey, obviously, with the slow gadget there, able to make it harder for Lukey to reposition. Already one of the slowest brawlers in the game as it is. He has 4 gems. He just hops over the fence, grabs the gem, then hops straight back to safety. STMN have been able to pick up some here and there, though, and Tyrant's definitely going to lose out to Sans. And Corey's keeping himself scarce from Bobby, who wants to dive under the fence here, go in. Corey looks for a bit of free damage, backs up. Having a super for the Maiko would basically mean it's curtains if he gets enough gems in his possession.
He hasn't really been able to jump in, though, because Stamina simply have lockdown control over mid. Now Fade is forced to pick up all of these gems. We will see a bit of a waste of a super from Tyrant, just a slight miscommunication. There's too much going on. I was supposed to have some of these team comms. What a play in from Sans, getting the double kill. Now trying to run away with these 4 gems. He's aided by the fact that he has that gadget to keep himself alive, and no one is even able to touch him. Once Lukey got this 8-bit super up, Tribe Gaming didn't have a chance.
Corey's trying to go in, but he got slowed up there by Toast as May was able to find that elimination. Zara hoping to use the Twister to create some spacing. Fade goes in, but couldn't connect the super onto the person with the gems. Walks away with 5 at least, but eventually they're going to be wrested back into STMN's control. Sans is not the player you want to be carrying gems right now, but he can give up some ground. There are enough teammates here to step into Sans' shoes and do the damage, but Lukey needs to be careful. Yep, drops those gems. Have another reset on the countdown. Now, your Kenji with 13 gems can use that super for the invulnerability. I don't know how you're supposed to get these off Sans.
You're supposed to try your best, but it's not going to be possible. Tyrant comes in with a hypercharge super, even chains it. What? Almost took down Sans. Corey's going for it, but Sans knows he's invulnerable. Once he goes up in the air with that super, it's headed, folks, to a double match point. And honestly, has it ever not gone this way between Tribe and Stamina?
Rarely. I mean, rarely has this not happened. These 2 teams have always played each other close. Back in 3v3. Now, of course, just, you know, adding 2 players doesn't seem to have upset that balance whatsoever. We liked the composition from Tribe a lot in that first round. The Maiko seemed very troll in being able to pick up those gems and get out safely. But once STMN took enough map control to dive in and, you know, take care of the cheeky monkey, it was very, very hard for the gems to be recovered by Tribe. So I don't know if that strategy is going to be enough. Also, they do need to be connecting, you know, these Charlie supers onto the gem carriers and not have them body blocked.
Question of the day is, how do Tribe Gaming deny this 8-bit super to STMN? Because once Lukey got that super up, Toast got to do his thing with the B. This is one of his best brawlers, is one of his favorite brawlers, and them having that 50% bonus damage from a boosted booster allows him to be completely dominant, basically untouchable.
Toast hard as it's very, very hard. And that 8-bit assistance comes into play. Corey able to avoid the rattled hive there by jumping back over the fence and out of the way. And there it is. It's the super onto the gem carrier. Lukey, though, able to pick back those 2 gems up. And get into the fight once more, but Tyron has closed the gap on them here. Tribe mean business this time. And the Miko has 8 gems to his name. I don't know how STMN are supposed to fight their way back from here. They need to get good position and use a Kenji probably to try and go from Sans and Eslivy are fighting it out here. Corey mostly ignoring that epic anime battle happening at the bottom of your screen. Sans looks to be stronger and apparently was out of ammo, so Corey able to go in and force out this super. Then he also dodges 1 gem in and out. Corey almost got caught by Bobby, who used his super on his side of the fence, so now doesn't have it available to dive through. He has built it up once more. Lukey wants to push up with this damage booster, but this is looking ugly for STMN.
STMN are trying to close in on Corey, but he's able to jump away. 2 seconds to make something happen. Double kill for Eslivy to keep him secured. And Tribe Gaming have done it. They've shut down Stamina for the 2nd time, and they'll head to the upper bracket once more to seek revenge against Elevate.
I mean, God, is there any part of 2024 that hasn't just dished out pure heartbreak to this STMN roster? Once again, they fall tantalizingly short in a double match point situation, and it will be Tribe who emerge from this battle in the lower bracket to take on Elevate once more.
A year-long story. They're forced to go to that lower bracket by their arch nemesis, then take down rivals, but also close friends Luminosity, sending them out of the tournament without being able to even redeem a bounty, all to face Tribe Gaming once again and get eliminated. It'll be Tribe Gaming and Elevate that get to soak up the glory and the limelight there in the winners final. For now, though, I was actually still very impressed by what Stamina had to bring to the battle today. I expected a Tribe Gaming win. I didn't expect it to almost go to Stamina so many different times.
Yeah, I mean, we got a much closer game than we bargained for. Brawl Ball had a lot of those draws back and forth here. The Miko comp, though, in Gem Grab definitely was the difference maker. Corey comes in, you know, coach, content creator, and clutch factor here for Tribe Gaming. Getting 10 gems on him, and at that point, there's not much you can do about it. I've seen so much Kenji, so much more Kenji than I would expect to see in the last few days. And we can see just how much of an impact that brawler is going to make when he gets into the competitive meta game. Maybe we won't see him at all because he'll be constantly banned. Very mobile, very impactful. And here's that final setup. Elevate versus Tribe Gaming. Now, folks, event.brawlstars.com. We are going to be voting, of course, on modifiers and map types in our grand final. You at home can have an influence on that result by making your voice heard over on our event site. Keep an eye out on the right-hand side bar to put your votes in. But for now, that's all for me. It's going to be Kenny and Reddy taking us into the grand finals and closing out the show. It's been a pleasure, and we'll see you for that on the other side of the break.
All Stars Championship is brought to you by Snapdragon Elite Gaming, Samsung Galaxy S24 Ultra, Monster Energy, and DHL.
我が家世界の片隅にある安息の地何人たりとも触れることのできない全てが揃った楽園だった台所食材憩いの場情熱技巧お客様そして何よりも家族がいた 戦いには戻らぬと誓っていた。だがあの者たちは許せん。スターパークは今知ることになる。寿司の真髄を。
Howdy, Brawl Nation. Welcome to the grand finals of our September spectacle. It's been an absolute thriller of a weekend, having a lot of fun, and obviously you all interacting and being a big part of our shows. I'm Kenny Barlow, joined with me, Eddie Set on my right. We are here, and we are going to be finishing off the day ready with a heck of a banger, Elevate. Guess they couldn't stop being the #1 seed in this region because they're at yet another grand final.
Yeah, and I also feel like I'm getting a bit of deja vu because we've already seen this match happen in the upper bracket. Tribe Gaming only, took a temporary descent into the underworld to hand an L to STMN. It came pretty close. They almost got stuck down there and changed places with Stamina. They're back up to the upper bracket to make this one happen again. But hopefully it's not a 2-0 like last time.
Had a lot of donuts today, but our lower bracket final was anything but that. 2-1 Tribe Gaming. A very competitive match against STMN in our 5v5 setting, and the main man and content creator himself, Corey, on the Miko. I did not expect that, along with a Charlie. What a bold pick, even from the grave and the Esports retirement home. He is still making crazy picks. We all went Tribe, and this time we're all going Elevate. It's hard for me not to go Elevate, considering we saw them beat Tribe just a little bit earlier. I think that was probably similar to why we all went Tribe in our previous match, even though STMN were much more competitive in that previous one. But honestly, for me, it's pretty much that simple. I mean, as you all know at home, if you joined alongside us, the 5v5 predictions have been a little bit crazy. It is a darn shame, though. We are all going to tie. It's going to be a tie for the winners here in predictions, which isn't the worst thing in the world in the final show. I mean, we already beat you once this weekend. It would have been a shame if we did it twice, ready?
Yeah, unfortunate. So I'm excited for this next one. We're going to get to see maybe some of the same stuff as before. Elevate, Tribe Gaming, we are already familiar with them. But in case you're just joining us, here's a reintroduction. Elevate. Now, this has been the core squad throughout the year. It's been RBM, Luffy, Zeus, and Killer. They have Juan Carlos joining them just to bump those numbers up to 5. And he's going to be the one on the cams too, even though he's not paying attention. Oh, okay. He's the GOAT. La Cabra is what he is. So he is number 2 seed in North America after the regular circuit by playing with Pioneers, but he's joining his friends over here on Elevate to make them a 5-strong squad.
Obviously, a little history with him and the players there. He looks like a very maniacal, evil villain, and instead of a cat, he's got his ghost. That's a very interesting strategy. I think that's what he was going for there. Is Livy, Fade, Zulon, Corey, Tyrant on the other end. No extra pickups here. This is just Tribe Gaming. This is the whole thing. This is Coach, extra player Fade, who joined in the final 2 months, and obviously the core of his Livy, Tyrant, and Zulon. Speaking of the man himself, Corey, what could be possibly his final tournament in Brawl Esports. He announced his retirement after their departure in LCQ. He's had an incredible career alongside a lot of these guys, and it's been really cool kind of seeing him finish strong here in one more grand finals for the road.
They can finish strong. They had to fight very, very hard for their spot here, as they did dip down to that lower bracket and had to take down Stamina, their bitter rivals, to make this one happen once again. But versus Elevate, it looked like they kind of didn't even have a chance. They didn't get a set victory in that last matchup. So hopefully they can make that happen once again. It's going to come time for you guys to vote at home on event.brawlstars.com. Make sure you get there and vote for a modifier for our next match.
Yep, we're going to have Super Bushy, Supercharge, Meteor Shower, Top Dog. Do Ready a favor. Just vote for it. He would really appreciate it. And Unlimited Power. Lots of good ones for you all to choose from event.brawlstars.com. And if you participate too, it's kind of your last chance to go for the ninja pin there on the bottom left of your screen. I unlocked it at the APAC show on Friday. I was repping it all day yesterday. It's got a little animation to it. It's pretty sick, Ready.
Okay. Yes. Any diligent Brawl Stars viewers have earned their pin by now. However, by voting for the modifier, by voting for the map in our upcoming match, you will be able to get some points up there to get you closer to earning this pin. So there's still time, but you got to be diligent about it. Make sure you're watching for any of those little quiz questions to come in. But we still want to hear from you guys. What do you want for the upcoming modifier?
It is going to be, I believe, Supercharge. It's going to be Brawlers charging those supers faster. We've seen it a few times tonight. Supercharge has been a lot of fun. Honestly, just seeing a ton of hypercharges being hit. It takes less shots per super. There's some Brawlers that really came into the mix here because of that. Lou being one of those standouts for me, because as an individual Brawler, it's a little bit trickier to hit those snow cones. The projectiles, obviously not in a straight line. It takes a little more skill. But because of that, if you just hit a couple snow cones, that can add up to hypercharges much more quickly, and we all know Lou's super with the insta freeze is quite lethal.
Well, I can also think of a counter because Mortis is highly mobile. Lou, whether his super is going to be good actually comes down to whether he can earn it in the first place. It's going to be great everywhere, but you have to be hitting those shots in order to get it. And versus a high mobility brawler like Mortis, for example, it might be tough to hit those shots until he's at point blank. And by that point, you can, count your seconds because you got a timer ticking before you're dead, buddy. He's also going to be charging that hypercharge and super more frequently, which allows him supreme survivability.
Well, it seems like Elevate have persuaded our audience. They were our upper bracket selection. They beat Tribe Gaming 2-0 earlier, and because of that, 51% of the folks are riding alongside the caster desk. It's going to be Elevate taking a small favoritism here, but Tribe Gaming, the fans are still strong. Despite seeing them lose 2-0, they're still riding with them at 49%. That's incredible.
Look, you got to be a ride or die fan of Tribe Gaming if you are rooting for them to make it all the way here, especially after seeing how they fared against Elevate earlier. Like, they put up a good fight, but they didn't get the points on the board like they needed to. And yes, you cannot argue against Elevate. They are leading the region in terms of points. They're #1 seed from North America. Tribe Gaming, on the other hand, they made it to the last chance qualifier, but didn't quite make the cut to get to Worlds. So them getting 49% here, in spite of everything that's happened today and over the course of the normal season, just goes to show how vocal the fans are.
And only 280 votes being the difference maker. In A in particular, y'all have just kept it so close. It is knockout. I know we got the supercharge. I'm still a little bit surprised to see that Lou. I know I mentioned it, but it's just not traditional for knockout. I am, in fact, loving the Kit plus Kenji plus Primo combo. Not only do you have the strongest brawler in the game right now in Kenji, you have Kit that synergizes well with him, and another one that's done really well in this 5v5 mode in particular with El Primo. I like what Elevator bringing to the table here.
I think it is fairly consistent. They're bringing in the Lou because, as we discussed before, it's going to be a strong pairing with the supercharge modifier. It's also giving you your hypercharge more quickly. I think that'll also be good utility versus a brawler that's all powered up because, keep in mind the mode that we're headed into. Your enemies are going to be super powered up the closer you get to winning the game.
Here we go. Grand finals. Best 2 of 3. Juan Carlos and RBM diving right on in. Is that a mistake? That seemed like a crazy move that led to their inevitable demise. Kenji responding. They grab 1 kill, but I don't know if that was enough to justify that.
We'll see the jump in from Zeus, but no takedown on his Livy because not a single member of Elevate was there to follow up. We will see, however, Killer corner him up against this fence. Luffy's trying to dash out. He's leaving Killer up at the top right, pretty much to die, but we'll see Killer jump in anyway for the takedown on Corey. Luffy surrounded, frozen, beaten up, and Elevate still are just 1 member strong. I don't know how possible it is for Primo to make this happen.
Really difficult when a Lou ice rink could be imminent. Zulon taking advantage of the porters as well. Killer punching his way through, and SpongeBob has a lot of work cut out on his hands right now. He's going to be on this bottom right-hand side. 13,000 HP with that portering, 15,000 from the spawner itself. This is going to be a tough one.
Killer's just waiting for things to close in towards the mid. He's already fed the abilities to the enemy side. Zulon can't get any more super. Tyrant can't get, a second hypercharge or anything. So he's going to maybe try and bait out this hypercharge super from Tyrant. It will also mean that he doesn't have that utility for the next round. He's just waiting for this moment, especially if the poison closes everyone in towards the center. He'll be able to hit them both at once. But for now, they're simply pinching him behind these 2 barrels.
I think it's smart to kind of spread the floor a little bit. You don't want Killer to be able to focus you 1 at a time here. It's going to be Killer now, rounding this corner. Hypercharge going down. Tyrant throws down a stun just in the nick of time. This is actually going to be close. 9,700 isn't enough, though. Mr. P going to have just a smidge more as that fog closes in. I think that Lou ice rink from the grave was a huge difference maker, too. Just buying a little bit of time for survivability on the Tribe Gaming roster.
Tribe Gaming still have utility. They have a couple of hypercharges at their disposal. They want to play this one safely, jump onto the Lu, and it is a trade, but they've gotten pretty much the most important in-game brawler on the side of Tribe Gaming already eliminated.
Little match in the middle here. Killer's not moving. Interesting to see him just, there he goes. A little bit of action there. Scared he got frozen, but there was no ice rink on the ground. A couple takedowns now on to Elevate here. Hypercharges galore. Corey, Fade, both have that availability here. Zulon with the porters deployed if he wants it. Luffy battling with Kenji top left-hand side will divert his attention to the middle. Kenji also responding on the left. Killer diving in, fists being thrown, swords being sliced as Livy barely holding on due to the likes of a gadget. Goes up, makes the corner, hits El Primo. Oh, and it's going to be a nice tag there. Luffy trying to even things out. Still a one-man advantage for Tribe Gaming.
That pursuit of his Livy felt like it took an entire year, and his Livy even got a kill during his escape. The toss up on Killer. We'll see the kill as well. Now big super in from Luffy. It's a one-shot onto enemy El Primo. He's going to go for another one on a Zulon. He's racking these up, but he doesn't have the ability to chuck anything over the walls. He can throw himself over a wall with the use of a spring pad. He's going to make it all the way to the enemy side. Also has the super as disposal. It's going to be tough to get away from this Dick super. Ends up sending it on a ride with the jump pad. Super in. One slice there onto Corey. Corey's going in for the gadget, trying to stay alive inside of the poison, but Luffy hands him the L, and Elevate equalize the score in terms of rounds.
Perfect timing in that super from Luffy. Dodging out the nice super coming in from Corey, and in return, able to dodge one of those, and the tick head on the second go-around could have been really scary, but he got the takedown just in the nick of time, so it's going to even things out here in our grand finals. One round apiece as Luffy going to try and take a little bit of this mid dive in and out. We haven't seen the kit be as much of a factor as I would like to see yet. I think it does have a great potential to power up these tankier brawlers, but instead, just gone down a little bit early.
No kills just yet, but the first one's probably going to be a result of Zeus jumping in. He would really like to locate Tyrant and get that elimination once again. I think that was a big factor in Elevate winning this last round. But Tyrant does have a super that he can use to freeze an enemy jumping on it potentially. He's going to use it on Killer, but it's only going to zone things out. Look at Zeus transferring to the bottom side in pursuit of Tyrant. And Tyrant's thinking about going for this fight. Instead, rotating towards the top side. Zeus is being stealthy. He could go for the dive bomb on a Tyrant, but no one would be there to follow up. He actually wouldn't even get the kill.
In the 5v5 setting without being powered up, I think he'd be pretty in trouble here, just like we're seeing there, but it's a follow-through from his Luffy onto that. Kenji's just flying everywhere. Top left-hand side, we've got Mo combating the enemies, trying to pinch Tribe in this top right-hand side, and as the fog closes in, they're going to be running out of room.
Juan Carlos gets to throw down this Mr. P super on the bottom side. Almost an easy takedown there for Kenji. Just one more shot from Corey will send it packing, and Juan Carlos is going to have to fight for yet another chance. Hypercharges popped. 1, 2, 3. Everything going down in the middle. Killer remains alive. Could be just temporary. Super from Luffy. He chains it. The kill on Azulon as he swipes away, but he's got to get in the middle. There it is with the super. And Elevate have gotten the first game.
Wow, that was a long, drawn-out set. All of those went down to the fog closing in. And the fact that they can get over the clouds with El Primo supers, with Kenji supers, and kind of avert that damage, I think it's been a really big deal, especially when you power up these brawlers towards the end games. A lot of the time, they're those 3-star, 4-star kinds of brawlers where thousands and thousands of HP are on top of them, and the storm closing in can make a huge difference. Really good job there. Back to Corey here, who's going to be thinking things through as they approach the next game. Pretty good start for them, but again, that second and third, it was just Elevate. I feel like the sheer mechanics, the big gameplay coming in from these tanky or assassin brawlers in Kenji's case has really been what's taking them to the top right now.
Yeah, I'm also looking at Kenji here from Elevate. Just that last moment was actually sort of a clutch, because if he hadn't chained the super the way that he did, then I think this win would have actually gone to Tribe Gaming. He supered towards the mid for the kill. I don't think he would have had enough time to go through all of that poison and get to mid, and then also fight through the inevitable minefield that sits between you and any tick player you go up against.
Advantage Elevate. Game 2 underway. Killer right hand in, focusing Tyrant. Lu, typically a hard counter into those tanks, and now Fade going to be tag teaming this alongside him. Already a super being charged up for Corey. Of course, with the modifiers in play, it's a little bit easier to do that, so we have to keep an eye on all the utility. In fact, he's already got a hyper charge. He could go fishing for a kill anytime now.
Super in from Corey creates a little downward pressure. Zeus is able to dispel it for now. This is also a high priority target for Tribe Gaming because they don't want him to super onto their Lu. RBM picks up a first kill, but return fire from his Livy. On the top side, Killer with a flying elbow drop to eliminate Tyrant. It's an advantage for now for Elevate. We know how this usually goes, though. What was that? A jump in from Zeus, and then we see the super from his Livy.
Fade with the timing here as a counter. Elbow drop, not connecting there with Corey. It's a good gadget. Killer low HP. Luffy there to assist. Picks one up on Fade. And now it's down to a 2v2. The thrower and Corey. The Kenji mirror matchup between him and Luffy. They've got assistance from the porters on the ground as Livy identifies this immediately. He's dashing us straight towards it, but now Luffy and Killer know who they need to strike first. Is Livy going for this gadget, trying to stay up? That's actually going to be a major takedown, and Tribe Gaming surviving that with a tick, especially in that matchup, is a huge deal.
What we saw was Kenji was forced to dash through all of those hypercharged tick mines, and those are doing so much damage, especially when you're boosted up. Here comes Killer with the elbow drop in, ends up falling by the hands of Fade. Fade's going for another on a Zeus and Luffy at the same time. Only Luffy emerges alive. See his Livy on low health, but no one left to pursue him. Both members of Elevate that remain are so far estranged from each other. A bit of a miss there from his Livy, but that's fine. He's able to snap up this kill. It's one Kenji versus the world.
And I wouldn't doubt the Kenji. It's a strong brawler, and that ice rink just barely misses the mark. Shout out to Fade, who is also just walking with El Primo supers there for a little bit. Now Luffy trying to do the same. Finds the first, needs two more. Zulon and Tyrant hunkered together. And one Kenji super connection not only heals for a ton, but could be absolutely lethal. I mean, 17,000 HP might not even be enough if this is perfect.
Luffy's keeping that dash on standby. Recall that Kenji's main attack swaps between a slice and a dash forward. Has a super also ready to go towards the end of the match. If we see this poison force everyone into the middle, that's ideal for him, since he knows that his super is really the only safe way to attack enemies. He's also able to chain it quite easily, as long as he hits the consecutive shots with the super. Each one does a couple of slices, and he can actually chain them together as long as he's hitting more than one enemy. Now he's taken mid position, but he risks getting pinched between Tyrant and Zulon.
Had to focus that porter. Spacing the floor a little bit. Luffy does have a super available, and a bigger part of that too is invulnerability from the storm if he goes up, and that's a lot of trickling damage coming in. A great gadget down to 3,888. He's going into the air, makes 1-2 tags onto Zulon. HP battle, it's some tags, and Luffy clutches up. A round going to the blue roster.
He's just that strong. What are you really going to do against it? Especially when you don't have the Lu ready with a hypercharge and a super to freeze him. He's basically untouchable. See this one return to a 5v5 once more. Who's going to be the first brawler to fall? Zeus is going to try and expedite that. He would love to jump on top of Tyrant here, and Killer is ready to follow suit. A hypercharged super in leads to the first kill, possibly coming on to Killer. He's going to take to the skies, but no kill on the back right. Thankfully, though, everyone is close together for Elevate to take advantage of another hypercharge being popped here by Corey. The kill on to Fade from Juan Carlos, and a follow-up from Luffy. Taken down by as Livy. It's an all-out melee here, but it still remains a 3v3 as Tribe Gaming continue to be trapped in this top right.
Tribe have no time to celebrate that the enemy Kenji is down, as Livy's just trying to survive on his own here. 443 HP, a nice dodge there. Juan Carlos chasing him down, does find the connection. 2v2, Zeus with the dive. He can't move a muscle, and now it's just a lone Corey here. One individual thrower versus two strong brawlers spinning at him, taunting him. They're playing with their food and get the takedown. Elevate once again taking the set.
Another strong start for Elevate. Looks like not that much has changed. From one match to the next, Elevate still lead with a set victory over Tribe Gaming. And what is this? Oh, there we go. Back to the Chazmac days. Yeah, make sure you remind everyone, especially that you love your teammate Fade, who you are taking down here. That's how this really is. It's a bunch of fun. It's an opportunity to win some cash, but inevitably, these are your friends. We see so many roster swaps in NA over the years that you are going to have to deny a victory to some of your friends.
A huge theme has been family all year long for a lot of rosters here. And I think seeing a for fun event like this, where there is cash on the line, of course, these guys are definitely going to give it their all, but a lot more smiles, a lot more laughter, I feel like, and cool to see that everyone loves and appreciates each other. In this case, it's Juan Carlos Little commiserations to his previous teammate. They're going to dance on the grave of Corey right on front of our faces here, too. That is tough. A little throwback. You can toast him there, too, by the way. Somebody that got to show up here for STMN today. But set one done and dusted. 1-0 lead for Elevate. Now it is on to which mode we are playing next. And that's left to be determined because you all at home at event.brawlstars.com get to call the shots here. Gym grab, brawl ball, or knockout. We've seen a little bit of everything today. Honestly, gym grabs impressed me more than I thought it would. Ready knockouts have been a lot of fun. And brawl ball, it's so awesome to see all the assists that are coming out. Again, I just like the teamwork aspect of this. A lot of times in 3v3, action happens so fast, but you really have to keep your head on a swivel. Otherwise, there's really easy breakaways that can happen with these goals. We see Mo be a huge instigator of that.
That's actually such a great way of putting it, because I can imagine some of the heads turning 180 degrees in a microsecond as Melody rushes past. Mo being another one of the brawlers that can cross the entire field in one go. We actually saw Zar, even though, you know, he and the squad have been eliminated from this bracket already, doing a great job of that, finding some of these openings, and he managed to do it versus Tribe Gaming. So I wonder if Elevate will have a similar mentality. I know that they already have Melody in their brawler pool, should we, you know, head to Brawl Ball, because that's a favorite of Juan Carlos. We've seen him play that one throughout the day.
Well, it looks like the people have spoken. It is going to be Brawl Ball. You all love your Brawl Ball, and I do too. I'm not too upset. It would be a darn shame if we didn't get some Brawl Ball in our final show of the month in our grand final. So I'm all about it. Not to mention, too, I'm in charge of the bounty here. So Sheriff Kenny gets to determine what we do. It's either first team to score a goal or team with the most total goals. We've done both, and I think I'm going to go for first team to score a goal. I want to see a little urgency off the start here, Ready.
Good choice. And I think also it's going to, you know, be a good heads up for Tribe Gaming, because let's note that on more than one occasion, they had poor positioning off the beginning of the game and end up giving a goal to Melody. I think it was Zar, yeah, that was giving them a hard time with that brawler. So hopefully this actually works in Tribe Gaming's favor, since they'll be more vigilant around the beginning of the game.
Tribe Gaming have surprised us with the picks here tonight as well. The Charlie coming in on gym grab, I was watching from the sidelines while you and Uber covered that. Low-key a super big brain play, because people forget back in the day when Charlie was at the top of the meta, in gym grab specifically, if Charlie makes a connection with the cocoon, you drop your gyms. You may stay alive in that cocoon, but your gym spilled to the ground. Corey piloted the Miko, a very funny, cheesy way to work out. Very fitting of the shenanigans we've had going on this weekend, so I wonder if they can pull anything out of the hat just one more time for this Brawl Ball set here, because otherwise it'll be Elevate taking a grand finals.
Look, you talk about something like Charlie that's quite creative, you know, pretty outside of the box. Maybe you could even call it a bit out there. But that's the deal, is that when one player is 20% of your team instead of 33% of your team, then you can afford to lean more in the direction of utility for the entire team rather than just raw damage output, you know, racking up kills. There are brawlers for that. That's what Kenji is here for. He's the one who's getting the kills. He's staying alive. He's healing himself. He does basically everything, and then that opens the doors for everyone else to pick something that works greater on a team basis. Speaking of that, also, since we are in Brawl Ball, I wonder if we'll get to see Max make a re-entry. This was an APAC favorite. We saw it a bit earlier on in the day, but didn't actually see it make too much of an impact. Looks like that's not going to be the case. We'll see actually both teams stick pretty close to the comps that we've seen them run already.
Corey once again running the Bell. We saw Tyrant running the Gale earlier. Sandy has been one of the niche brawlers that Tribe Gaming have elected to go for. And once again, Killer going to be on the Melody here. So very similar compositions to what we've seen these two teams run, but not necessarily a mirror matchup. I think we bring up a great point too. In 5v5, you can get a little more specific with the Charlies and the Mikas of the world, because you're only investing 20% of your brawlers. It's not 33%. So if you want somebody to do a little more niche of a role, you can. RBM off to the gate so far though. Luffy with a breakaway. Can't quite get there though. Corey and Zula will survive the onslaught. Now Tribe Gaming can dish this ball out to center field.
We have Corey on the top side, who boasts a range advantage, though he is going to be in this 1v1 against the enemy Bell. Still needs to find the position. Juan Carlos can't get that first shot, ends up eliminated by Zulon, who's going in for the play. RDM intercepts. This ball is now passed to midfield, but it's recovered by Tyrant. A pass up to his Livy, who has that super around the bottom side. Juan Carlos can't possibly defend that, and Tribe Gaming have won the bounty.
Cha-ching! Even if they're down in the match, at least they've got $500 hitting their bank accounts here very soon. 1-0 lead for Tribe Gaming. Attempt at dashing towards that ball as Livy won't be able to make that connection. Tyrant getting a takedown to Luffy. RBM respawning and avenging his fallen Kinji brethren. Tyrant Zulon left to guard here as Juan Carlos goes for the long-range shots. Little Gale distribution. No real connections made there, but is Livy going to be taking this one to the top left? Corey without a super, though. Just going to have to dump it for now.
It's rare to see Elevate on defense like that. Oh no, as Livy slips it through. Livy was right on top of him and couldn't intercept the ball. Tribe Gaming start off this Brawl Ball set with an absolute bang.
There's a jolt of life coming in from the Tribe Gaming fellas. It's the grand finals. Got to put on a show for us for this wonderful invitational. I'm sure Juan Carlos can be able to recollect himself and his new Elevate teammates here. Still smiling, laughing. Big mistake made, but they know they could certainly recover for it. Wasn't too long ago that they beat this same roster 2-0. We'll see if anything changes here in game number 2. Didn't really get much time to develop that. Obviously, this isn't the supercharged affair we had in set 1. This is more standard, taking your time, making sure you make those supers count. Can't be so gung-ho with it. It's Livy going to be the first to grab this ball here as Luffy looks to slice his way through Sandy. One more tag and Fade will fall in a dive just to avoid a little trickling damage from that sandstorm. Not enough, though, as Livy's been on this Kinji all day, been putting in some serious work.
It was a good thing that Sandy super expired, otherwise Zeus would have been a dead man, and he wouldn't have been positioned to start opening things up for a possible Elevate goal. He has a ball, it's passed down to Killer for the super, but Killer can't get up in time to get that self-pass, nor does he eliminate the enemy. Luffy going for the ankle breaker, bang, towards the top side, right around Corey to start things off successfully for Elevate.
This time it's going to be Elevate taking a 1-0 lead. RBM with a super available. Fade throwing down the invisibility here. RBM taking off as a super. Bang! RBM puts them on match point.
Just like that. Wow, blink and you will miss it. First the ankle breaker, and then RBM with another heads up play, where we anticipated, hey, look, maybe this will keep Tribe Gaming on their toes. They're not going to let it happen off the beginning of the game. But anytime you respawn, you're pretty dang close to the center of the map, and you are going to be within range of the goal. What a play from RBM. There's a reason that this guy's one of the best in the business, why he was such a key acquisition for Elevate in the mid-season. And we also saw them, I think, start performing quite well. Not that they weren't already doing quite well up to that point, but it was this boost for them in the regular season. He's still around here in the spectacle to put on some more flashy plays, and as you said, put Elevate at match point.
Blink and you'll miss it, folks. This 5v5 goal scoring is absolutely bonkers as Livy once again dueling. Bottom left-hand side, Killer taking to the other end. Fade has to put him to sleep just to breathe a little bit longer. RBM trying to corral around this ball next to Juan Carlos. Two teammates working together, super available, but not going to survive long enough to use it. Tyrant can now dish this ball to the top, and Zulon and Corey up and moving down this map.
Bill is ready to pass this one to midfield. He knew he was going to die, so he expended a super on it. Tyrant with the pass to his Livy, but he could use a super right now, denied by Zeus. But now he's exhausted that super, can't use it into Corey or Zulon anymore. No matter. Ball's passed to the bottom side, where RBM has been fighting hard to open up this arena on the bottom side. Look at that. With a little pocket in the bottom corner of this goal, it is possible for Elevate to slide that in a stealthy way, but they are being denied at the gates by Tribe Gaming.
Reset in the mid, Tribe Gaming in control, nest egg down, Corey trying to distribute those, make sure they can surround this map as much as possible. Zulon with a super is much more valuable. He can get in and out without taking damage and be up in the faces of Luffy and his teammates at any given moment. Zeus with a huge pushback though, as Livy narrowly surviving, gets a little bit of HP, but not too much here as Zulon works his way to the left as Livy clearing the path for his teammate here, dribbling this ball and somehow puts it in. What an angle!
What a shocking development. It looked like it was going to be blocked, but went just a microscopic amount around his feet. We're entering 1 minute till overtime ensues or Tribe Gaming takes us on to a set 3. Tyrant with a big play in with his super as Luffy duking it out. Oh no, what a catastrophe! A successful defense, but Tribe Gaming slip it through.
Big grin on Coach Corey's face. The second that super missed, the X did not mark the spot. It was as Livy with a breakaway play. Now things are a little more serious on Juan Carlos' face. A little head tilt and nod. He means business here. This is the grand finals. No more extra lives. We're going to set 3 ready.
It's going all the way, folks. This is a different Tribe Gaming than we saw face Elevate before. They will be getting a set win, and they are taking advantage of some poor positioning and plays from Elevate, especially at this goal line. We saw, first of all, sort of a mind-bending goal. Look at this, though. Elevate did start it off strong. We'll see Tribe Gaming slot this one in with a super towards the bottom. Then, of course, Tribe Gaming kept that ball rolling quite literally to the enemy side with a tricky one around the heels of RBM. Look at this, as Livy slid that one past Luffy. This was still, of course, game number 1. There are many goals that sort of took our breath away.
Lots of style points. If that was a bounty, I think both sides may have tied for 500. The first to strike was Tribe Gaming, though, and as a result, $1,500 guaranteed to go to them, despite the result of this final set. Earlier today, they lost 2-0 to Elevate in one of our earlier encounters. Elevate still with $1,000. STMN, of course, a team that went down earlier with 500. LG do get a little bit of a participation trophy, so they will have some money in the bank account as well. Just not as much, maybe, as some of these other teams. Tribe Gaming, 3 bounties acquired. A big one here in the grand finals, too. And because of that, they've also extended us to a 3rd and final match. It's been a fun year all year long. Quite the ride ready. I'm glad we get a little bonus Brawl Stars for our final show.
Hey, we're getting our money's worth. That is without a doubt. I wonder how this is going to look different this time, though, or will it? It's already gotten off to a different beginning. We are going to set 3 instead of ending things off in favor of Elevate in set 2. Did you see the demeanor of both of these guys change, though? Corey on the cams,
shift.
They had just won a game, and he still looked nervous. Juan Carlos was laughing and joking in the voice comms, and then the set finishes in favor of Tribe Gaming. Okay, finally, Corey gets to come up for air, laugh a little bit, and Juan Carlos with a blank expression.
It's all fun and games until it's a tied ball game. It gets real interesting. And look, it is an invitational. It is for fun. This isn't LCQ World Finals or monthly finals on the line by any means. But these guys are competitors at the end of the day. They love winning. They love winning. Don't we all? 1-1. And now the stakes are higher. Elevate would be kicking themselves too. They beat this team 2-0 earlier, obviously getting themselves a guaranteed shot into this grand finals, an attempt here on Cool Shapes. And to have the same team they beat 2-0 reverse sweep them here would certainly hurt the morale just a little bit.
Well, let's talk about Cool Shapes. It's been a hot moment since we've seen this one. Look at the way that those spawn points are staggered as well in a diagonal. So could be a little bit of, you know, RNGesus blessing you real quick, especially if you get a long-range brawler at mid early on and maybe there's a tank there. Waste a little bit of time for your enemies as they have to swap their lanes over to the optimal setup, and perhaps also fighting along the diagonal. We're going to see much of the same, though, in terms of the compositions, but one little thing sticks out to me. I'm looking at Tribe Gaming, and they've placed Fade on this Crow.
That's the only difference in the two rosters. It's going to be mirror matchups all around, except for the Melody, which Elevate are once again going to claim. And Crow. We saw Crow earlier this weekend a couple times. It's an interesting one for Brawl Ball specifically because obviously he has the slowdown mechanic with his gadget, but he also can make a dive in or out to defend or go for a big-time goal. That's kind of the feature of being an assassin here. So curious to see if it can make any action happen. It's going to be a pass here to the bottom left-hand side early. Zulon, Tyrant, dueling with RBM and Killer, who are swarming this side. Melody taking off on this right-hand in. Gonna stuff Corey into a locker. Get a takedown there as Juan Carlos continues to put in work. Tribe Gaming need to respond here quickly or else this could get real bad. Multiple Elevate brawlers, broken projectile, and Luffy with an early bucket.
Nicely done, Elevate, for a goal within just 33 seconds to start things off. And they got this ball positioned across the field so quickly, they daisy-chained it all the way to that top right corner. We'll see Tribe Gaming trying to work as a unit, but we'll see as Livy fall quite early. Oh, almost got a pretty neat super there, but did not break open that corner, so it wouldn't have actually gone in anyway.
Luffy can get to the other end of the map quickly. A pushback from Tyrant is essential as Livy just trying to move this ball to the upper side. They're going to try and get this coast to coast as quickly as possible. A hypercharge for Corey lands one long-range tag onto Zeus, which is enough here as Livy once again just going for gold, not making too many connections. Gets one into Juan Carlos, though not enough to bring him to his knees quite yet as the Kenjis continue to battle. This time it's Zeus getting the better of him. Luffy looking for an angle here on the bottom right-hand side. Doesn't quite have it yet. Tribe defense needs to be strong.
He was trying to pass that ball away from the bottom right. Oh, check this out. Play in from Fade, but he still gets taken down right on arrival. Little exchange here between the Kenjis. We'll see Zeus fall in as Livy stays alive. The final gadget pop, that's his last chance to heal up. Zulon might have to send the goal right now, but he doesn't really have an opening. Super in kind of misses Luffy, but gets the kill anyway. We'll see Tribe Gaming go for this goal as Livy can't make it in. Killer chains. What a massive hypercharged super. And now they're bolting down the field.
They can't deal with the blizzard, and now Juan Carlos has a pass over to Zeus into the middle of the map. The bounce shot not quite enough, and the respawn keeps Tyrant's ball in his hands. Luffy once again dribbling, dancing, debating what to do here. He's gonna back off. Oh, are they gonna go? I thought they might go for the corner strategy. With 15 seconds to go, all they have to do is play defense.
Just 10 seconds. They can bring us to match point. Tribe Gaming looking for a big play. Fade has a super, but he needs to receive a pass. Pass down to Zulon. Was that on purpose? Maybe. Up to his Livy, up to Fade. They're denied by the Twister. Every member of Tribe Gaming helplessly fling themselves into the tornado, but they simply aren't allowed to pass. Another match point coming in for Elevate.
Elevate with a second chance at redemption here. Tribe Gaming need 2 straight games to send Coach Corey off into the sunset with one more grand finals win. All comes down to this. It was a ton of fun. It was fun in games, but Juan Carlos is locked in for one more. Elevate take a 1-0 lead here in our third set.
Initial ball possession going to Tribe Gaming. They're going to try and create a spearheaded charge around the bottom side. We'll see Zeus with the health advantage over his Livy for now. RBM got a few taps in there. As Livy's forced to expend his first gadget. And as Kenji, these are really your currency for making plays. To use one and not really make an impact is certainly not where you want to be headed. This ball's going to now exchange hands towards the top side. Luffy going in for the kill on Corey, but the ball's too far away to reach him in any amount of time that would allow him to get this into the goal unless he makes a super takedown to any member defending the goal and Elevate, or just one goal away from taking it all.
Melody, player of the game so far in this set. Now Juan Carlos has a pass over. It's a wide open net. No! End it all! Elevate, your 5v5 champions.
The September Spectacular now officially declares its final victor. Elevate proved themselves not just #1 in the region in the normal circuit, but also when you throw modifiers, 5v5 maps, and you give them a couple of extra players that they can play with. Juan Carlos just coming back for one final dub. He and his team weren't invited to the Spectacular. They didn't make the seeding in order to qualify, but he still gets to rep the team anyway. What a performance here from Elevate. What a finish too. It wasn't even close, that last game.
Great set overall, and outside of one huge blunder there at the end, of course, Tribe Gaming put up a much better fight than what we saw them do earlier. Some spectacular matches to end our September here, and a lot of it because of Luffy here in this final set. That's just part of the value of bringing Melody to the table, right? You've got multiple supers in one. They just made for some spectacular action here.
Wow, and you see that celebration from Juan in the end. It's so nice that he's able to rejoin the fray as part of this competition. You know, play with the friends. Some of these people on that Elevate roster are former teammates of his. Check out how close this final one was for Elevate. They didn't lose a single set until they had to face Tribe Gaming for the second time. And the same could be said for Tribe Gaming until they had to face Stamina for the second time. So, hey, maybe there is a bit of merit to that idea that by facing a team for the second time that you've adapted to them just a little bit, but the victor remains the same in both of our rematches today.
Well, at the end of the day as well, taking a look at how our predictions went, pretty good for the most part, a tie across the board. But you know what? If people followed our predictions at home, you probably got yourself a pin, and obviously lots of participation in this one. So thank you all for that and all of the voting that you did. Shout out to Uber as well, who was right there with us for the most part. The caster hive mind did differ a little bit here today, Ready. On top of that too, these teams were not just competing for first place, they were competing for a lot of bounties as well. $1,500 going to the second place Tribe Gaming, $1,000 for Elevate, who also get that first place prize, of course, $500 for STMN, and Luminosity, unfortunately, nada.
Darn. Yeah, and they did go down quite early, so they didn't really have as many chances to earn bounties as the rest. They only had a couple matches to do it, and it is a shame because the teams that they faced ended up snagging those bounties from them. So Tribe Gaming, in spite of coming in second place, not getting to grab that bounty for winning the whole thing, still walk away with $1,500. That's pretty good. They're leading the entire tournament in terms of bounties earned.
Great shows all around, and we still got more Brawl Stars action remaining for this year. We've got Superfest coming in just about a month. Let's take a look at what's ahead for us.
For the first time ever, we are bringing our 3 World Finals together for one big event to crown the next World Champions. Welcome to Superfest, where fans, pro players, and content creators come together for an epic World Finals event, where only the best will compete and legends are made. Join us starting November 1st in Helsinki, or watch online at event.supercell.com and be part of esports history. See you at Superfest.
That's right, folks. November 1st through 3rd, we will be watching some Superfest action. And if you want to support, we are actually crowdfunding for the prize pool at the World Finals here for Brawl Stars. That's right, the Fans Fang skin is available now. First $1 million raised through this offer goes directly to the World Finals prize pool. It's an awesome thing. We'd appreciate all the support if you got it in you. And if not, thanks for tagging along. No more event.brawlstars ready. I'm going to have to get used to saying event.supercell.
Yeah, that's true. Here's another reminder for you folks. If you're into that esports lore, then Fang is the latest addition to our esports sort of gang of brawlers. He'll be joining the squad with BB and Penny as well, who you might remember as former world champions in some of the previous esports lore. So we'll see a new team, and you can still grab your chance to get him. He's a limited skin, and as Kenny said, it contributes to the prize pool. It's going directly into the pockets of those players.
Well, we really appreciate you watching Brawl Nation. It has been an awesome and super fun month to have everybody together for one more time. We've got the World Finals coming very shortly. Thank you to the wonderful team behind me. Thank you to my wonderful co-casters, Reddy and Uber, to the guys on the other show as well. Appreciate them too. This is Kenny Barlow signing us off. We'll see you all in October, folks.
Tribe, as the smoke starts to clear, have that lead. Tyrant's holding onto a super. That will be so crucial here. Fane needs to hold onto the gems. They've got to get back, and Tribe just get away with it.
Woo! That was wild.
We have brought in the proper 10-gallon hat, and now I feel like it's not just your bandana doing the heavy lifting in the outfit.
Thank you. Yes, there was a comment about this, and I've gone full cowboy. I was finally allowed to wear my typical everyday headwear.
I was so enamored with the mustache the other day that I didn't really take in the hat. I feel like now the hat is the standout piece of this. LG holding on to their final lives here. 24,000 HP is all he got. It's a one-shot though because of the 4-star. He's moving in, passively healing. No. This is going to be down to the wire, but Lukey survives.